Chapter 481 Grand Event Alien Visitors. Shuma is a very unique contestant, with super high popularity and undefeated in all competitions. The key is that he himself has suffered a lot. He can almost be said to be an inspirational model, especially when his wife treated him without hesitation. When Schumacher's name appeared on the field of the Starry Sky Cup, God knows how many of his fans were excited. Although Kobe's retirement is regrettable, he is retired after all. Jordan has also become his own boss. But Schumacher is lying in bed fighting the disease. So no matter what his previous achievements and reputation are, at least in terms of inspiration, this is the most talked about topic at the moment. In fact, the reporter came here to try his luck, because Colleen said before that she wanted to actively treat and didn't want to be disturbed. Now they don't know the specific situation, but after some of Umbrella's technologies appeared, they knew that he woke up and improved. Now that they have received the news that they can meet Schumacher, they really feel happy from heaven. Remember, he is still a patient, so you must stop when we ask you to. Any problem will make you bankrupt. Believe me. Colleen still warned the reporter first, just in case. The reporter nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. He dared not mess around. Otherwise it would not only be a matter of compensation, but Shuma's fans would tear him apart. After changing into a set of white protective clothing, the reporter and the photographer entered the ward with a camera and saw the doctors, who were consulting inside. At the same time, they also saw Shuma lying on the bed with a brain machine headband, because they had never seen Shuma himself. Seeing the former car king become like this still made the reporter feel quite surprised and shocked. Sorry. Do I look a little scary now? A gentle electronic sound rang out, and the reporter came back to his senses and knew it was Shuma's voice. Then he said with some excitement and trembling, "I should be the one who apologizes. Oh, it's hard to imagine the pain you've suffered. I'm still alive. I still have a loving wife. And now I can use this device to speak. I feel very lucky. Don't I? Your mentality is really strong," the reporter said sincerely. He couldn't imagine what it would feel like if he were in another position. My wife may not be very willing to let me show myself in front of the camera like this now, but I think that I am who I am. Even if it's like this now, I can prove to the world that I'm still the same Shuma as before. Absolutely true. Shuma's electronic sound is very plain, without any ups and downs. But everyone can feel a kind of courage and strength through this electronic sound. This is the former car king who has been lying for several years. Now wake up. It's still the legend. Yes, you proved yourself in the Starry Sky Cup, defeated several popular opponents, and won a perfect record. I'm not the only one who won, but I actually feel a little weird. I didn't expect that there would be a day when I could compete with Mr. Jordan on the same stage. Umbrella is really a magical company. The reporter also laughed when he heard this. Yes, Umbrella Corporation appeared in the year you were in a coma. It came out of nowhere and created one miracle after another. Yes, I thought I had been asleep for decades. You are still so humorous. It's really amazing. I have to find some fun for myself. I also have to thank their new VR platform. Now there is an additional browser function. I think I can use this to learn more about the current world. However, I need to use my other free time after my competition. I have to use it for training. This time, all the stars gather together, and I don't want to leave any regrets. The report of Shuma's interview instantly exploded the entire network. The current popularity of the Star Cup is here, and Shuma is undoubtedly a very special player among them. Under this situation, the subsequent interview report can be said to have received unprecedented attention. Oh my God. I believe in love again. Yes, it's really touching. Legends are legends. Even if they are skinny, I can still feel his domineering across the screen. Awesome. I am a fan. This Starry Sky Cup is really a gathering of stars. And I guess there won't be such a grand event in the future. And they probably won't participate every time. Who can say for sure? But it's really fun to watch. I'm even more looking forward to the group stage later. Actually, I want to see Shuka participate in the battle, to see if the video analysis is true. But it's a pity that he won't participate. It seems that he is still in the crew. Wuka's crew. A martial arts film. Which of those participating superstars is not busy? But to be honest, the recent martial arts hits are all due to Liu Xiaoke. Yes, the action is sharp, and the filming is serious. I'm wondering when Starry Sky 4 will be filmed. The Starry Sky Cup is here, and I guess Starry Sky will definitely focus on mecha battles next. Maybe? Am I the only one who still cares about Abyss World? Didn't you say that you will choose closed beta after Pumli is opened? It's definitely still early. Isn't Star World enough for you to play? It was also amidst the many discussions on the internet that the group stage of the Starry Sky Cup began. The 1,024 players will be divided into 64 groups based on the Red Queen's previous estimates. The top 2 players in each group will advance to the next 128 knockout rounds. After the popularity of the preliminary rounds, the group stage of the Starry Sky Cup even began to attract the attention of mainstream media around the world, especially those who focus on sports channels. They are trying every means to get the authorization of the World Company. Finally, after De Pyongyang reluctantly lifted all relevant bans on the World Company, they got what they wanted, and the World Company did not choose any exclusive broadcast, but directly celebrated together and completely opened up all broadcast rights. Originally, only some anchors on the internet started to nest dolls, but now mainstream sports media and even entertainment media have begun to broadcast simultaneously on TV. Not exclusive authorization? It doesn't matter. The commentary is different, and there are so many games. They can pick each other out. Even before the group stage, Pakistan had to issue an official announcement. Can the players go through some formalities before playing? Remember to come to the Olympics after the game. Umbrella has funded a lot of our VR platforms, so it won't delay your participation in the Starry Sky Cup. This statement is so funny. Indeed, many Olympic athletes also participated in the Starry Sky Cup. And not to mention, their rankings are pretty good. There are also some who made it to the group stage, and they are relatively famous. This shows the impact of the Starry Sky Cup this time. The Olympics is indeed an international event with a huge impact. But the gimmick that World Company has come up with is too good. The linkage with Pumli's treatment system directly boosts the effect. The first session can be regarded as the peak. Perhaps when Qin Yayan decided to hold this event, she didn't expect it to be as popular as it is today. At that time, she planned to let Qin Xiang, Lu Shika, and others help to increase the popularity. As a result, it is now found that it is completely overconcerned. When the snowball starts rolling, the strong will always be strong. PD Live Broadcast Room. Although there are too many masters, the popularity plummeted at the same time. But it is undeniable that for PDD's diehard fans, and those who don't like sports, but only like esports, they still pay more attention to these esports anchors. Even now, another voice has appeared on the internet. Esports players, work harder. You represent the face of the younger generation. However, it is a little regrettable that the current wins and losses between esports players and those veteran athletes are indeed unsatisfactory. Because the control of the brain computer VR platform is really not just a matter of fast hand speed. All aspects of coordination ability need to be improved. And professional athletes almost all have some training since childhood. Those pilots are even more so. Choose the best from the best. Oh! What? These opponents are all monsters. Damn! I feel like I'm a fool now. After losing another game in the group stage, PDD couldn't help but complain wildly. The first game was a football player, who lost miserably. The second game was an unknown player. But this kind of unknown player is even more difficult. It has now spread that the unknown players in the previous rankings are either soldiers or ace pilots. They are no match for them. If most of them did not hire a professional team, or just bought some 19.9 courses, the proportion would definitely be higher than it is now. Sure enough, there was no suspense at all. In the best of 3 mode, they did not have the opportunity to enter the final round, and they lost 2 people in 4 consecutive defeats. Don't mess with me. I have no hope for the knockout stage. But don't let me carry 0 duck eggs. And the fans who always like to mock him are also rare to comfort him at this time. Okay. At least you still made it to the group stage. Look at Big Nose Ruofeng. He didn't even make it to the group stage. And now he is broadcasting the game as a robot commentator. But his mouth speed can't keep up at all. Big Pineapple didn't have it either. But he was smart. He never introduced the moves, but only talked about the general situation. Big Pineapple is not an esports player, just the leader of the league. Don't worry. You have lost 2 games in a row, and you should get something sweet in the next game. The groups in the group stage are divided by the Red Queen. They are not randomly selected, but will be adjusted according to their strength. So almost every group will have some well-known figures. Among the 16 people in PDD's group, there is the great god Bolt. As a result, the netizen's mouth was like a blessing, and he was matched with Bolt in the next game. The Starry Sky Cup is an online esports mode before the knockout stage. So when matching, we should pay attention to efficiency and save time as much as possible. PT lost 4 games in a row, and suddenly met Bolt. It's not bad luck. It's that he won 4 games in a row, and the time is almost the same. This filled the entire live broadcast room with a cheerful atmosphere. And then PDD could only say, "Mr. Bolt, I am your fan. Please be gentle." Then it was almost completely suppressed and ravaged. But no matter what, he is a former esports professional player. And he still has basic competition qualities. His chubby face has not shown any intention of being bad. Instead, he played seriously until the end. On the other side, in front of the live holographic screen of Hangwon Square, the popular scenes were still being played. Wang Yi also stood in the backstage and looked at the situation in front of him with a sigh. I didn't expect this popularity myself. But this is a good thing. Originally, we had to continue to promote the second world when sleeping in Abyss World to attract more people. Now it is much simpler. Lin Shurqin's voice sounded in Wang Yi's ears. Well, please confirm the connection system. I will go to Enzo to see his preparations. Understood. Abyss, Enzo's territory. The irregular huge asteroid floated in the air, surrounded by colorful rays of light. The asteroid seemed to be completely wrapped in this dreamy and beautiful rays of light and floated. And this asteroid covered with lava is Enzo's territory. In terms of volume, it is much smaller than the moon. The area of the entire asteroid is about the same as Australia, but the gravity on it is equivalent to that of the Earth. The rules of physics are completely different from those on Earth. Or in other words, different from the material universe. There are lava flowing everywhere, filling the craters. There is a smell of sulfur in the air. And on such an asteroid, there is a giant silver fortress being built. Enzo guards the scene. And a large number of red-skinned humanoid creatures and fire dogs cooperate in the construction. It looks like it is almost finished. As the light on the top of the central magic tower flashed, Wang Yi also stepped out of the void and came to the abyss. As soon as he arrived here, he vaguely felt a chaotic malice. This is the abyss's rejection of himself. If the orderly creatures stay here for a long time, their reason will be eroded. But let alone taking a key step. Even if it was overclocked before, it was not a big deal. But the reputation of the mage in the abyss was not very good. Meet my great master. Enzo's disgusting voice sounded, causing all the nearby abyss creatures and the red-skinned humanoid race to kneel down in fear. Looking down is quite spectacular. No need to do this. Wang Yi waved his hand casually, feeling the surge of the magic power of the abyss, which was completely different from the surging magic power of the Earth's magic-free environment. Wang Yi immediately felt omnipotent. A kind of arrogant emotion began to emerge. But it was quickly wiped out by him. It was just a slight erosion, which was completely insignificant. This thing has been studied almost. And the SHL given to the players will be able to shield this interference. After all, it is not to let their souls come here directly. And the magic tower will still be used for remote control. Then Wang Yi looked up at the sky. The seemingly colorful sky actually hides dangers and is filled with various space turbulences, which is one of the manifestations of the danger of the abyss. Wang Yi's eyesight can easily see other asteroids floating not far away around through these lights. It looks like this is actually like an asteroid belt. And the density of celestial bodies is far higher than the normal starry sky. In fact, these are all the remains of material planets dragged into the abyss, because of the influence of the abyss rules. If a planet in the shape of the Earth is completely swallowed into the abyss, it will also be squeezed into the image of an ordinary meteorite. However, there are still dense ladders such as white dwarfs, neutron stars, and black holes in the material universe. It is not surprising that such changes are born under the strange rules of the abyss. Enzo's territory is relatively large in this area. Many of the nearby asteroids belong to Enzo's influence radiation range. With his legendary strength, it is completely no problem to move freely in this area. This celestial body itself is a kind of anchor to stabilize the turbulence of space. Because of the dense asteroids nearby, the intensity of the turbulence of space should be considered low in the abyss. It's a pity that these asteroids have too heavy aura of the abyss. Otherwise they can be regarded as good materials. The visual effect needs to be processed. Otherwise it is easy to cause epilepsy. Wang Yi pondered for a while, and then fell to the ground, looking at those red-skinned humanoid creatures. There was no emotional fluctuation. These are the survivors of the enslavement of the Jaya civilization. However, they are not evolved from the same life system as Wang Yi, and they do not have the fatherly love he has for microorganisms. Fortunately, these guys are also a group of intelligent people. Under the protection of the Mage Tower, they reduce the erosion of the abyss. At present, it is enough for them to act as some NPCs. Jabwa looked up at the figure bathed in divine light and incompatible with the abyss, and his eyes were filled with a faint fear. This will be the master of the Jaya tribe in the future, and the life and death of the race will be decided in one word. Zabo is an elder of the Jaya tribe. The reason why the Jaya civilization can begin to enter the magic age is that in addition to the environment itself having a certain concentration of magic, there is another reason that they met a passing mage. The mage took away some treasures of the civilization, and in exchange, he left some knowledge. Although the mage was high and mighty from beginning to end, and did not answer attentively, it saved a lot of time for the Jaya civilization to cross the initial stage of exploration. Zabo himself already belongs to the highest level of the Zaya civilization, and according to the general classification, he is a high-level wizard. He was also one of the elders who agreed to the connection plan, and one of the sinners who pushed civilization into the abyss. After the abyss invaded, the terrifying Lord Enzo destroyed all their defenses and resistances with overwhelming force, and many elders who agreed to the connection plan committed suicide. Zabo almost took this path, but when he saw that other people's self-destruction would not have any effect on the terrifying existence even if they risked their lives, he stopped his plan to burn himself together. In the end, he chose to endure humiliation and surrendered with a group of surviving tribesmen. Perhaps there was also fear of death and attachment to life. But no matter what, the tribe survived. Afterwards, he witnessed with his own eyes the abyss army sweeping across the entire planet, carrying out destructive mining and plundering everywhere. The killing and chaos lasted for 50 abyss cycles, 100 years. The current Jaya star is dead, not to mention the former overlord Jaya tribe. Even other species have disappeared by 90%, leaving only some lingering survival that are too lazy to be cleared. Before, Zabo continued to live on the broken planet with his surrendered tribesmen, managing his subordinate territory for the Lord of the Abyss. It seems that if the planet is allowed to continue to decay and become chaotic, it is very likely that the planet will be completely captured and gradually dragged into the abyss due to the aggravation of the abyss. Lord Enzo seems to want to maintain the jumping point of the material planet for so many years, while hunting down the other surviving tribesmen who hate him and the abyss. He continued to slowly reproduce. He knew that this was just purely treating his own race as free-range pigs, and he might harvest them when the number of people increased. And he knew all this, but he was powerless to change it. He is a sinner and traitor of civilization. But after suffering so many years of suffering, he found that he was slowly numb and getting used to it. As he got older and started to go downhill, he was horrified to find that he didn't want to die. He wanted to live. Those high-sounding reasons in the past were actually just excuses. He was just afraid of death. He felt guilty, heartbroken, and hated the abyss and Lord Enzo. But all these combined were not as good as his attachment to life. At this time, the godlike figure in the sky made Zabo feel a deeper sense of submission. Lord Enzo was the culprit who destroyed his civilization, and his emotions were very complicated. But this person who could subdue Lord Enzo had no spiritual resistance at all. Wang Yi was originally continuing to calculate some parameters here, preparing to make some fine-tuning to the player's SHL. The next moment, he felt a force of faith again. It was not the external force of faith provided by his own family. The next moment, he lowered his head and swept towards the figure of an elderly Zaya tribe. The fiery red skin was already close to the bones, and he looked very weak. But his spirit was still strong and his mental power was very active. Probably between the level of a formal mage and a great mage. Considering the starting level of the Jaya civilization, his talent was pretty good. However, he was already old, and his energy was running out. He didn't have many years left to live. It's just that this kind of soul quality can continue to work in another form after death, even without the power of faith generated on the earth. Wang Yi naturally wouldn't care about this external fanaticism, but he still fell from the air and came to the old man. Don't move. Raised his hand and tapped the other's forehead directly. Under the active magic of the abyss, Wang Yi easily probed his soul and swept it deep into his body, standing on his genes and looking at the origin. There is no resistance. A race without the protection of gods. Having reached the current ability, although Wang Yi does not have the anchor point of life evolution on the planet Jaya, it is still no problem to spend some time just observing it. Originally, the Jaya civilization could be easily swept by Enzo, and it is highly likely that no gods were born. This result is also taken for granted. Supreme, your most loyal and humble servant Zabo is willing to offer his soul to you. Jabwa said in a slightly fanatical tone. Well, do your best and follow Enzo's instructions. Wang Yi glanced at him and didn't care about it anymore. Then waved his hand directly. Enzo quickly shrank, turned into a Pekingese, and followed Wang Yi into the unfinished silver fortress with a leap. Although turning into such a funny appearance may damage the dignity, as long as the master can be pleased, nothing matters. The abyss is the law of the jungle. As long as one's strength is strong enough, no matter what one's appearance is, it doesn't matter. And the last time the master broke through, as the master summoned creature, I also got some benefits. Enzo knew that the master was on the road to becoming a god. My master will be a god. Wang Yi turned his head to look at Enzo, who turned into a Pekingese and stuck out his tongue, and a curious light flashed in his eyes, and then whispered, do your best. Maybe, in the future, I will remove some of my faith for you. The vitality is tenacious, and the thoughts are a little confused. This perfect experimental material should not be easily killed when used to experiment with the power of faith. At present, it is still a bit dangerous to capture the gods by myself. But there should be a chance to create a false god with this thing. Enzo suddenly heard this good news, and didn't realize the danger at all. It was enough to lick it. If he was not afraid of disgusting his master, he would immediately start licking the soles of his master's shoes. All kinds of flattering and disgusting words kept coming out of his dog's mouth, which made Wang Yi feel a little funny. But it is good to let this Lord of the Abyss cheer up and get motivated. Although he has complete control over the life and death of the other party, he dare not disobey himself. But just like the slaves being eliminated, if the other party's internal drive cannot be stimulated, the efficiency will be greatly reduced. As a springboard that can communicate with all realms, the position of the Abyss is crucial. Now the teleportation function of the Mage Tower relies on Enzo territory, using this place as a springboard, coming to a warehouse area inside the Silver Castle. Enzo also introduced the ores and soil in front of him very hard. This is a system of basic materials with different properties that I selected according to the boss's requirements. Although the effect is average, the quantity is large, and it can be easily collected nearby. There are enough corpses here, and Jaya also dug a lot of them. Looking at the accumulated things in front of him, Wang Yi nodded. Well done. Then he covered some of the debris in front of him, and transferred some of them directly to Pumlai through the connection of the Mage Tower to design the body, as well as some subsequent upgrade systems. The undead and puppets are the basic bodies of the players. Ordinary bodies can be easily created by Lin Shurqin directly opening the magic industrialization mode. It is not complicated to use the undead spell as the foundation. There is also a complete upgrade system. As for the few elite players, they don't have to worry about it at all. As a necromancer, as long as there are materials, even a legendary undead body can be created. Ordinary undead lacks objective initiative, and cannot bring the necromancer's own human seed tactics to the extreme. But the players can. Boss, we have captured traces of aliens from the solar system. It is not certain whether it is related to the demon devourer last time. However, when Wang Yi was about to return to Pumlai with his clay to let Lin Shurqin come up with the best mass production plan, he got this news. Aliens from the solar system? Many of the satellites launched by Umbrella actually have external monitoring functions. But the universe itself is too big. Just like various telescopes can only explore continuously like a lottery. Even with this density of satellites, it is hard to say how long the advance warning can be. However, this time, a strange celestial body with an extraordinary speed was discovered in advance in the orbital area of Saturn. After Lin Shurqin released the image, Wang Yi also saw the simulation image restored by artificial intelligence after collecting long-distance multi-satellite images. It is a long strip-shaped asteroid. It is now approaching the Earth at a speed of about 26 kilometers per second. Chapter 482 Bad News Countermeasures. The mecha competition was going well. But the Abyss also started to make trouble. We need to find a way to make De Pyelion quiet down. And then we can start the original plan. The appearance of the suspected alien friend at this time still made Wang Yi sigh. Okay. We can't just ignore it. Just announce it directly, and let the various aerospace departments confirm it. Okay. The top 128 have come out, and we can start inviting the players to Pumlai. Some reporters want to go with them. Are they allowed? The top 128 are already qualified to bring people, so the rewards can be paid in advance. If you want treatment, the quota can also be used, Wang Yi said casually. Now the Starry Sky Cup is just a small matter. In fact, it was originally just to stir up some fun. But I didn't expect it to cause such a big heat. It's just a soft tissue repair surgery. So what? But it's good that the heat is high, which can save a lot of trouble here. Also, regarding Shuma, can we arrange for him to be picked up and dropped off directly? He has made it to the top 128 as the first in the group stage, and he has a great chance of winning the championship. Lin Shurqin's words also made Wang Yi nod. Okay. Arrange 2 medical robots for the trauma team. The human body itself is a precision instrument. In fact, all treatments are theoretically based on the body's own conditions. The medical cabin looks magical, but in fact, the effect is just like that in Wang Yi's eyes. Medical technology combined with some healing magic means is at least very rough in his eyes. But for ordinary people, it is already very strong. The top 128 of the Starry Sky Cup is out. Shuma's undefeated record in the group stage is really inspiring. Jordan is still as good as ever. Undefeated in the group stage. Kobe is back. Bolt breaks the limit again. Entertainment news usually has its own spread, and is relatively more popular with people. Maybe for some serious news, you can just read the title to get a general idea. But for many things that can bring you pleasure, you will obviously invest more. The current Starry Sky Cup Mecha competition is like this. It has both the latest VR platform elements and sufficient entertainment effects. Many superstars gathered together. This kind of topic can naturally set off the world. What kind of monsters are they? They almost make me autistic. PDD, who has been eliminated, has also begun to switch to a nesting doll anchor, using some exciting replays of the previous games for more in-depth commentary, compared with other broadcasters. In addition to his own traffic advantage, PDD also has an important point that he made it into the top 10-24. If it is said that before those superstars left the field, he was just in the esports circle and the game circle, then it would be natural for PDD to enter the group stage. And it would not be surprising to even enter the knockout stage. But after the stars gathered, it was really too difficult. A large number of promising anchors and professional players failed. Among the top 128 players who entered the knockout stage, only 2 can be considered to be born in esports. One is Feek, and the other is Shugo. This kind of solo competition is quite suitable for the 2 players' strengths. However, the most important thing is that these 2 players just barely squeezed in, and both of them won the second place in the group with a difficult score. Moreover, both of them relied on mid-range and long-range means, familiarity with the rules and control of BP to fight their way out. In fact, it can be seen from all aspects that they have reached their limits, and the knockout stage will definitely be a one-day trip. PDD, who can enter the group stage, is already quite good. In fact, the esports circle is actually not bad. At least there are still 2 people who have made it to the knockout stage. And there are also some figures in the group stage. The worst is the top stars in the entertainment industry, who were directly wiped out. That is, several veteran action stars such as Uncle Long, Li Jie, Zhou Billy and Chang Wei entered the group stage, and none of them entered the knockout stage. The younger generation is even worse. Most of them can't win a few games in the preliminary round. Uncle Long smiled bitterly, and shook his head when he was interviewed. I'm really old. The players in this competition are really crazy, and I'm most suitable for playing in the asteroid zone. I can only get a chance to play in the best of 3 group stage. There's really nothing I can do about it. But fortunately I've already got a spot, and I also want to cure this pain. At present, the one who is leading the entertainment industry is Lu Xiaoke, who didn't officially participate in the competition. There are still edited videos comparing her performance matches with other top players. As the number of matches increases, and various amazing operations appear, people gradually discover the horror of Lu Xiaoke's ability to defeat her opponents in a few moves. This is really strong. However, Lu Xiaoke didn't like the reporters who wanted to interview her later, and just pushed the new drama she was filming, and didn't talk much about other things. She just looked surprised and put on an expression of "Isn't it enough to have a brain?" It really made many people feel a little bit broken. Among the 128 freshly released players, Shuma is still a very special player. As for status and fame, because they are not in the same sports category or in the same era, it is difficult for many players to say who is more famous than who. There are different proportions in different groups of people. But Shuma's current situation is undoubtedly the worst among many players. Considering the current situation of some players, we are willing to issue the rewards for the top 128 in advance. When we come to Palai this time, we can first conduct a treatment. As for whether there is a follow-up treatment plan, we also need to check it in detail. The official announcement of Umbrella and world company at the same time undoubtedly attracted widespread praise. At the same time, this made the players who entered the knockout stage feel quite excited, and they all expressed that they would arrive as soon as possible. There were no flights between Penglai and the outside world before. After Penglai announced that it would be open to the outside world, airlines were almost breaking the door. However, there are still no fixed flights at present. Penglai's own visa requirements will be relatively high, and a reception limit will be set, and the specific process will definitely be announced after the game. Originally, Umbrella was preparing to arrange a temporary plane to pick up the contestants, but then each of the contestants said that they had private jets. As long as Penglai is willing to let them go, they can come directly. Even several ace pilots and various military kings who have also entered the knockout rounds have expressed their willingness to charter a plane. For this situation, the arrangement will naturally not be too rigid, but it is stated that Umbrella will reimburse the travel expenses. This directly made all the players start to quickly prepare for the go. Declare as soon as possible. Want to come to Penglai as quickly as possible. But just when the players began to prepare to fly over, there were also media reports that Umbrella specially arranged 2 medical robots to help pick up Shuma. Umbrella officials issued another heavy news that has nothing to do with the Starry Sky Cup. The Starry Sky Cup was so successful and influential that we were a little caught off guard. But it is a pity that we are now going to announce a not-so-good news, just when almost everyone was paying attention to the Starry Sky Cup. The hot atmosphere completely diluted the previous consecutive biochemical crises and the tragedy of the Abyss invasion, and gradually forgot everything. Umbrella's sudden announcement still caught people off guard. According to the continuous exposure of the early warning satellites we launched in advance, coupled with the repair of artificial intelligence, it was discovered that a suspected extrasolar body appeared at the XXXX coordinate position. Umbrella directly released the position of the asteroid codenamed Predator and asked major space agencies to conduct subsequent confirmation. The starry sky is too big and too vast to monitor all areas in real time. However, after Umbrella announced the specific location, relying on today's observation technology, it is enough for major space agencies to capture this abnormal asteroid. The heavy news suddenly thrown out by Umbrella can be said to have caused a slight panic at the global level. The Pyongyang finally pulled back some of the stock market and cried again. The CPI index hit a new high. It directly made the person who had been keeping a low profile recently curse. Hack. It's too much to not announce it earlier or later, and to do it when we are about to stabilize. But cursing is cursing. This matter really must be taken seriously. If the New York invasion had not happened, and there had not been the alien corpse salvage before, an asteroid from outside the solar system would not be something that everyone could not accept. The universe is so big, there will always be some strange things floating in. Right? But after the previous examples, Umbrella also specifically reminded okay, then this matter may not be so simple. Before, Umbrella said that the thing was emitting signals outward, and the coordinates of the Earth were captured. In front, it arrived through a strange space transmission technology. Who can guarantee that this asteroid is not an alien invader? Anyway, it can be fully seen from the New York invasion that these things are not good birds at all, full of destructive desire. There is no room for negotiation, and they only know how to kill when they appear. This temporarily reduced people's attention to the Starry Sky Cup game. After all, the elimination round has not started yet, and the players are still preparing to fly to Penglai. During this interspersed time, most of the attention was on the asteroid codenamed Predator. Not long after, all the major astronomical institutions issued some corresponding evaluation reports, which confirmed Umbrella's words from the side. This is indeed a celestial body from outside the solar system, and it is coming towards our Earth. The shape of this celestial body is very strange. The length and width ratio reaches 1:10, and it is a long strip. It is more like a spaceship than an asteroid, but the speed is not too exaggerated. It should be about 30 kilometers per second, and it will take a long time to reach the Earth. With the words of major aerospace agencies, people are both nervous and relieved. The nervous thing is that the confirmation has been completed, and this does not seem to be a good thing. The relief thing is that the speed does not seem to be fast, and it is not the kind of scary flying object that can instantly cross the solar system or move at sublight speed as imagined. If technology is in a state of crushing, then there is really a sense of powerlessness. How many years has the Earth developed? Now it can only be regarded as a preliminary exploration of space, jumping around here. As a result, if others can accurately cross such a long distance, then it is really finished. Now it seems that it is not a big deal. And sure enough, Major astronomical institutions and Umbrella have successively issued some explanations. Whether it is from the alien corpse at the beginning or from the situation of the invasion of New York. This alien creature itself may not follow a similar route as us. It may be magic plus body. The evolution of organisms does not necessarily point in the direction of intelligence. And having intelligence does not necessarily point in the direction of technology. The birth of organisms is much simpler. But the birth of us humans is definitely a coincidence of chance. This statement is definitely correct in theory. But the main purpose is to appease the people. At least not to let them panic. Because no matter what, this is something that has crossed the starry sky and arrived at the doorstep. Even if it is crooked, at least they are here. Umbrella also released its own calculations and simulation results. According to Red Queen's calculations, this thing is accelerating towards us. The preliminary calculation is that it will enter the Earth-Moon orbit in 1 year. If the acceleration increases again, this time may be shortened. Following this, a song also issued their statement. Our Don Quixote also calculated similar results. The acceleration this thing suddenly gained is not gravity, but more like self-generated. So the threat level should be increased. 1 year. Even shorter time? Then some media found Umbrella to leave sincere messages and inquiries. Does Umbrella have any plans? Just let them come like this? Can your company's mass projector launch an attack? In fact, this question is also the most asked on the internet. After all, Umbrella's mass projector is here. The launch of more than 20,000 satellites and the power of the bombardment are undoubtedly quite shocking. Unfortunately, the energy provided by the mass projector cannot reach this level. But we are also conducting some research. Not to mention destruction. At least we will try to launch an unmanned probe to understand the situation. Umbrella's answer disappointed many people. But for those working in the aerospace field, it was not surprising. The mass projector refreshed their 3 views. And they looked at it with a completely worshipful mood. But even so, the mass projector itself generally still pays attention to basic rules. This is indeed something that is theoretically feasible. And Umbrella's own design is definitely for orbital launch. Most aerospace equipment is in a low orbit within 2,000 kilometers, which is closer to the Earth, clearer to shoot, and can avoid the Van Allen radiation belt generated by the Earth's magnetic field and solar wind. The main purpose of Umbrella's mass projector should also be for this. So 20,000 satellites are like dumplings. Although the low satellite orbit will still be affected by the atmosphere to a certain extent, the overall cost effectiveness is the highest. They estimated that Umbrella would probably find it difficult to reach the standard of a 35,000 kilometer synchronous satellite orbit, not to mention attacking an asteroid at such a long distance. To put it bluntly, even if it can really attack, how much destructive power can it produce? Directly rely on physical impact? However, a consensus was reached on launching unmanned probes to understand the situation. Several space powers have successively issued statements that they will launch probes. And this time, they are prepared to cooperate with each other for the first time. The Pyongyang even directly stated that he was considering launching a nuclear bomb to try to hit it. He also dug out the drawings from the Star Wars period and publicly introduced it. Launch an unmanned probe to observe the asteroid. And at the same time try to land our blasting equipment on the asteroid. And use the drill on the equipment to penetrate into the interior of the asteroid and then detonate. The space environment is sparsely populated and almost vacuum. The direct detonation of a nuclear bomb is mainly some rays. And the power of the surface explosion on meteorites and asteroids is quite limited. But in theory, as long as it can drill into the interior and start to detonate, it is still enough to kill. This has actually always been a set of backup plans. But I didn't expect that there would be a day when it would really be used. Obviously, the Pyongyang was also suffering from PTSD from the last invasion of the Abyss. Don't say it. I'll take shortcuts. Not detours. Just grow mushrooms directly. Lest it be planted on your head. Nuclear bomb. Originally, something that seemed very far away. But recently it has been brought up for discussion again, and appeared in front of everyone. Even the Pyongyang herself used a double package of tactics and strategy against New York. How long has it been? Come again? But fortunately, this time it was to deal with a threat in the starry sky, not on the Earth. And humans have this trump card weapon with unlimited power in theory, which has stabilized many panic emotions. Although the emergence of nuclear bombs has always been the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of humans, nuclear bombs themselves have also brought relative peace for many years, at least for the homeland of several major countries. In the face of the New York invasion before, Nuclear bombs also showed a destructive power that crushed, withered, and rotten, curbing the source. Now facing the threat from the starry sky again, it inexplicably brings people a sense of security. We have a trump card, and we have successfully eliminated the enemy before. This time, it should be easier to keep the enemy out of the country. After all, most ordinary people are not very clear about the difficulty of nuclear bombs bombing meteorites and asteroids in the space environment. The opponent itself is a high-speed moving asteroid, and now it has reached a relative speed of 30 kilometers per second. It is extremely difficult to launch it from the Earth to land the asteroid. After landing, you have to drill a hole, which is even more difficult. In addition, the opponent may intercept. So in fact, for those who know the principle, they understand the difficulty. How many countries have the ability to launch lunar probes and Mars probes, but at least relying on the gimmick of nuclear bomb attacks? The spreading panic has been stabilized. For a time, most people were full of confidence, thinking that it would be as easy to solve as the New York incident. And because it was discovered in advance, there would not be much loss. Anyway, it is up to each country to deal with it. And it has nothing to do with ordinary people. You know what? These satellites launched by Umbrella are really useful. They fulfilled their previous promise, and indeed discovered the threat long in advance. SX used this as an excuse at the beginning, but it is obvious that they are mainly targeting the interior of the Earth. In fact, SX is also quite strong. It uses recycled rockets, and has launched many satellites so far. This time, we can only rely on rockets to target the asteroid. And the limitations of the mass projector itself are also reflected. Can the mass projector directly launch nuclear bombs? It can easily launch a large number of nuclear bombs? This is murder. That kind of acceleration may directly cause the fission material to hit the critical point and then detonate. Hydrogen bombs are also detonated by fission materials. Keep playing music. Keep dancing. I also want to watch the Starry Sky Cup. For ordinary people like us, we really only need to pay attention to the Starry Sky Cup, compared to the piece on the internet. Various countries also quickly finalize the launch plan. The wrangling process is simply skipped and cannot be written in detail. First of all, there are unmanned probes. In order to ensure that there is no risk of error, a saturation launch method must be adopted. The three major aerospace powers, SX Company and Umbrella, launched a total of 5 unmanned probes. At the same time, each of them began to improve the research on asteroid drilling landers. After all, it was just a product of the blueprints during the Star Wars period. It was only feasible in theory, and there would definitely be various problems when it was actually used. At this point, there was nothing to be ashamed of, and Umbrella was directly pulled into the group. After all, in terms of materials, Umbrella is absolutely unique and has no rivals. Red Queen and Don Quixote can both make corresponding calculations for the parameters. There should not be much problem, because the specific material of the asteroid is not yet known. So we can only pile up the drill bit as high as possible. Our company can take out the highest strength alloy that can be manufactured at present to complete the drill bit work. Umbrella is quite generous and willing to manufacture high strength drill bits. We launch a few more landers carrying nuclear bombs, plus Umbrella's drill bits. There will always be success. But the question now is, how about their own external attacks? Will they intercept? No way. For now, we can only do our best and leave it to fate. The means of attack in space are still a little low for us. But as the target approaches, we can take more and more ways. Our SX is developing the Starship. If we get full support from all parties, there may be a chance to remedy it. Masra also proposed a new plan to use artificial intelligence to complete the bundling of rocket engines and ensure the power through fine-tuning, greatly improve the rocket's carrying capacity. At present, the bundling of 3 or 4 engines is still not a big problem. But if you want to complete the bundling of dozens of engines, the difficulty will increase rapidly, and any mistake in any place may become a firework. But it is undeniable that this is indeed the biggest shortcut to quickly increase thrust, compared to developing a rocket engine with greater thrust. It saves too much cost. It is equivalent to sacrificing reliability in exchange for cost-effectiveness, which is still an inherent business thinking. But at this time, this is the relatively simplest way to achieve it. High-power rocket engines are not achieved overnight, but bundling is relatively more feasible. With the powerful function of artificial intelligence, there is still a chance to complete the fine-tuning and control of many rocket engines. A song now has Don Quixote to cooperate with. So there is only one key point for SX Company at present. Send money, because the engine bundling is unreliable. We must not bet on one. It is better to make more to compete with the probability. However, for the time being, this point has not been discussed, and the design and production of each aircraft and lander have been completed first. But it is obvious that SX company has not completely followed common sense. The reliability of this matter is temporarily low, and the outside world does not know. It is generally believed that since nuclear bombs are ready to be used, it doesn't matter. It was easily solved before. But after SX company did not get a clear answer, their founder directly started to speak on social media. In order to deal with this crisis, our company has developed a new rocket mode. Once successful, it will be able to complete the construction of heavy thrust rockets at the lowest cost and deal with various problems from the starry sky. Then the official website of SX company also issued a concept map of the starship. It is actually easy to understand through pictures, and ordinary people can easily understand it. Bundled together, it will definitely increase thrust. And once it succeeds, it can prove that this path is feasible. If the number continues to increase, the potential is huge. Although SX's recyclable rocket Falcon was instantly slapped in the face by Umbrella's mass projector when it was first born. It rubs against the ground constantly. But it is undeniable that before Umbrella launched its own rocket, SX did have a strong dominance. The mass launcher has limitations, and only Umbrella's own materials can withstand it. But SX can still continue to use it commercially. And this time it is obvious that the mass launcher can't do anything about the asteroid. And the advantage is back to SX again. Sure enough, rockets are the way to go. Yeah, there are still places where tricky tricks can't be dealt with. Are you implying Umbrella? No. Don't get me wrong. Since the Starship still has reliability issues for the time being, then allocate money. Yes, the whole world should pay to support this project, because it is for all mankind. In order to prevent the New York incident from happening again, everyone must support it. For civilization. The sudden public statement by the founder of SX can be said to have made all parties a little dissatisfied. Even the authorities of the United States are the same. This is forcing the palace. However, the other party has already done it. So it is natural to find a way to turn the original bad thing into a good thing. After all, this is our own company. Recently, all the limelight has been stolen by Umbrella. It is time to promote it and boost the sluggish economy. Under continuous shocks. Even if the printing press is smoking, it is still ups and downs. It's time to have some exciting news. However, Umbrella didn't take the actions of the Pyongyang and SX seriously. After the announcement, they seemed to start focusing on the Starry Sky Cup again, and didn't pay any attention to it at all. It's still early, and the rocket launch can't be done overnight. You can announce it if you want. It's none of our business. Umbrella is just a company. Chapter 483 Experience Treatment Plan. On a private plane, Kobe looked through the window at the sea city below, which was constantly expanding, and a trace of emotion appeared on his face. It is really a miracle city. The scale of the airport alone is far larger than any airport I have ever seen. It is several times larger. No, dozens of times larger. With a patchwork of many platforms and the subsequent continuous processing by itself, and the continuous arrival of new platforms, Pamlai has become more magnificent than when it was first built. From the perspective of the plane, those cargo ships of 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands of tons docked at the port also look so many. The so-called aircraft carriers are at the level of younger brothers in front of this city. No, it should be said that they are all younger brothers in front of those giant cargo ships. As the plane continued to lower its altitude, it was no longer possible to overlook the entire city. There were only runways shown by various indicator lights in front of it, and other planes that were also landing in the distance. Because of the vast area, the number of planes that can take off and land at the same time here far exceeds that of conventional airports. However, after the plane landed, they were not allowed to get off directly, but continued to command the plane to move and came to an area with a unique icon. Then the next moment, the ground slowly sank, and the accompanying doctor couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my God! It's just like an elevator." This scene was not recorded in the previous video. Kobe's bodyguard also showed a look of shock on his face. The top 128 players in this elimination round can bring people with them, including doctors and bodyguards. But there are also quotas for each person. At the same time, although they do not have the right to settle, they can also obtain visa-free rights to bring people to travel in the future. So Kobe did not bring his family this time. Just himself, doctors, bodyguards and crew members. Among them, his bodyguard also took on another task. which was to report some observations after returning, because he didn't want to spy on anything specifically. The former Marine Corps member agreed to this task of picking up money for free. Originally, he thought it was an easy job. But who would have thought that he would see such a scene just after arriving in Penglai and before getting off the plane? He had served on an aircraft carrier, and the boring life at sea would definitely give him enough understanding of the big guy under his feet. At the beginning, the lifting platform on the aircraft carrier was boasted by his companions as being so amazing. It was said to be a very difficult technology to break through. There were also arresting cables and steam catapults, each of which was a huge threshold. But what did he see now? Such a large lifting platform. This made him swallow his saliva. He just took a look and reported back what he saw and heard. So it shouldn't be a problem. Right? You Umbrella have already prepared to open tourism openly. So this must be nothing. Right? Just as the bodyguard was a little confused. The plane had already arrived at the lower level. And then everyone got off the plane one after another. Welcome to Penglai. Please get in the car. We will take you to the player's residence. Mr. Kobe, do you have any living environment needs? A robot sat in an open-top sightseeing tour bus and came to greet everyone. After everyone took their seats, a holographic screen popped up in front of Kobe, with many options on it. Various styles and needs can be arranged. Classical, modern, coastal, green, and even underwater can be selected. Just pick it. Kobe didn't care that it was just a robot to greet him, but felt very intimate. He started buying robots before they were snapped up. He has 9 robots at home and is quite satisfied with the intelligence of these little guys. Not only can they serve people, but they will remember habits more and more after living for a long time, and even feel like family members. Yes, you can also choose your own dietary tastes and taboos. Kobe slid and checked his favorite options while asking, okay, I want to experience the medical cabin. Can I do it now? Although he wanted to prove himself in the competition, the medical cabin was also the fundamental motivation. He is a professional athlete with the best sports medical team, so he knows that it is not just some daily injuries, but overexercise itself is a long-term injury. And this kind of injury will accumulate. As the accumulation reaches a sufficient level, coupled with the decline of the immune system with age, the old injuries continue to emit inflammatory factors, which will directly lead to the body's inability to do its best. In fact, this happens to everyone, but not as directly and strongly as athletes. Many people have heard that they have injured their legs when they were young, and they often feel pain when they are old. Mostly for this reason, the various negative effects brought by soft tissue injuries are quite a headache for even Kobe. Of course, you can choose your hobbies first. I will take you to the medical cabin now. There is also a professional medical team there, and we can tailor a free comprehensive test and treatment for you. The robot answered calmly, but the car was still very stable. Excuse me, can we shoot here? Kobe's bodyguard asked cautiously. Of course. Please do as you please. And there are quite a lot of players who rush to Penglai as soon as they got approval. And those who don't have private planes will choose to charter a plane. At the same time, most of the requests made after landing are to receive treatment first, because most of the top 128 players this time are sports superstars, with a few ace pilots and special forces kings. So they rarely start live broadcasts. And at most, they just post some updates on their social accounts. And these players are definitely not very interested in reporters. If there are too many places, won't I bring my family? At the very least, I am a doctor. Why should I let reporters follow me? With the status here, a lot of troubles can naturally be reduced. But this also makes a large number of fans watch under various accounts, wanting to get first-hand information. After all, although Ma Dong also filmed a lot at the beginning, he couldn't live broadcast the whole process, which was just a taste. Instead, it made people feel more itchy. Now even if the alien information has appeared and the Starship plan has been announced, there is still a lot of attention here when the planes of the players land. However, among the 128 players this time, there are still 2 unique seedlings in the esports circle, Feek and Shugo, because of the esports elements and age. At the suggestion of their fans, both of them agreed to start the full live broadcast mode. With the rise of live broadcast in TT, they can actually see the huge potential in it. Although both of them are at their peak at this time, they will definitely consider the way out. Of course, this request of fans must be met. And because most other players are careful about their feathers and will not easily conduct such long live broadcasts, this is an opportunity for the 2 of them to increase their popularity. In fact, through the previous games, They also know what kind of monsters and demons their opponents are. The top 16 is unthinkable. The goal of both of them is to strive for the top 64 as much as possible. And even this possibility is very low. After their long-range tactics are studied, it is likely to be a one-day trip. In this way, the value of coming to Punlai must be maximized. Friends, I have arrived in Punlai. I used to see Punlai on the screen. I was completely shocked when I really came here, Shigo said to the camera with the help of his assistant. He did not have a private plane, but came by charter. This time he brought his assistant and a team manager. To be honest, I was always afraid of the asteroid that was coming. But after coming to Punlai, I still felt that it didn't seem to be a big deal. It didn't matter at all. Umbrella would take action. Puppy's personality is very arrogant. And he even has the title of Crazy Puppy. But his style is also closely related to his personality. Without this personality, he wouldn't be where he is now. But after coming to Punlai and starting the live broadcast, he couldn't see his madness at all. This is related to the impact and shock brought by Punlai, and also to the education in the previous group stage. This time, they are all big guys. And I have to admit it. When he lost 1 or 2 games, he would find reasons and excuses for himself. Accidents, mistakes, all kinds of dissatisfaction and resentment. However, when every game in the group stage was extremely difficult, and he was almost killed by Shuma in seconds, he realized that he really underestimated the world before. These uncles are really strong. Very strong. I actually wanted to bring my mother here for a checkup, but they refused to let me. They insisted that I check myself, saying that they would check it out next time they came with me for a trip. It's really funny. I'm not even 20 years old yet. I'm so young and in great shape. What's there to check? Shiogo laughed at the camera, his face full of the demeanor of a young man. When he said this, he continued with some emotion. But I want to go and see Uncle Shuma. After knowing his situation, I can't connect the figure that beat me with him. It's amazing. I hope Umbrella's technology can help him recover. It was with this emotion that Xiago also chose the option to go to the medical cabin. And his favorite star CC is here too. Maybe he can meet him. Just when Xiago was sitting in the sightseeing car and arrived at the medical room on the futuristic road full of science fiction, he happened to see a medical robot carrying something like an ice coffin and rushing towards this side. Among the players this time, Shuma is probably the only one who will receive such treatment. A woman with obvious fatigue and worry on her face can be seen following beside her. And there are also several people who look like doctors. Ah, I didn't expect to meet them. Oh, I also saw Kobe. I didn't expect them to come here at the first time. Although Shugo is very arrogant, he still slightly tilted the camera at this time to avoid filming them all. After all, he has not obtained permission. They are all celebrities, so they still have some sense of propriety. At this time, the team manager quickly stepped forward and asked and explained a few words in fluent English. After getting the consent, he nodded to Xiago. Great. They agreed to our live broadcast. Let's go in and take a look. In fact, Kobe came first. But seeing Shuma behind him, he would naturally give way first. He just wanted to recover some of his accumulated old injuries. But Shuma was able to achieve such achievements in this state. And even Kobe was quite impressed. After seeing Shugo coming over with the live broadcast, he nodded to Xiago. I know you. A kid from the East. You are very good. You are the youngest player to enter the knockout round this time. With the translation program, the conversion was automatically completed in Shugo's headphones. Even if Shugo himself was proud, he felt a little flattered when suddenly facing such a superstar's words. He translated to the bracelet a little flattered. No. I am far inferior to you. Mr. Kobe. I am your fan. Can you sign for me? Shugo took out the autograph pen and straightened his clothes. Uh-huh. Your clothes will be full of signatures. Kobe took the pen and wrote on his clothes quickly with a smile. This time, there are a lot of superstars from all walks of life. If one person writes one, his clothes can indeed be filled. Hee hee. I want to ask Mr. Kobe if he will return after receiving treatment? Shugo asked curiously. Jordan is still a little old, and he may not return even if he is treated. But Kobe has just retired, and it is really possible if he can recover. That depends on how amazing Umbrella can be. Kobe did not answer directly. After all, he did not know how effective the treatment would be. Then he saw that in the transparent glass wall in front, with the help of the medical robot, Shuma was placed in the medical cabin. In fact, Shuma's wife Colleen was originally quite resistant to interviews. She did not want to make Shuma's current state public. But after coming to Umbrella and seeing the shocking Pumlai city here, she finally accepted the doctor's advice. It is better to make it public, and put a little pressure on Umbrella to force them to do their best. It is for this reason that the team manager's inquiry here made Colleen agree. So now after the medical team has carried out some tests and equipment debugging over there, even Shiago and Kobe's team stayed on the scene to listen to the situation together. Since Colleen did not object, Shiago and Kobe were of course willing to listen. Shiago was purely gossiping and curious, and it could also satisfy the curiosity of fans. Kobe himself was going to use it later, and wanted to know more about how powerful this thing was. Kobe was quite emotional about Shuma's situation. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he became like this. Perhaps he would choose to commit suicide. When the medical cabin began to test and the data began to appear one by one, Umbrella's own medical team and several doctors who followed Shuma began to read the report. Several doctors who came from Shuma exclaimed directly, "Oh my god! So detailed? Impossible. Can the results come out in such a short time? What a terrible efficiency. Can such a detailed image of the nerve be taken? Is it the color marked by artificial intelligence? Miracle." Before, Ma Dong didn't know the function of some data, so he didn't take detailed photos. But this time, those who came with Shuma were all top experts in the medical field. Looking at the report in his hand, especially the image data of the damaged nerve, it was really amazing. Whether it is an X-ray chest film, CT or MRI, whether it is an enhancement or a plain scan with contrast agent injected, these imaging tests must be processed by subsequent computers, and they all have strong limitations. Therefore, the most intuitive tests still require puncture tests, gastroscopy and colonoscopy, and even direct laparotomy. However, the level of detail in this report from Umbrella was completely beyond their expectations. Relying directly on the super strong penetration of magic power to conduct multidirectional tests is definitely not a result that modern treatment equipment can achieve. This is actually one of the reasons why Umbrella does not plan to deploy medical cabins in the short term. A complete dimensionality reduction attack. How could this not surprise the ordinary doctors who followed? And seeing that the medical team she brought was like monkeys who had never seen the world, Colleen couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. However, these people have been following Shuma for many years and are very familiar with the situation. So she brought him here. Now she came to ask when she saw them exclaiming, "Excuse me, what is the current situation? Are there any new arrangements and treatment plans?" After Colleen's inquiry, several people also realized that they were a little out of control. One of the bald old men said awkwardly, "Sorry, I'm a little out of control. This test is really incredible and very efficient. It is much more detailed than our test. According to some data comparisons we also know, it can be determined that the accuracy of the test is extremely high." Compared with their surprise, Umbrella's own medical team seemed much calmer. Several people were holding data reports and whispering to each other. At the same time, they were also looking at the treatment plan suggestions screened by artificial intelligence. With so much data, artificial intelligence itself can save them a lot of trouble by searching big data and designing plans. Even if Shuma's situation was not special, they would not need to take action for ordinary treatment. After discussing for a long time, one person came out as a representative and said, "Ms. Colleen, Mr. Shuma's condition is indeed not optimistic. Even with our current technology, it may be difficult for him to fully recover." The doctor's words made Colleen feel disappointed. But at the same time she said with some expectation, "I wonder if he can get better. Of course, we have come up with 2 plans. You and Mr. Shuma can discuss it." Colleen was a little surprised to hear that there were 2 plans. "Didn't you say there was no way?" "There are 2. Then, the medical cabin itself directly completed the brain-computer connection with Shuma, and his electronic voice began to appear. "2 plans? This is better than I thought. By the way, let me ask, is your company really born only in the year I was in a coma?" "Indeed." A doctor smiled and responded politely, and then said, "First of all, the simple plan. Mr. Shuma has been in bed for too long. His muscles have degenerated, and his organs are also a little weak. We can complete the repair in this regard. Let his body recover as much as possible, and then assist with nutrition. About a month later, we can try to make some prosthetic brain-computer connections, so that he can act on his own." Just the appearance of the simple plan surprised Colleen and Shuma, and the doctors who followed over exclaimed, as if they felt incredible, "Oh my god! This was originally our best expectation. Is this just a simple solution? Shuma's situation is here. so they can roughly determine which direction to go based on the deduction of the disease. Combined with Ma Dong's soft tissue repair ability before, and Umbrella's original brain-machine prosthesis, this is the best solution they initially thought. After all, in theory, Umbrella's technology has always been within the scope of understanding. But Umbrella just discussed it for a while, and said that this is a simple solution? How is it simple? It sounds like it's just repairing degenerated muscles and organs. But this problem is troubling the entire medical community. If Umbrella can do this, it can really solve too many problems. The final cause of death of many people is actually systemic multiple organ failure. If this problem can be solved, at least the key to direct death can be settled a lot. It is equivalent to the enhanced version of various machines that can prolong life in the ICU as long as it continues. Umbrella. So terrifying. Then, what about a more complicated plan? Shuma's somewhat expectant voice came out of the electronic sound, and his excitement could be clearly felt. Only when you lose something can you appreciate it. Because Shugo and his team are live streaming, it can be said that Shuma's problem is also a global concern. The severity of Shuma's injuries has actually been revealed through some previous programs. The reason Shuma is still alive now is the result of his wife's continuous investment. The expenditure of funds is calculated in billions. It is almost impossible for ordinary people. But now, the first set of simple solutions that Umbrella has come up with can actually ensure that the patient can carry out relatively normal daily actions with the help of prosthetic limbs. The next complex solution may be more effective. The more complex solution is to use a treatment method that we are still in the laboratory, using a specially compiled archaea as a carrier to prune and connect the damaged nerves. Umbrella's medical experts did not hide anything, but spoke openly to explain. At the same time, he waved to the camera, and the next moment a holographic projection screen appeared in front of everyone, with some schematics on it. In fact, we can also know that even our chip technology has only reached the level of 2 nanometers, and perhaps it will break through 1 nanometer in a while. This precision can only be achieved by exposure to depict transistors. It is still quite difficult to manufacture controllable mechanical creations of this level. The medical expert first took out the chip that everyone was more familiar with, because Umbrella had launched a confrontation with chip technology. So many people were still relatively clear about this matter. The expert was right. Now the most advanced technology is here. It is almost impossible for nano-level technology to create a mechanical unit of the same level with practical use. The theoretical limit of silicon-based chips is currently 1 nanometer. And even 1 nanometer will be interfered by many rules of the microscopic world. The diameter of silicon atoms is 0.12 nanometers. It can be said that if the chip is smaller, it is purely using silicon atoms to complete the structural arrangement, and precision control will be quite difficult. So in theory, if we want to create a nano-robot that can move inside the body, mechanical means are almost eliminated at present. Although we have encountered setbacks in the mechanical aspect, we can try to enter the field of biological macromolecules. After that, the expert released a single-cell biological structure that was quite sci-fi and full of diamond-shaped synths. This is a mutant archaea that we cultivated using biological compilation technology. Its original main function was to carry drugs or repair cells to form a homing effect through specific modifications based on the characteristics of the injured location, so as to achieve precise delivery. But if we make multiple targeted modifications, we can also use them to complete the printing of local areas. The concept map is actually quite simple, and ordinary people can easily understand it. This mutant archaea can bring therapeutic macromolecular drugs to specific areas to achieve the corresponding effect. The principle seems super simple, but it is extremely complicated and difficult in actual operation. At least at present, this kind of thing is only in a theoretical state in other laboratories. I didn't expect Umbrella to take it out directly. Can it be used in practice? According to our medical cabin test, we can see the image of Mr. Shuma's damaged area. There are as many as 27 damaged nerves that must be repaired, and more than 100 minor injuries. At present, our company has not yet. Since we were unable to directly cultivate central nervous system cells, all we could do was help with pruning and connecting. The next moment, the Queen released a simulated animation. Arrange the pruning archaea in the mutant archaea. Change the characteristics of the archaea according to the structure of the damaged area, and let the pruning archaea reach the damaged area to smooth out the messy tissues that the body has self-repaired over the years. It is equivalent to local debridement in the microscopic field. After pruning and smoothing, arrange the adhesion archaea to complete the connection of the nerves and restore them. It can be regarded as a broken water pipe. First, shovel all the rust and burrs at the burst position of the water pipe. then cut off a part and glue the water pipe back together. This is something that a scalpel cannot accomplish. It looks simple when you look at this concept map, but the actual operation is quite complicated. First, we must cultivate functional archaea with Mr. Shuma's own body cells to minimize the attack of the immune system. Secondly, we must fine-tune after each pruning. The number of injections must be controlled each time. Too many will cause excessive pruning, so we can only do it little by little. Each time, we must carry out separate cultivation and injection according to the actual situation. So the cost will be quite high, and there is no guarantee of success. And there may even be corresponding risks. Even though Umbrella's medical experts have explained it in a very easy to understand way, people can still feel how difficult it is. It is equivalent to directly carrying out the corresponding transformation in the human body. This made Shuma and Colleen seem a little silent for a while. And the other country bumpkin experts brought by Colleen kept exclaiming, "Oh my God! This technology is a miracle! If the medicine can be delivered accurately, cancer can be completely conquered." But no matter how much they clamored, Colleen looked at her husband with a worried look. If it were her, she would choose conservative treatment. Being able to move with prosthetic limbs is already quite good. This is not a matter of money, but mainly of risk. It sounds full of risks to use some kind of archaea to trim the central nervous system of the human body. But she knows her husband's character. I choose the complex plan. How much does it cost? I should be able to afford it. Right? Shuma made the choice without hesitation and asked the price jokingly. Indeed, if he can't afford it with his net worth, then there are really not many people in the world who can afford it. Hee hee. You seem to have forgotten that as long as you can make it to the top 16, you can get the right to settle and receive free treatment. The medical expert of Umbrella smiled. We will use the primary plan first to improve your body, and then tailor it according to your needs after participating in the competition. The treatment cycle may be longer. No problem. The outside world was also shocked when watching Shuma's live broadcast. That kind of technology sounds so scary. Correction is done by microorganisms. Even if this microorganism is artificially cultivated, or Umbrella's technology, there are actually potential risks. However, some people also heard what the two doctors brought by Colleen said. Can this thing even treat cancer? How? Do they trim cancer cells? Obviously not. Cancer cells change too quickly, and the amount is difficult to control. I know a little about this. In fact, there are many drugs for cancer at present, including targeted drugs based on targets and traditional chemotherapy drugs. But in fact, these drugs themselves still have a systemic effect. They only have an effect after passing through the diseased area through the blood. Most of the drug effects are actually wasted. Just like chemotherapy drugs indiscriminately attack cells with fast division speed, so they will lose hair. After the explanation here came out, everyone immediately reacted. Yes, if it can reach the affected area directly. It seems that eradicating cancer cells in the target area is also a matter of course. This miracle. But then, they thought of the high price mentioned by the doctor. It is probably really expensive to be singled out by Umbrella. And just by listening to the process, you can tell that it is quite complicated. It requires multiple cultivations, injections, and real-time observation of the situation, and changes and adjustments based on the local conditions. Ordinary people probably have no chance. But if you settle in Pengwai, you can get it for free. Chapter 484 High Blood Sugar Good News Shocking Conference. Umbrella's new medical technology really shocked everyone in the world. Some bigwigs in the biological and medical fields have made public statements based on this. If the technology mentioned by Umbrella can be effective, it will overcome a large number of diseases that we cannot overcome yet. And the theoretical lifespan of humans will be improved. But unfortunately, the process is too cumbersome, and it does not seem to be universal at present. But I hope Umbrella can sell medical cabins to the outside world and gather global production capacity to overcome it. Cancer is no longer a terminal illness. It can be said that Shuma's medical plan, which was almost live broadcasted throughout the whole process. And after Shuma's initial treatment and Kobe's treatment, the already popular Pengwai quota has become more and more precious. Even though Pengwai will be open to the outside world in the future, there are still people who offer a price of $1 million to buy the quota for the group stage. And this price is still rising. Some people may not be able to wait. In fact, for the real rich, it is really possible to prolong life with money. However, no matter how much money they spend, at least with current biotechnology, they can only delay it for the time being. But of course, people have a limited lifespan. And the length of this relief is often not much different from cure for ordinary people. For anti-aging and life extension, the world has a lot of investment every year. And human life expectancy is also increasing. But for the time being, it is still limited to the lifespan of human individuals. And now there is no doubt that the medical cabin, like Umbrella, and the transportation plan they propose can greatly push humans towards the limit of lifespan. Moreover, in addition to treating leukemia patients, Umbrella's stem cell cultivation method is currently being studied by a large number of institutions for other applications. Many have also achieved certain results. If we can cooperate, maybe we can continue again, even relying on Umbrella's concept of archaea pruning. It may be possible to complete some surgical operations without surgery in the future. The corresponding pruning can be performed directly in the body through this carrier. However, each pruning must be done through the medical cabin to check the specificity of the affected area and compile the cultivation of archaea in a specific direction. So the cost and treatment expenses will still exceed imagination. Moreover, Umbrella can easily modify the archaea genes used as carriers to achieve its own cultivation goals. At least Umbrella has fully understood the genetic functions of their specific archaea. This is also a very remarkable achievement in itself. In fact, the current human genetic engineering capabilities are not weak. But for most of the research on microbial genes, it is still at a relatively obvious role. What obvious changes will occur when a certain gene fragment is knocked out? So as to make some determinations, there are still a lot of blind spots in the details. And Umbrella's method is enough to show that their research on this archaea in hand has reached a very in-depth level. Even the research on the entire gene is the same. Unfortunately, Umbrella has no intention of announcing these. They are even too lazy to respond, maintaining their usual aloofness. The outside world has no way to deal with this. Continue moral kidnapping? I have tried it many times before, but it is useless. Besides, there are many similar situations. Many laboratories have some technologies that are so expensive that ordinary people cannot accept them at all. It costs millions of dollars per injection just to extract T cells for cultivation and then inject them. For a complex situation like Umbrella, I am afraid that the cost alone will be at least several times higher each time. But these treatments can be free if you obtain the right to settle in Pumlai. The other party said. Wait for Shuma to enter the top 16. Not to mention that the outside world was shocked by the new biological background revealed by Umbrella. In front of us, after Shuma and Kobe completed the first treatment, it was also the turn of the puppy. Seeing Kobe's excited face constantly jumping up and shooting, and constantly making quick short stops, Shiago also showed a trace of surprise on his face. Is Mr. Kobe fully recovered? How do you feel? It feels great. As if I'm 10 years younger. Kobe did some stretching exercises again, his face full of intoxication. This is a pure repair of soft tissue, and the effect can be said to be immediate. However, it will take several courses of treatment to stabilize it. Generally speaking, 1 month can ensure that the current state is stable. I can really go back to the court again. Kobe didn't expect the effect to be better than he originally predicted. This is a technique that can really send him back to the court. And he can fight for another 10 years. Then congratulations. I look forward to seeing you on the court. After Shido congratulated him, he also followed the steps to start the examination. He felt that he was not yet 20 years old, so there should be no problem. He was still young, but it would be good to have one more repair. But when he came out, the medical team over there raised their eyebrows after looking at the report. Young man, don't be too hard just because you are young. Being young is your capital. But don't go too far. Fortunately, it was discovered early, and we can help you adjust it. But the rest is mainly for you to change your lifestyle habits. The doctor's words made Shugo's heart jump. What the HL? What's wrong with me? Shuma and Kobe didn't have such expressions before. Right? Is it something troublesome? Don't worry too much. I just feel that you are still young. We are mentally prepared for the situations of Mr. Shuma and Mr. Kobe. In fact, we have already predicted before the results came out. You are a little surprised. Insulin resistance. If you continue to be so hard, you will have the risk of diabetes. The doctor's words still made Shugo feel quite stressed. Diabetes risk? I'm less than 20 years old. But in the case of Shuma, we can give a solution here. And we will definitely not pit ourselves because of this kind of thing. With this threat in front of him, he immediately became obedient, nodding honestly in front of several experts and listening to their arrangements. Then he went into the medical cabin for another optimized treatment. After the treatment was completed and he came out of the medical cabin, Shalgo suddenly understood what Kobe and the others had felt before. It's really different. I feel a lot lighter. Now you are just having an illusion after treatment. We will inject the optimization liquid into your soft tissue to make your body feel relaxed. In the future, you still need to change your living habits. Do you understand? The puppy, who felt relaxed all over, asked the doctor in front of the live camera. What if there are patients with diabetes? This magical medical cabin. The doctor laughed dumbly when he heard what the puppy said. We have some coping methods, and there are also some different solutions for various types of diabetes. But we need to remind you that human cells have limits. This kind of medical cabin overdraft is also reducing lifespan to a certain extent, and the treatment course is not short. At that time, the diet control during the treatment will make you doubt your life. So why not change your habits to avoid this pain? Oh, I understand. Thank you. The puppy also breathed a sigh of relief. But he still decided to follow the advice in his heart and not be too unconventional. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief, the people watching the live broadcast outside were once again in an uproar. Is there a solution for diabetes? Damn. Has Umbrella opened up the Ren and Do meridians? They have always opened them up. It's amazing to have magic technology in hand. But this time it feels like a big explosion. Is that medical cabin the crystallization of their technology? If there is a solution for diabetes, then there will probably be solutions for the 3 highs. In fact, there are various controlled drugs and solutions for the 3 highs now. I feel that the treatment from Umbrella is unaffordable. Alas, even if I can grab a travel quota in the future, I'm afraid I can't afford the medical expenses. One is eradication, and the other is lifelong medication. There is still a big difference. And the drugs also have long-term damage. Damn. I must give it a try in the assessment of the right of settlement. Yes. 1 million quotas are not a small number. I have to try. If we say that there were many people who were touched by Shuma and Kobe before, they rarely empathized. After all, there are still a few families of high paraplegia and retired athletes. However, when the insulin resistance on Shugo's side and the subsequent diabetes claims appeared, the impact and shock caused were too widespread. 3 highs. A term that has been heard quite familiar. Hypertension, high blood lipids, and high blood sugar. They can all be said to be diseases of affluence that appear in modern life. These 3 things seem harmless in themselves. But in fact, they are much more harmful than ordinary people think. Because these 3 things are subtle harms, which are equivalent to constantly reducing bloodlines. After blood pressure exceeds the critical value, it will continue to burden blood vessels for a long time. This effect is almost irreversible and continues to slowly increase. Many people think that if they don't feel high blood pressure, it's okay. But it's not the case at all. As time goes by, blood vessels will develop lesions, thereby inducing a series of fatal cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. Blood vessels themselves have the ability to repair themselves. But this kind of self-repair itself will also continue to accumulate. For example, myocardial infarction and cerebral infarction may be caused by blood pressure damaging the blood vessel wall, and platelets come to fill and accumulate. Subsequent repeated damages begin to accumulate repeatedly, and then one day the accumulation is almost enough, or it falls off due to external factors, and it is completely stuck. Typical accumulation damage. Blood lipids are somewhat similar. Most of them do not give you any reaction at ordinary times, and they look healthy. But they suddenly become big after accumulating to a certain extent, especially now that trans fatty acids are prevalent. Hydrogenated oils are preservative, cheap, and taste good, and are abused in large quantities. This kind of thing with a metabolic cycle 4 times longer than fat accumulates rapidly, greatly accelerating this pace. Those who drink milk tea every day and suddenly their blood turns white have this effect. But because of the trade-offs in price and deliciousness, most people still choose delicious food outside. This will also increase the number of invisible killers, such as the 3 highs. However, each of the 3 highs itself has many inducements and different situations, such as renal artery stenosis, genetic factors, insulin resistance, etc. The combination of internal and external factors will have different types of drug control according to the specific situation. But Umbrella has a radical cure, which really shocked many people who don't want to take medicine for a long time, and those who have already taken medicine and have side effects. They are more yearning for Ponglai. It can be said that with Ma Donglai's performance in Ponglai, and then the Starry Sky Cup was held, and now different people have experienced the effect of the medical cabin in advance. The value of Ponglai's settlement rights exploded instantly. In the past, there may be people who are already very well off and don't care much. But now it is different. Umbrella obviously has unique and completely unique medical technology. And Umbrella, which started with biology, has such explosive means, which makes ordinary people feel it is natural. But for real practitioners, it is natural that you are a fart. It is indeed the remains of alien civilization. And the first thing for those players who came to Pumlai was to experience this medical cabin. And everyone seemed very excited. They were more determined to win the subsequent games, which inspired a very high fighting spirit. CC challenged Mello, Kobe challenged Jordan, and Bold challenged Shuma. It can be said that after entering the knockout round, every game had enough gimmicks. In the end, Shuma was the best and won the final championship of the Starry Sky Cup after a battle with an ace pilot. Except for Shuma, the winners and losers are up to you. So I won't start a fight. An esports competition has directly become a global attention project that suppresses the Olympics, attracting the attention of the world, whether it is the competition itself or the rewards attached to the competition. After the game, the competition for the quota to come to Pumlai in advance has also entered a white-hot stage. A certain Fate personally said that he was willing to spend $10 million to buy an advance quota. This immediately caused an uproar. No, although this old man is rich, it's not that bad. Rich people's cash flow is actually tight. Although it is relatively easy for him to take out $10 million. This is not his style. Yes, Umbrella clearly said that it will be open after the game is over. Yeah, just wait a few days, and it will be okay. However, facing the amazement and surprise of a group of people, PDD, who finally won the group stage quota with his own efforts, came out and said a few words. Brothers, you have to know what the money itself is for? Is $10 million a lot for me? Of course it's a lot. I can't compare with the old man. But I can't sell this quota, because health is more important. Besides, given Umbrella's usual character, I'm afraid that subsequent visas will be tied to individuals. Do you know what this means? When PDD said this, many people also had a sudden realization. Visas are tied to individuals? In other words, traveling to Pumlai itself does not mean that you can go there whenever you want. It's a competition of hand speed again. It's a familiar routine again. Perhaps in order to take care of the elderly. The concept of lottery will be introduced. And those with consumption power will be selected. Or family packages. But it is obvious that for a certain level of Fate, he will not take this risk. So before Umbrella announces their visa model, it is necessary to win a quota first. Hack. I'm so superficial. Yeah. Pumlai's reception capacity must have an upper limit. And it's obvious that Umbrella doesn't like sea of people. And I'm afraid it will keep Pumlai in a more relaxed atmosphere. Sure enough, this is the gap. If Umbrella later announces that visas are lottery or hand speed, then the price of this quota may not be able to stop at 10 million. Hack. I want to be a scalper. This can be traded. Well, what if I understand it? I don't have $10 million to buy a quota. The threshold for scalpers is a bit high. I'm not afraid. I have hand speed. Robot pictures. Hack. Damn Europeans. I'm envious of the front row. I want it too. However, just when the Starry Sky Cup game ended, Pakistan was calling on all parties to focus on the Olympics. Umbrella, who was late, also held a press conference. In fact, many times Umbrella may suddenly throw out a heavy announcement. Such a solemn press conference really made all parties look forward to it. All media rushed to sign up. And then found out that the press conference was held on the VR platform. It was very novel. But it also reflected the power of Umbrella to some extent. All parties gathered and paid full attention. The press conference was still held in the image of the hard-working Red Queen. As the reporters put on the VR helmets one by one and connected to the shooting equipment, they were immediately allowed to connect to the press conference site according to the newly appeared temporary application. John Jr. is a CNN reporter. After entering the venue with the connection of the VR platform, he was also a little surprised by the real picture. It seems to be more real, as if the real world is collected using the real background. And then, some figures flashed by him one after another. Looking back, I saw a colleague from Reuters, and I could recognize his appearance at a glance. It seems that the image of the head was completely collected and perfectly put on a matching body. Wow, Senior Henry. I didn't expect to meet you under such circumstances. Henry was also stunned when he looked back and then said with emotion, Umbrella's technology is really amazing. I'm afraid that there will be completely realistic images in the future. Yeah. I don't know what they are holding this time. I'm also a little curious. If it's just the Starry Sky Cup, They won't hold a press conference with their personalities. There should be some subsequent rules upon Punlai. The plan to introduce 1 million people. And the relevant rules for visas. Well, that's right. Punlai's rules are indeed enough to hold a separate press conference. Maybe settlement, visa, and business rules will be explained. Punlai. I also want settlement rights. Nonsense. Who doesn't want it? If I can get it, my whole family will move there immediately. And then I will scold whoever Umbrella tells me to scold from now on. John was speechless when he heard his colleague say it so bluntly. But that's right. Why doesn't Umbrella gather some media talents? It's better to write a short essay by yourself. Just as they were discussing in a low voice, the image of the Red Queen appeared in front of them, directly presented in VR. The authenticity explodes, as if there is really a living person in front of you. You can see the details on the face and a little freckles. Welcome everyone to our press conference. I am just an artificial intelligence. I don't know what politeness is. Let's get straight to the point. Hong Ho simply said okay, and got straight to the point. As she raised her hand, the pictures around everyone changed dramatically, and appeared directly at the airport in Punlai. Because there were reporters accompanying them before. And there were live broadcasts by Xiaogo and Feek. And those by Ma Dong before. Many details of Punlai were actually dug out. But compared to the pictures that directly entered Punlai now, many reporters couldn't help but take pictures of the surroundings. First of all, everyone is concerned about the number of Punlai settlements, store openings, and corresponding tourist visas. Hong Ho went straight to the point without any gimmicks, directly meeting the biggest demands of reporters. 1 million places. And it may also involve some relocation. So it is definitely not done overnight, but will be determined slowly. The quota itself is mainly determined through the interview of the VR platform. If your family cannot afford the VR platform, it doesn't matter. As long as you find an opportunity to go online and fill out the Q&A form. You can go to the nearest Umbrella offline experience store to borrow equipment for Q&A. The determination of the quota is based on the location. And there will be different situations according to different people's personalities. It is very likely that 2 people happened to ask the same question and gave the same answer. But the result was completely different. So don't think about using the standard answer routine to take advantage of loopholes. It is useless to pass various training courses. Even those who might have passed the course may not pass the course after their minds were changed by the training courses. Everyone must believe in my computing power and big data. This kind of targeted training is meaningless to me. No matter how many times humans train. It is not as good as my computing power of a few seconds. After talking about the screening of settlement rights, the Red Queen began to arrange some shops in the Punlai commercial district. There are a series of rigid requirements for shops selling various commodities, including brand, service, price, and reputation. Moreover, it is not necessary for big brands and luxury goods to enter. There will be more comprehensive access terms. If the duty-free shop is successfully opened, the corresponding work qualifications will be issued to employees. The work qualification itself is bound, and there is no need to consider the loophole of selling work visa quotas. Once it is confirmed that it is not a working employee, the visa quota will be directly cancelled. The business point will be removed, and both parties who buy and sell the quota will be blacklisted from now on. This is a very severe punishment measure. It may be difficult to completely eliminate it, but it will definitely effectively complete the restriction. In fact, it is not to say that there are no loopholes. The object of the work visa can work here for a period of time and then leave. Then, there are the rules for issuing visas. As many people have speculated before, Umbrella mainly uses the dual methods of fast hand and random to bind to the individual's confirmation, in addition to the quota that can be traded in the previous group stage. It does not mean that you can come here if you have money. Before the quick hands and randomness, there are also some conventional requirements such as criminal records and economic disputes. And purchasing power is also limited. Public security maintenance and emergency treatment will be automatically executed by robots. And various important regulations have been announced frankly. Almost with Umbrella's announcement, the number of places in the previous group stage immediately rose. Soon someone bid more than the price of a certain fate. However, no one is selling it, because most of the players who can enter the group stage have money to hire their own teams. And many are superstars. And the conditions are not bad. For such people, physical health is naturally the first priority. It is precisely because there are so few places in circulation that things are rare and expensive. It is quite normal to be able to sell at such a sky-high price. The price of goods is always determined by the supply and demand relationship. However, just when the reporters thought that the matter was over, the Red Queen continued to say, after talking about some situations about Peng. Now let's talk about some of our space launch plans. As the Red Queen finished speaking, a huge concept map instantly appeared behind her, because of the simultaneous live broadcast of the official website and reporters. This concept map also fell on all the netizens who were paying attention. When they saw it clearly, many players in the star world widened their eyes. Hack! What is this? Space elevator? No way. Such a big deal? It has to be Umbrella. Where are the people who boasted about the starship before? But it's not as grand as in the game. Why does it feel like it's connected by wires? You also know that it's a game. This is reality. Okay. Along with the shock of all parties, Red Queen also slowly began to introduce. Due to the limitations of the mass projector itself, our company does have shortcomings in in-depth exploration of space. The architecture of this space elevator is to transport ground devices to space for assembly at a lower cost, and then carry out subsequent acceleration and launch in synchronous orbit. In fact, the principle of the space elevator itself is very simple. It is a large synchronous satellite, and the connecting wire is only suspended from this large synchronous satellite to connect to the ground. As long as it is ensured that the center of gravity of the whole is still in the synchronous orbit after the connecting wire is lowered, it is possible to build it after completing fine-tuning. But theory is one thing, and practice is another. First of all, the strength of the steel wire is far beyond the limit of normal materials. Well, even if you are an expert in materials science at Umbrella, when the research on room temperature superconducting pressurization appeared before, you also took out a kind of reinforced fiber to meet the requirements. But the transportation of goods after the elevator is connected will also cause the center of gravity to change, and there will definitely be problems in the long run. So first of all, it is necessary to ensure that the mass of the space elevator itself is large enough and the center of gravity will not change easily. Secondly, the space elevator itself must have sufficient self-adjustment ability, and it must be adjusted in time after the center of gravity changes. So it seems that the principle is simple, but there are too many problems to be solved. The launch mass alone is enough to give people a headache. But then everyone discovered that in terms of launch mass, Umbrella has a super low-cost mass projector. It has high-strength materials. Wow! Add the Peng city on the equator as the base. This seems to be complete. Oh my god! Peng was placed on the equator before. It turned out to be for now? Hack! It turned out to have been planned long ago. Space elevator. To prevent aliens. Right? But can we make it in time? Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Red Queen also announced the name of the plan. This space plan is the Space Elevator Plan. Chapter 485 Space Elevator Project Start. The previous chapter has been released. Originally, I thought that this press conference was to explain some of Peng's future situations. In fact, with the strength of Umbrella, although Peng is still a ship on the sea, it has actually been tacitly accepted by all parties. Anyway, the location is not sensitive. They are so powerful, and have not occupied other people's territory. They just built a piece nearby. So naturally they turned a blind eye. Regarding the alien meteorite, it has also been a hot search during this period, and has been comparable to the Starry Sky Cup. In addition to worrying about the situation like the invasion of New York, SX Company frequently showed their technical drawings and broadcast the bundling and control of rocket engines in the laboratory. There is also cooperation with a certain song to mobilize the computing power of Don Quixote for simulation. There is a kind of attitude that no one else can deal with aliens. It just wants to put pressure on more funds. For this point, many people are actually paying attention, especially the group of people who are kept by the beautiful beast. They have been holding back for too long. This time, the whole world is full of excitement. This is civilization. Fortunately, technology is in the hands of civilization. The momentum is quite huge. There is even a voice that other people should not launch at all, and all the money should be used to subsidize SX Company and concentrate on doing the best. Aliens are coming? Are they still not united? All kinds of kidnappings from the moral high ground. All kinds of voices. The stock price of SX automobile has soared, becoming a clear stream in the current turbulent economy. Under the condition that Umbrella has not been listed and has not disclosed its financials, Masra has jumped to the position of the world's richest man, because Umbrella has not responded to this matter at all. And many media have repeatedly emphasized the limitations of the mass projector. Therefore, all parties subconsciously believe that Umbrella does not have its own rocket. Even if it has strong R&D capabilities, it cannot compare with SX Company. The aliens will arrive in less than a year. And there is no time. It is precisely because of this that SX Company will take the lead this time. However, who would have thought that at this press conference? It was only an announcement of some visa and settlement situations in Penglai in the future. And detailed rules and regulations were listed. Looking back, it was just a passing way to introduce such a terrifying super project. After the press conference ended, there was an uproar around the world. This is another super technology that only existed in theory. Because the principle of the space elevator can be said to be extremely simple. The knowledge of middle school can easily understand Umbrella's drawings and understand them. However, the difficulty here makes people in this industry scalp numb. A famous retired NASA aerospace expert expressed his feelings on his social platform. Although Umbrella has been creating miracles, making me feel like a muddle in the past few years, the mass projector has changed the entire aerospace industry with its magical skills. But facing the specifications of this space elevator, there is still a big gap. It turns out that the ultimate purpose of the mass projector is just for the space elevator. The expert did not question Umbrella, because the company has never boasted so far. He had questioned it before, but he was slapped in the face. When this kind of consistently correct trend appears, there will be no more doubts. This is a kind of confidence and even belief, even if the project is exaggerated in the eyes of practitioners. For this, some programs have invited some well-known experts to ask questions and explain accordingly. In the interview program of De Pyongyang, which is famous for daring to tell the truth, an aerospace expert appeared. At the beginning, the host asked the expert sharply, "I would like to ask the doctor, how feasible is Umbrella's plan? How high is the success rate?" In the face of the host's sharp question, the expert did not answer directly, but said lightly, "Everyone knows about Umbrella. At present, they have a mass projector for launch, super industrial robots, and super connection materials. So theoretically they already have all the foundations for building a space elevator." All foundations? In other words, the possibility is very high? The host asked back. How should I put it? If it were any other company, there would still be many problems to overcome. But if the other party is Umbrella, then my answer is yes. The possibility is very high. And I also hope that it can succeed. This will be a milestone in the history of human spaceflight. Hearing this, the host was a little unhappy, and then said, "Oh, milestone? In fact, the space station has existed for a long time, and has always existed. We have already landed on the moon, and had a Mars landing vehicle. These can be considered milestones. Right? Can the significance of this space elevator be compared with these?" When the aviation expert heard the host say this, he couldn't help but laugh. "You may have misunderstood what I meant. The milestone I mentioned is unique, and cannot be compared with other achievements. Because if the space elevator can succeed, it will become a bridgehead for human exploration of space." As if to explain, the aviation expert continued, "Everyone should be impressed by the launch of 20,000 satellites by Umbrella. Yes, the mass projector is indeed powerful. It can launch so many in such a short time. However, there are many popular science articles about mass projectors recently. This tricky method requires extremely high materials, and it is impossible to carry people. There are also restrictions on what can be launched." The host immediately said quickly with the knowledge he had learned. This is actually the reason why SX Company has received so much attention after coming up with the Starship plan. Because the direction and expertise are different. It is indeed not possible for Umbrella's mass projector to deal with the alien visitors flying over. That's what I said before. Because the company is Umbrella, it has a chance to succeed. Although their mass projector does have many limitations, it is undeniable that they have the strongest Earth orbit projection capability. Without a doubt. All other aspects combined cannot be compared with them. Without waiting for the host to speak, he continued, "So, if Umbrella develops a space engineering robot that can interact with their satellites, and then cooperates with the modules and materials that are continuously sent from the ground, and slowly completes the assembly in the relatively static and weightless environment of space, then the speed will also be amazing." At this point, the expert paused again and gave an example. For example, an engineering team in the East has developed a modular construction model. First, build each module, and then put them together like building blocks. A skyscraper can be built in 7 days. This is done under the gravity environment on the ground. In theory, it will be even simpler in space, as long as Umbrella has enough reserve modules. The speed will be amazing. Hearing this expert speak like this, the host opened up a new idea and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Then, Why is it said to be a bridgehead for future exploration? Because the space elevator can do what the mass projector can't do. After the elevator connection is completed, people can be transported to space at a low cost. And then some more sophisticated instruments and equipment are also the same. The originally inefficient rocket launcher is completely eliminated and replaced with a continuous supply of electricity for transportation. And then rockets and spacecraft are assembled in space. At this point, the host really understood what was going on. In fact, the most important thing to overcome in various space launch missions is the gravity of the Earth itself. However, the movement and energy consumption after reaching the space orbit are much less than those in the atmosphere. If the future exploration rockets and spacecraft are directly assembled and used in the space elevator, this means that establishing a permanent base on the moon and even colonizing Mars will not only be a concept, but can be put into practice. Similar popular science live broadcasts have appeared in a large number of popular science video hosts and some TV stations. When the true meaning of the space elevator and the blueprint behind it are gradually understood, the world is boiling. It has to be you. Umbrella. In principle, it is nothing new. Some experts in the field of aerospace can easily introduce the process with a small announcement in Umbrella. And Umbrella will naturally not hide it. At the same time, some of its own new technologies were announced and related papers were published. It is the feasibility report of the space elevator. The orbital engineering robot specially built by our company for the space environment also uses our satellite technology, uses more reliable chips and connections to ensure strength, and cooperates with the connection and interaction with the satellite to complete the connection with the Red Queen, so as to complete the space operation according to the plan. Build and maintain the main body of the space elevator at the same time. The details of the elevator connection at that time were also announced. Take the pendulum mode and continue to extend into the Earth's atmosphere. The gravity pendulum itself is similar to a fishing line, with a connecting wire of sufficient length and strength wrapped inside. It also has an automatic adjustment function similar to the offshore anchoring system, relying on its own weight and balance thrusters to ensure that it can complete the proofreading with Penglai at the critical moment. Finally, it is captured with Penglai's own engineering equipment to complete the connection. The principle, structure, and steps are all displayed in a straightforward manner, but it is useless for others to watch. It can't be made. Of course, we already know the principle. Who has your cheating materials? And if it is placed at any other time, Umbrella will still jump out to make some space agreements to restrict it if it makes such a big move. After all, apart from other things, the connecting cable hanging from space is definitely a threat to passing planes and flights. And it may also hit low-orbit satellites in space. These excuses are fair and justifiable. But my goodness, these aliens are coming to invade, and they made this thing. And they can't even pull their legs back. They even have to make full concessions. They just praised SX's starship as the light of mankind. They also need to put aside their prejudices and help SX together. As a result, Umbrella has taken out this thing now. How can we shut up? Are you doing it on purpose? If it were any other little Karami, they would still be able to turn their faces in an instant and swallow what they said. They often break their promises and tear up agreements. It's not the first or second time that they turn their faces on the spot after achieving their goals. But Umbrella is still a little different after all. Not to mention their own combat power. Even their business methods are now being strangled by them. Sewage treatment, batteries, culture medium, robots, bracelets, prosthetics, etc. They have infiltrated all walks of life without us noticing. And they are all in key positions. If they were banned from the beginning, or Umbrella did not sell big beautiful things from the beginning, the impact would not be great. That's how they used to get by. It doesn't matter. They can do more. But now they are used to it. When the economy is good, they can just grit their teeth. But the invasion of New York is so terrible now. It's really unbearable. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality. They would rather fight with force than let Umbrella really fight to the death economically. What other excuses are there? NASA, SX Company, and top experts and professors in various aviation fields were called together. And they were also trying to find a way to deal with it. Yes, Umbrella's move seems to be for all mankind. And it is the pressure brought by aliens. But from their leisurely discovery of aliens to now, it is obvious that they have been preparing for a long time. The space elevator plan can be known from Penglai's location. They have made preparations and long-term plans early on. But they have always been airtight and said nothing. They would rather leave the mass projector empty than launch it. Until now. After the starship that I followed in the hype of SX began to build momentum, it was slowly taken out. It has been invincible in all aspects. There is no way. They have really never failed so far. I am afraid the probability of success is quite high. Masra sighed. Umbrella is really his nemesis. He hit him with the Falcon at the beginning. And now he hits him again. And the electric car is also. Anyway, the throne of the richest man that he just sat on was immediately given to someone else. Well, in fact, this richest man is also very empty. Because Umbrella is not a listed company. And I don't know their financial situation at all. Is there a reason for the restriction? How about the reason that there is not enough time? Although the starship is also complicated, we can still greatly speed up the process by taking out all the rocket engine accumulation. We will start building 4 starships at the same time. They should be delivered in 3 months. The testing and inspection can be handed over to Don Quixote for simulation. NASA experts open their mouths and proposed a direction. According to the acceleration of the suspected alien visitor, it will arrive in a year. It will take 3 months to build a starship, debug it and launch it, minus the time spent on the road. And that's about it. Even if his space elevator has greater potential. Can you make it in such a short time? Just like Pumlai. It took a year for the global shipyards to build the module at full capacity. And it still occupies major docks to expand the module. Let's do it. Let's talk about it first. Our boss is very good at this. We appreciate Umbrella's technical level and its contribution to the forefront of human technology. But it is a pity that we discovered the enemy a little late. Now there is less than a year. Minus the flight time. I don't know if it will be enough. And our starship can be completed in 3 months. The boss tweeted on a certain special and started to talk about it again. It's not an official statement. But he is the boss himself. And this level is just right. And his words are also very interesting. Contribution to the forefront of human technology. A big hat. After the alien problem is dealt with, we can start to restrict the space elevator. At that time, we can pull everyone else together and occupy the righteousness. Your thing is very dangerous. And there is a cableway connected all the time. What if it hits? We must discuss and study it carefully. And it would be best if it can be directly turned into an international cooperation project. At that time, it will be like the International Space Station, which will greatly increase their voice. When the International Space Station was established, the Pyongyang actually had another purpose, which was to take a fancy to the space station technology of the Russian bear. Some people may wonder why the Pyongyang is still thinking about space station technology when he can land on the moon. But in fact, the Russian bear's space station has gone through many generations of upgrades. And the Pyongyang did not go in this direction. It would be difficult for them to do it. It is of course great to get the ready-made technology of the Russian bear directly through cooperation. This time, we can also do the same. We are not taking advantage. We can provide money and resources. If you want our aerospace technology, it is no problem. Let's cooperate with all our strength. But soon after this tweet was sent out, Umbrella responded politely. Thank you for your concern. In fact, our Pumlai production equipment has been working hard to manufacture space elevator parts, relying on mass projectors to make it very fast. Aren't you wondering why Pumlai has not been spitting out anything with such high automation? So busy. And such strong production capacity? Except for small things like chips, robots, prosthetics, cars and other things are now outsourced. Either they are made in their own factories in Mexico, Brazil, Kangaroo, South Korea and Japan, or they are outsourced to a big country. Now the cards are out. Pumlai has been making components for the space elevator. Now the first phase of the project has been completed. Now that the components are in place, should we understand the delivery efficiency of the mass projector? Umbrella's response can be said to have shocked the world again. The previous space elevator plan was already quite shocking news. But just like Pumlai, the construction of Pumlai took so long to occupy the docks around the world. Although the first phase of the space elevator does not need to be as big as Pumlai. It is in synchronous orbit after all, and is dozens of times farther from the ground than ordinary satellites. This kind of project must not be completed in a short time. Right? Even most people think that it will not be able to catch up with this alien visitor incident. However, when the beautiful boss just opened his mouth, Umbrella responded, which made many people's scalps numb. Good guy. You said you would build a washing machine. But what did you build in the end? Then some related papers of Umbrella have appeared in major journals. Even various structural diagrams and principles have come out. But the same thing. Others can't build it even if it is announced. First, there are 4 orbital robots in synchronous orbit. The launch structure of the robot is a big cube, but it can be unfolded after reaching the synchronous orbit. Although the name is still a robot, it is not a humanoid, but more like an orbital spacecraft. In addition to solar panels, various tentacle parts can be extended from it, and some complex splicing operations can be completed in space. However, in addition to the materials, there is also a completely supermodel, a black technology that surpasses today's technology. That is the orbital thruster. Speaking of thrusters, we have to start from the most basic middle school knowledge. For example, what is the source of the thrust that allows a jet plane to take off? Engine? Flame? Actually, it is air. So there must be an air inlet. Rocket launches rely on fuel, plasma ejected downward, and the products of combustion. It does not mean that as long as an energy is provided, movement can be guaranteed. If there is no corresponding jetted material, it will be converted into heat energy, or directly scattered in the form of light, and will not be able to do much promotion. At present, the best means used by satellites and space stations is the Hall thruster. Although it is not as powerful as traditional chemical rockets, it has a unique advantage in fuel consumption. Anyway, in the microgravity environment of the Earth's orbit, only a relatively small thrust is needed to complete the movement within the purpose. So the Hall thruster is completely sufficient. However, it also has its own disadvantages. That is, it still consumes propellant. Generally, hydrogen, xenon, and argon are used as propellants. Although it is very economical, it still has its own service life. Therefore, satellites or space stations are forced to change orbits to avoid collisions, which is also a consumption of service life. However, generally speaking, Hall thrusters are more than enough to act on satellites. After all, normal satellites do not need much adjustment. But for synchronous satellite orbit engineering robots, the consumption of propellant is a big problem. The role of our Orbit I-to-Orbit 4 robots themselves is to collect the launch space elevator modules, complete calibration and splicing. Although the approximate range of movement can be determined, the frequency of movement is very high, so traditional thrusters cannot meet our needs. The concept map shows the transportation and connection of the orbital robot that has arrived and the ejected space elevator module. So, we developed a new type of thruster, the magnesium hydride thruster. Then, there was another schematic diagram about the thruster. Basically, through a special structure, electrical energy is used to stimulate magnesium hydride to produce a plasma jet to ensure the movement of the orbital engineering robot on the orbit. In terms of power, it is definitely far inferior to rocket engines and various engines of traditional chemical fuels. But it is more than enough in the special environment of the synchronous orbit. The key is that the magnesium hydride solidification package can also be launched together. When the robot is almost exhausted, it can go to the nearby orbit to pick up a new propulsion package for use. The use time and efficiency are far superior to the Hall thruster. After all, the jet itself requires continuous backward ejection of material consumption. In terms of storage efficiency, the amount of solidified magnesium hydride is far greater than that of traditional satellite propellants. And it is also easy to replace. This schematic diagram can be understood. But for the effect of this conversion, the major aerospace agencies are hitting the wall. I can't do it. In fact, in addition to announcing this new version of the orbital thruster, Umbrella also concealed another black technology installed on the orbital engineering robot. That is the nuclear fission battery. After going up, the engineering robots will have high-intensity activities, and the energy of the stored batteries and solar panels will still be insufficient. After thinking about it, the only way is to install this really black thing. At present, mainstream power generation is at the stage of boiling water, and the same is true for nuclear power plants. However, Umbrella's Pumline nuclear fusion reactor directly uses magic to complete the pure conversion to electrical energy, skipping the stage of boiling water. The same is true for the fission battery installed on the robot. In fact, if possible, of course, it is best to install a fusion reactor. However, the currently optimized fusion reactor, the output power, and its own conversion rate meet the standards, and the minimum can only be barely installed on a large transport aircraft. It is really impossible to use such a small robot, so we can only use fission batteries to support it first. And it will be fine after the fusion reactor is installed on the space elevator. At that time, it doesn't matter if the fission battery expires. Just charge it directly on the space elevator. However, because the technology is too black, it has not been directly disclosed in the paper. There are so many eye-catching places that I can't focus on them for a while. The Starry Sky Cup is over, but among the players in the knockout round, except for a few, most of the others have chosen to stay. Needless to say, the top 16 already have a place for settlement, and most of the other 128 players with long-term visa-free qualifications also choose to pay high accommodation fees and continue to stay. The accommodation fee in Penglai is an incremental model. If you don't have the right to settle, the longer you stay, the higher the fee. If you can't stand it, you need to temporarily leave Penglai and come back after at least 1 month. However, for the players who can enter the knockout round, even if they don't get the right to settle, it is completely no problem to stay for a short period of time. The reason why they all choose to stay is that some of them need some follow-up treatment. After all, the medical cabin itself is not a god, and some optimization also takes time. For ordinary people, it doesn't matter if they don't receive treatment. One treatment can improve most of the condition. But for some athletes, it usually takes about a month for 4 courses of treatment to fully recover. Recovery in the true sense removes some strain and damage to soft tissues. Ligaments, meniscus, and muscles all have corresponding fine-tuning. In addition, in their free time, they also began to experience the various supporting facilities of Penglai itself. Brothers, I can't go back. I hate it. I hate why I can't make it to the top 16. It hurts. It hurts so much. Hugo looked at the live screen with a painful expression. Because he has insulin resistance, he also wants to receive treatment for a longer period of time. And by the way, he also wants to get familiar with some superstars. And at the same time, he wants to see Shuma's treatment. But in his free time, he will come to Penglai's entertainment venues to experience it. Although Penglai is not open to the public yet, except for some staff and robots who were here before. Some multiplayer projects cannot be played, and he himself doesn't like activities such as golf, surfing, and diving. So he found a holographic simulation game. Unlike VR, the purpose of this game is to exercise the body. It is in a holographic venue, which is a bit like killing monsters like Monster Hunter. But the person killing monsters is Hugo himself. Get materials, add points, make weapons, and new weapon models will be delivered directly by drones. You can choose the weight of exercise yourself, while following the doctor's advice to lose weight, playing at the same time. It can be said that Hugo can sweat all over every time, and because Umbrella is very good at treating soft tissues, even if Hugo is prone to strain due to long-term lack of exercise, it can solve the problem at hand. In just a few days, Hugo can feel the pleasure all over his body. The endorphins brought by exercise and the dopamine stimulated by the holographic game itself make him unable to stop. But Hugo's personal expenses these days are not small. In the case of free first treatment, he has spent 100,000 credit points in a few days with accommodation, games, and follow-up treatment. No matter how you compare it to others, Hugo has a lifetime visa-free status, which is enough to make people jealous. But he is still here Versailles. Many fans in the barrage left messages one after another. We are the ones who are envious. Anyway, looking at the cost, I can't afford it. In fact, the cost is not too exaggerated. Some top-level rooms in tourist resorts are more expensive than this. If you only choose ordinary treatment, cheap rooms and some ordinary entertainment projects. I calculated according to the price list provided by Hugo. Excluding air tickets, 7 days can be controlled within 40,000 credit points. It is still acceptable for traveling. Not to mention that ordinary treatment is already very strong. Some ordinary treatments in the medical cabin are not too expensive. And the speed is also very fast. But the cost of treating some difficult and complicated diseases is really high. There is no way. You get what you pay for. Even so, there are so many people who want to grab the quota. Yes, it's a pity that the quota cannot be transferred. Otherwise, I really want to rely on this to grab it. You can grab the family version quota, and all the lifelong affairs are solved. I'll give you a rich woman if you win the lottery. Is it useful to recognize your father? Traveling is often done with a family. So many of the places offered by Umbrella are family versions. In this case, if you grab a place, giving you a wife is really not just talk. But at this moment, a prompt sound suddenly appeared in Penglai's internal broadcast. Please note, passengers, Penglai will enter the launch period in the next period of time. For your safety, some entertainment projects will be restricted. Please forgive me for the inconvenience caused to you. After this voice appeared, Xiaogo, who was interacting with the fans, was also stunned. Then a group of fans frantically swiped the screen in the live broadcast room. What are you still standing there for? Go and watch the launch of the space elevator. Hack. Bunker. Finally, the launch has started. No wonder the tour was not open immediately after the competition. It turns out that they wanted to wait until the launch is completed. Chapter 486 Direction Future. The space elevator project has been launched. What? It's launched right now. Umbrella has already completed the parts. But this is too fast. It took 10 years and $160 billion for the International Space Station to be built by all countries. Then you have to look at Umbrella's satellite launch speed. This is Umbrella. Yeah. I suddenly feel so stable. And I don't care much about alien invasions. What Shugo said before is right. Umbrella will take action. Although Umbrella's previous understatement of we Peng Lai have been building space elevator parts attracted a lot of attention. But I didn't expect the launch speed to be so fast. It's ready to start right after it was said? No wonder Peng Lai's opening time for tourism has been postponed. In fact, many people on the internet have given analysis based on Peng Lai's location and Umbrella's actions. From the beginning, Umbrella had a space elevator plan. But originally, the plan may not be so fast. And it may even start after Peng Lai is opened. This time, when they met the aliens, they had prepared all the public opinions and excuses, so they could start right away. And the opportunity was rare, so they couldn't miss it. So even if Umbrella wasn't so well prepared, they would probably work overtime to focus on the space elevator during this period. Peng Lai. The Starry Sky Cup players, who were still in the city at this time, also came out one after another. Even Shuma showed up. But unlike lying down all the time before, this time Shuma wore a full-body prosthetic limb and came out with the help of his wife and the support of the robot next to him, and came to the airport at the top of Peng Lai together. Kobe, Jordan, CC, Mello and other superstars have come here. Obviously, most of them came here during their rest time. Some were shirtless in beach pants, and some were wearing swimming trunks and golf clothes. I didn't expect to see such a scene. I don't have much education, but I know this is amazing. Are you sure it's safe here? I remember the last time I saw a live broadcast. It was very noisy. The robot is here. You can ask. Because of the direction. The main airflow will be blocked by the signal tower. This location is a safe area. And it is said that even if you accidentally go outside, you can enjoy the typhoon and won't be blown away directly. There is also a live camera here. And it is said that there will be a space perspective at that time. I am really looking forward to it. Everyone talked about it. And Shuma, who stood up temporarily with the help of prosthetic limbs, couldn't help but sigh at this time. This is technology. It's great. The voice was hoarse, but it was the sound from his own mouth. He really wanted to be reborn with Umbrella's technology. Even though he just stood up with the help of prosthetic limbs. He was excited, and the people around him were also surprised when they heard Shuma speak. Before, he could only rely on brain-computer connection. The puppy even ran over and asked excitedly, Uncle Shuma, has your treatment officially started? It seems to be working well. Bolt next to him also said with emotion, Congratulations. Others followed suit and gave their blessings. Shuma's wife Colleen was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Then, Shuma, whose voice was still a little hoarse, said, The treatment has begun. The first stage of treatment has been carried out. The subsequent bacterial flora is being cultivated. The control of the voice and face has been completed in the first treatment. There is also some recovery of muscles in the body. Umbrella is really too strong. Thank you very much. While speaking, she was still wiping tears. Then Shuma next to her patted her on the shoulder with the drive of the prosthesis. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone was touched and gave their blessings again. Okay. We came here to see the rocket. Oh. It's called the mass projector. Right? It's really exciting. Shuma spoke again in a hoarse voice. The sun from the equator shines on the airport runway, and even the distorted air on the runway can be seen. But even in this environment, everyone still stared at the towering mass launcher and waited quietly. At the same time, Umbrella also broadcast live from multiple angles across the entire network, and also demarcated airspace control and issued a well-intentioned suggestion. In the future, this airspace will also be the connecting cable of the space elevator. I hope all major airlines will pay attention to it. It did not say that it would be shot down when it came. Nor did it say no-fly zone. The tone was very gentle. But above Umbrella's Peng Lai, now even de Pyongyang dared not challenge the free flight. In addition, The site was originally selected to avoid all air routes. Now, except for Umbrella's own Pumlai flight, other flights passing by here temporarily would be completely disrespectful. So this gentle notice also received a unanimous response from major airlines. And as long as it is not a pretext for civilian use, then military use is completely irrelevant. Then, the space elevator plan is officially launched, accompanied by the narration of the Red Queen in the live broadcast camera. The next moment the mass launcher sank again, and a roar that had been silent for several months broke out, although it had appeared once before when Umbrella launched a satellite. But when seeing the cloud layer that was directly penetrated again, the stream of light that shot straight into the sky, the turbulent sea, and the strong wind, the people watching the live broadcast still felt the shock that was coming. You can feel this through the screen. And the people who stayed at the scene felt the strong wind sweeping. Wow. This is still mostly blocked. If you go out, you will really not be blown away. You can try. You jump high. I think it's possible. Ha ha. It's really shocking. Everyone who watched closely put on windproof goggles and felt the blood surging in their bodies. Especially Shuma, Kobe, Jordan, CC and others who entered the top 16 and have obtained the right of settlement. They can bring their immediate family members to move into the allocated houses at any time. And they have a sense of honor in their hearts. Although Pumlai did not require the abandonment of nationality. It is just a right of settlement. But it has quickly become their second hometown in their minds. From medical care to daily life, everything here is perfect and amazing. A real paradise. At this time, in front of the live screen, there was a large group of aviation experts from all walks of life analyzing. After seeing the launch, many experts sighed. Sure enough, compared with the last launch, they should have continued to improve the mass projector during this period. Well, it was only a low orbit before. And this time it directly targets the synchronous orbit. If there is no construction on it, it can only be extended below. It is so easy and so fast to extend in the sea. Their materials are really enviable. It should also be a modular design. Just put it together directly. So the direction of our literal combat ship is correct? A concept animation picture appeared in the live broadcast room. The above is a conceptual picture of the distance between Pumlai, the Earth's atmosphere, and the synchronous orbit. The launch module also moves in this picture in the form of small dots. It's just a more intuitive launch concept picture. It will take until the first batch of orbital engineering robots that arrive to unfold before the linkage can be completed for shooting on the synchronous orbit. But when this proportional real-time concept picture comes out, many netizens who were just listening for fun were shocked to find that the height of the synchronous orbit was a bit beyond expectations. Crazy comments began in the barrage. Hey, is this a scaled picture? Is there something wrong? Hack, why is the Earth so small in the picture? The atmosphere is so thin. Isn't the position a bit far away? Isn't that the lunar orbit? After many problems appeared, some barrages of explanations appeared later. This is a scale picture. The radius of the Earth is more than 6,000 kilometers, and the diameter is more than 12,000 kilometers. Most satellites are actually located at a few hundred kilometers. But the synchronous satellite orbit is 35,000, which is almost 3 Earth diameters. In fact, some people have mentioned the height of the synchronous satellite orbit before. It's just that the simple number does not have this concept. However, when this scale picture appeared, everyone understood how high the synchronous satellite orbit is. It is dozens of times higher than the height of conventional low-orbit satellites. Umbrella has been preparing for a long time. Yes, the requirements for synchronous satellite orbits are higher. It's almost there. Looking forward to it. From the perspective of space, in the deep and vast starry sky, the blue planet that was not even a speck of dust in the universe looked so magnificent. A black dot kept spinning out of the atmosphere, and then a light blue plasma jet appeared on it. Multi-angle and multi-directional jets constantly corrected the orbit of this big cube. At each critical node, it continuously adjusted the jets at multiple angles, and accurately determined its position under the internal program and the connection with the satellite signal. With the last few intensive and continuous changes in the jets, this big cube stopped completely. At the stop position, looking at the blue planet in front of it, it seemed to be motionless, and both sides seemed to be relatively still. You could only follow the changes in sunlight together. Then the big cube gradually unfolded. Solar panels, mechanical arms, and jet interfaces all emerged from the original block one by one, completing the transformation. A strange machine with solar panels and many mechanical arms appeared in front of us. If it was on the ground, this slender arm and its own strange structure might not even be able to climb up. However, after the influence of gravity was removed from the synchronous orbit, the design of the engineering robot could be made quite exaggerated. Then, with the switching of the umbrella's special lens, in conjunction with the satellite groups in the low orbit, the signal transmission and connection with the ground were completed directly, and the picture was also transmitted back in real time. Appearing in the live broadcast room, as you can see, the picture connection is normal. The initial calibration launch was successful, and the first Orbital Eye engineering robot has arrived at the scheduled orbit. Next, we can use this Orbital Eye engineering robot to watch the arrival of the following modules. As more and more modules and robots arrive, more and more perspectives can be provided. We will broadcast the construction of the entire space elevator live. Then, the mass launcher roared again, and compared to the original satellite launch, which required adjusting the orbit angle, this time it was just a brainless spray. The launched module will make subsequent adjustments autonomously. Then, in the perspective of the engineering robot, a complete ejection picture began to appear, with the starry sky as the background and the blue star as the curtain. In the deep starry sky, I watched the subsequent modules that were constantly ejecting plasma jets, constantly changing their trajectories and directions, slowly approaching, and finally parking nearby and remaining relatively still, looking at the gift packages that rolled over one by one and then gradually stopped with continuous ejection. The first engineering robot also quickly started its work, and directly began to move slowly on the track with its own thrusters, stretched out its pliers to pull the package to the designated position, and began to assemble. Then the second, third, and even all the subsequent robots that arrived began to cooperate in the OK unpacking operation. Obviously, these orbital robots moved slowly, and even had a sense of humor, but as they cooperated in assembly very tacitly, dragging the modules launched up and began to move, under multiple angles and lenses. The synchronous track that was full of messy packages gave people a feeling of a century project. The moving speed seemed slow, but with the flashing electric light and the tacit splicing, it brought everyone a shock called efficiency. This is a fully mechanical, fully automatic project that maximizes efficiency under the mediation of artificial intelligence. Originally, it was already very high for Umbrella. Even Punglai was able to take it out in 1 year, which can be regarded as super efficient. When watching the robots sold by Umbrella working in the factory, you can also feel the tacit cooperation and perfect efficiency brought by pure machinery. But now, seeing this super project on the synchronous track, seeing those robots can stretch out multiple arms at the same time, easily dragging each module in the zero-gravity environment, and starting some docking work, most people had a glimmer of enlightenment. The efficiency of Umbrella's space elevator plan will be much faster than originally expected, after the module manufacturing has been completed. The terrifying delivery efficiency of the mass projector has really exceeded people's imagination. The robots dragged away the modules one by one, and against the background of the starry sky, one after another packages were continuously delivered from the direction of the Earth. There were modules that made up the space elevator, and there were also newly arrived robots. Even the robots and modules that were delivered seemed to be in perfect order under the calculation of artificial intelligence. As soon as each new robot appeared, it could easily pick up the nearby modules, as if they were specially delivered to the hands. And many experts, who had been closely observing from some professional institutions, also stood up in horror at this time. Impossible. How can there be such a launch efficiency? This is far beyond the previous satellite launch. What kind of power generation system is this? It's hard to even get a nuclear power plant. They added a lot of modules later. Will there be a super energy storage module to store the energy of the previous nuclear power plant? It should be possible. And there should be a new nuclear power module. Such a large energy storage device is for this time. Punglai. It's terrible. This is a war machine, with nuclear power generation and energy storage. When necessary, their firepower will be able to pour out instantly, which is extremely terrible. To deal with it, you must rely on absolute saturation attack, crushing their energy threshold. Hey, let's not keep thinking about it. It's a headache. According to this efficiency, their space elevator construction will be faster than our starship. Still building? Of course we have to build it. We can't let them control it all. Do we have a chance to build this thing? Even if we buy all their materials, our cost is unbearable, and we have to ask them to launch it. If we ask them to launch it, we have to entrust them to manufacture all the modules of the space elevator. Otherwise, it will not meet the intensity requirements of the launch. A group of people couldn't help but fall silent. The result of the discussion was that it was useless. Except for the monster umbrella. No force can complete it. And all the technical details and components of this space elevator were developed step by Umbrella. From mass projection to robots. To artificial intelligence control. From basic superconductivity. Materials. And procedures. All key nodes are in their hands. Compare it with the bloated size of the starship that they are still actively building. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. This kind of contrast and comparison. It's hard to describe. Are we really going in the wrong direction? Even after the mass projector came out, NASA and SX did not give up. Because the mass projector also has inherent defects. Although the near-Earth orbit is invincible, the future Moon and Mars landings still need to rely on high-thrust rockets. The mass projector has too high a quality requirement for the things it launches. Therefore, the appearance of the mass projector has actually enhanced Master's fighting spirit. Let him throw himself wholeheartedly on the starship. The satellite has the Falcon, which is enough. Although it is not as good as the mass projector, it is enough. Once the starship comes out, it can win back another game. I am only at a disadvantage in some areas. Just like Umbrella seems to be in its heyday now. But it is not the first in all industries. It is not that one company has become the top, and there is no chance for other companies in the world. Just like the emergence of the Tracker. It has helped SX electric vehicles to open up the low-end market. The Tracker has opened up consumers' awareness, known the benefits of electric vehicles, and strengthened the construction and consumption habits of auxiliary modules such as electric piles. SX electric vehicles only need to imitate comprehensively and then lower the price. Still survived. The market share can be eaten by Prussia and Neon, who are not flexible. The same is true for space competition. You Umbrella have a mass projector, and the low orbit is invincible. But you can also seize the areas that you cannot touch with rockets. Anyway, seeing that Umbrella has no rocket-related plans, he is more relieved. Especially this time when the aliens arrived. The starship design was completed, and a cooperation agreement was reached with a certain Song's Don Quixote. It was the time to restore the reputation of the starship in one fell swoop. However, the starship is still being built on the ground. But the space elevator is already knocking in the sky. Since he is in this field, Masra certainly knows what it means to have a space elevator in the sky. The so-called spacecraft and the so-called interstellar navigation actually have a big difficulty in overcoming the gravity of the Earth. However, if the launch site is placed in space, even the thrust of the Hall thruster can easily complete the satellite orbit change and acceleration, which is really much simpler. In theory, launching in space, combined with its own rocket recovery technology, there is a chance to travel back and forth to Mars in the true sense. Here, only a small amount of thrust is needed to go to Mars, and the main fuel is left for launching and returning on Mars. In theory, relying on the space elevator to continuously transport materials into space, and then continuously launch towards Mars. The prerequisites for building a Mars base have already been met. The biggest hurdle in the front has been solved. And the rest is really much simpler. It is completely fine even if it is handed over to other companies to build. Moon base. Mars base. It sounds like a far-fetched concept. But after the space elevator is formed, it is already something that can be seen in my lifetime. No, not even in my lifetime. Relying on Umbrella's robots and their ever-increasing efficiency. As long as the modules are continuously manufactured, they will be launched in batches along with the robots. After the space elevator is out, we can start to work on it and prepare. Thinking of the vows he made to migrate to Mars, and the starship he invested all his efforts in, Master's heart was filled with bitterness for a while. When did I start to pursue money and status blindly? When did my original dream become a gimmick for me to make money? Looking at the live broadcast in front of him, the tacit cooperation of the robots in the synchronous satellite orbit, and the terrifying splicing efficiency, Masra finally lowered his head. The gap is too big. So big that he has no courage to catch up. But then he cheered up again. No! I still have a chance. As long as Umbrella is willing to borrow the space elevator, I will transport the starship to the space elevator. Then, I still have a chance. The world is paying attention to the automatic construction on the synchronous satellite orbit. Purely mechanized orbital robots. Different models do different things. With clear division of labor. Grabbing modules one by one and starting to splice. The beauty of efficiency and craftsmanship is so shocking under the visual impact of the space background and the mother planet. Occasionally, the sun sweep seems to be able to see the brilliance of the surface. Pomlai is still spraying continuously. and a large number of module components are continuously entering space. This power, this frequency, and this energy consumption make some professionals, who are constantly observing and calculating, feel numb. Even if it is nuclear power. Even if there is a special power storage module. This is too exaggerated. But even at this time, no one has ever considered the problem of controlled nuclear fusion. It's not that the theory is not good, but that this thing is being studied. And everyone knows the threshold and difficulty. Rather than believing in controlled nuclear fusion, it is better to believe that they have more efficient power generation technology. And the density and power of fission reactors have achieved a qualitative breakthrough. It should still be possible to fully support the launch when Punlai itself has stopped work completely. And just when the space elevator plan is steadily progressing, and is quickly built on the synchronous orbit. Punlai itself has also fully adapted to the stability of this launch frequency by adjusting the system. If it is a normal material, even if most of the projector is buffered and retreated on the seabed, the metal at the connection must have been torn long ago. This is something that no alloy with high strength can withstand. But Umbrella itself has its own unique material technology, and even repairs and stabilizes the spell inscriptions, combined with the buffering of the pulley retreat and unloading most of it into the seabed. But except for 1 hour of inspection and maintenance every day, it is in the launch for 23 hours. In a ward in Punlai, Shuma was lying in the medical cabin receiving a new treatment. Under the detection of the magic lens of the medical cabin, the cell-level image data of the damaged nerve appeared directly on the screen. The color-marked pruning archaea slowly cleaned the branch endings of the damaged nerve, completely removed some irregular and redundant tissues, and swallowed them into the body to wait for hydrolysis. The speed was slow, but also very slight. Except for the damaged nerve, it would hardly affect other places, although some pruned nerve cells would be killed and removed. But in fact, for the overall number of nerve cells, this little loss is completely insignificant. Very good. Everything went well. The pruning work is almost done, and the next step is bonding. First inject a unit to calculate the feasibility. With the newly injected archaea, under the compiled homing effect, it can be clearly seen from the image that another completely different adhesive archaea followed the blood to the designated area and successfully stopped. Homing success. Not bad. There is no problem with the compilation. And Red Queen also gave supportive suggestions. Inject the remaining archaea. As another injury point was repaired, Shuma came out of the medical cabin again. Without using prosthetic limbs, he raised his hand tremblingly and held the edge, although his lower body was still unconscious. After sitting up without the support of prosthetic limbs, Shuma still had tears in his eyes. And then he kept pinching his arms. The long-lost pain reaction made him want to laugh out loud. Okay. Although we injected the optimization fluid to repair your atrophied muscles, you still need to do some exercise to complete the absorption. At the same time, you must continue to stimulate the nerve connection that has just been completed and enter the subsequent rehabilitation training. Don't overdo it. And don't do it less. The Queen will give you a plan based on your situation. Remember to follow the plan and don't modify it without authorization. This is closely related to the final recovery effect. Following the doctor's earnest instructions, Shuma also nodded while crying. Chapter 487 Kindness Talented People. The roar of the mass projector continued. Standing on the top of the mage tower, Wang Yi looked at the steel behemoth in front of him, spewing out the materials accumulated by Punlai over the years, and couldn't help but sigh. Starry sky. Even after accumulating for so long, the combination of magic and technology, and the physical connection with the starry sky have only taken a step. However, if you take the route of magic civilization, as long as the concentration of magic is sufficient, it involves the field of teleportation array and abyss. Then you can even reach the level of free cross-border. Think about the celestial body that will take nearly a year to come from another planet in the solar system to the nearby celestial body. The difficulty of normal starry sky movement is much more difficult than space movement with the help of the abyss as a springboard. This may be the reason why the magic civilization route has been focusing on the research of the magic side for so long. Because it is at your fingertips. There is a simpler way. Similar to the situation where the technology tree on the Earth is crooked, which may be considered a minority in the entire starry sky. Even if other intelligent creatures are born, the probability of them stepping into the direction of humans step by coincidence is too small. After sighing for a while, Wang Yi directly communicated with the mage tower and said to Lin Shurqin, "Are they curious about Punlai's energy system?" "Yes. But no one has thought about nuclear fusion. They are really timid. They still think that our water boiling technology and energy storage capacity are too strong. Lin Shurqin floated out with a smile, and said with a sneer, as long as we stop all work and use it to support. It is barely acceptable in theory. Wang Yi smiled casually. However, the powerful industrial production capacity of the entire Penglai has not been suspended at all because of this launch. It is still working overtime to manufacture various modules. In fact, for space engineering, the space elevator can only be regarded as a bridgehead. The real beginning in theory. At least if there is no space elevator. It depends entirely on fossil fuel rocket launches, which can only be regarded as a drop in the bucket for real space engineering. And now they have temporarily suspended their original measures against Neon and South Korea. Pyongyang has temporarily stabilized the situation by releasing money. But the CPI has skyrocketed. And they will definitely raise interest rates and shrink their balance sheet. Originally, Wang Yi had predicted that there would be a chance to touch it a little. However, because of the visitors from outer space now, even Pyongyang would have its own concerns. So he temporarily held back. In fact, many people would wonder why the continuous interest rate hikes after Pyongyang released money would have such an obvious effect, which seemed to be just a few percentage points. But in fact, for some borrowing costs, the cost increase of 2% and 5% is more than 100%. It is purely relying on its own manipulation to transfer internal problems to the world and complete the harvest between release and shrinkage. Now that the alien visitors have delayed their progress, perhaps they also want to wait until the late cycle, when the US dollar is the strongest, before starting to attack, becoming the last straw to defeat them. Anyway, they have submitted relevant compensation proposals several times, which is considered to be a constant wind, and they have not given up. When the threat is lifted and the time is right, I am afraid they will directly cut the knife. Lin Shurqin also curled her lips at Pyongyang's prediction. Anyway, it's the same thing over and over again. First, they coax you verbally, and then they keep submitting bills. After failing a few times and blowing enough wind, they start to pass. In fact, just like their US dollar return, these all need time to brew and can't be done overnight. The bear has been PUA many times and deceived over and over again. Anyway, when the time is almost right, after constantly using the advantages of public opinion and animal husbandry to wash it away, it can be treated as nothing happened. Just like when the forest system had not collapsed. Charles de Gaulle took the lead in directly transporting 3,000 tons of gold back from Pyongyang, which directly led to the collapse of the forest system. The US dollar has been dishonest, but few people mention it now, and even rely on continuous animal husbandry techniques to let European people in charge, constantly cutting meat and bleeding. Although it is shown that it will not directly collect compensation for the time being, the bills that are constantly submitted and not passed have always been a kind of wind that subtly affects everyone's thoughts, slowly accumulating a momentum. The more times it is submitted, the more votes it will receive until it is passed. Then the Senate will go through this process again. If it is still not enough, continue to jump back and forth to try the reaction. When enough is accumulated, it will be passed. Okay, let's find some fun for the friends in the starry sky before they arrive. This time, I won't go directly over. I'm so soft-hearted recently, and can't bear to see the suffering of all living beings. I understand. The master is really a kind man. Lin Shurqin smiled, and didn't care about Wang Yi's melancholy tone. Just don't do it yourself. Throw some bait over. Those people who are obsessed with immortality will not be able to help themselves. Even though New York has been like this before, many experiments have never stopped. Even, many people would envy the traders at the time, thinking that they had a chance to live forever. Master, if we take extreme measures, we may be noticed by the Red Queen. If you reveal something, the consequences will be serious. A man who was meticulously dressed and looked like a traditional butler whispered to a skinny old man in a wheelchair. Waste. You can't even do such a small thing. Why can fate buy it for 10 million US dollars? I have raised the budget to 20 million, and you are still so incompetent. The old man kept knocking on the ground with his crutches. Although he was already skinny, he still had the majesty of being in a high position for a long time. It was just that the sick color and dark circles on his face made him look a little more ferocious. After Penglai's medical system came out, he also paid attention to it. Just because he was a core senior executive of the organization, he was a little hesitant about going to Penglai. So he didn't rush to buy it at the first time, but waited and watched. For such resources, he thought that as long as he wanted, it would be at his fingertips. But who would have thought that the situation was completely different? because the Red Queen had been keeping an eye on the matter. She specifically stated that no coercion was allowed, limiting many of his methods. In fact, with his power, a hint plus enough money would definitely make him willingly, and would not leave any handle. But the Red Queen said that whether it is a threat is entirely based on her identification standards. Once confirmed, the Umbrella's security department will take direct action. What can be done? Of course, they dare not even hint, and can only trade in the normal market. When they want to spend money to buy it later, they find that they can no longer buy it in normal transactions. Damn it. It's all garbage. And those laboratories are the same. They haven't researched anything for so long. They are all some biological weapons for fighting and killing. What's the use of these things? One javelin is gone. Always use the excuse that the flesh and blood of the abyss is full of tyranny. Cough cough. After another cough, the butler next to him hurriedly opened the medicine box, poured out 2 tablets of Ankangding, and carefully held the cup to help the old man take the medicine. The torture of illness forced him to continue to increase the dosage of Ankangding. It's not that there are no other stronger painkillers, but the side effects are much greater than Ankangding. He still wants to persevere until the emergence of new technologies. After taking the medicine, as the effect of the medicine took effect, the ferocious expression on the old man's face also eased a lot. And then he said in a hoarse voice, "I don't care what you do. I will give you the funds and manpower. You must get a quota for me within the period, and let the laboratory prepare to directly increase the intensity of human experiments. If 1 person is not enough, then 10. And if 10 are not enough, then 100. Don't care about the life and death of those homeless people and illegal immigrants." Hearing the old man's words, the housekeeper wanted to say something, but seeing the ferocious eyes in the dark, he was shocked and retreated. This is even if it exposes the disappearance and causes panic. Hey, I hope the number of homeless people and illegal immigrants in the sewer can last for a while. Finally here. Ha ha. Free air. In Los Angeles. On Fatty Ding Square. Wang Daju breathed deeply and intoxicatedly, as if he had imagined a fragrance in his mind. According to the advice of some kind-hearted people who kept sharing the wonderful life here, he finally took out all the loans he could take out, borrowed all the money he could borrow, and came here with great difficulty. The bright future of living in a villa, as long as he worked hard for 3 years, made him full of energy. Look! How friendly the people nearby are. How clean the streets are. After faintly smelling the smell of urine, he couldn't help but look down with some surprise, only to see that he was stepping on the unknown liquid that had not dried yet. What the h-l? Seeing that his trouser legs were a little wet, he wiped them with his hand and smelled them. The smell on them almost made him vomit. What kind of scum is this? He even urinated and defecated everywhere? The deep nausea made him retch, but couldn't vomit. As the hunger in his stomach appeared, he remembered that he hadn't eaten yet. Looking at the convenience store next to him, Wang Daju couldn't help swallowing his saliva again. Although he still had some money on him, he still had to save it. After entering, he saw that the hamburger set meal cost $20. So he said to the cashier, "Do you have $10? The kind that can fill you up?" The cashier glanced at him and obviously understood who he was and what his situation was. Then he nodded and helped him get 6 donuts. Seeing the mark of $10 for 5 on the receipt, Wang Daju couldn't help but feel happy in his heart, and gave 1 more. Then he didn't pay attention to the buy 5 get 1 free offer next to him, as if he was worried that the other party would find out and go back. So he paid the money and left in a hurry. He squatted on the side of the road and started to bite. The feeling of hunger was immediately relieved by the intake of carbon water and sugar. Because of his hunger, coupled with the stimulation of sweetness, he immediately felt that he seemed to have never eaten such a delicious food. He couldn't help but take out his mobile phone and start taking selfies, telling about his little luck in getting a donut for free today. Lucky start. Lucky day. Donuts are really delicious. But after taking the photo, thinking of his limited surplus food and the dilemma of not finding a job yet, he still had a little more worry in his heart. Brother, just came over? But at this moment, a man who looked gentle and wearing gold-rimmed glasses came over. Hearing the other party's words, Wang Daju also looked back, looked up and down, and then nodded. "Yeah. Haven't you found a job yet?" "Well, I don't know why. Isn't it said that it's easy here?" "Brother, are you hiring people?" Wang Daju's eyes lit up. "It's really a sleepy day. And today is my lucky day. No. It should be said that when I came here and breathed the air here, my luck changed. I became different. And I became a superior person. Oh, don't mention it. Recently, there are a bunch of idiots who always report employers for hiring illegal workers, wanting to get compensation or even want to get identity through this. I dare not hire them recently. The man with gold-rimmed glasses said with a gloomy face. Ah, there is such a thing? How can they do this? Wang Daju's face was full of indignation. Damn. Isn't this the predecessors cutting down trees and blocking the way for future generations? First make money in the pit, and then make money. No matter what. I will find it first. But hiring illegal workers and reporting employers has a chance to get identity. Wang Daju, who seemed to have opened the door to a new world, had his eyes shining as he took note of the matter. But I have a pretty good job on my hands. I wonder if you are interested. Ah? What job? Wang Daju was a little wary. But not much. I don't know if you heard about it when you came here. For drug testing. Many of the guys who came here first couldn't get the quota even if they wanted to. The man with gold-rimmed glasses said in a low voice. This made Wang Daju's heart tremble. And he was a little wary again. I heard that the income seems to be very high. Right? The group of people who came here first didn't participate? It's not that they don't want to. But they have tried too much and are afraid of drug conflicts. There is a cooling off period. So I came here to find new people. After hearing this, Wang Daju's vigilance was slightly lowered. Oh, it seems to make sense. What kind of medicine is it? Is it dangerous? It's a sleep aid. It's very low risk. It imitates ankangding. You know ankangding, right? It has very few side effects. When Wang Daju heard that it was a medicine similar to ankangding, he immediately felt relieved. Similar to ankangding. That's great. I said that to Pyongyang. With such strong technology, can definitely launch the same medicine. In order to support it, I will participate as long as the price is right. Of course the price is good. A total of $6,000. Enough to be your initial capital. This kind of good thing is rare. The time is about half a month. And you just need to keep some records in the future. Golden Glasses also took out a price that made Wang Daju excited. $6,000. Okay. I agree. As expected. Umbrella deducted too much when recruiting testers. How much money did they give? It's a company without a bottom line. Wang Daju immediately agreed when he heard $6,000. As if he was afraid that the opportunity would fly away. At the same time, he complained about the plan of the umbrella tester because he didn't draw it. And the golden glasses also brightened up. Very good. If he bargained, he would have paid some of the difference he deducted. It's worthy of being a newcomer. Really good. It's just strange what they asked the newcomers to do this time. But these don't care about their own business. Just get the kickback and it's okay. That's how it was. The man with gold-rimmed glasses took Wang Daju to a minibus. Wang Daju was relieved to see that there were at least 20 or 30 people on the bus. After waiting for about an hour, the minibus started to move slowly after 3 more people arrived, heading towards the city. After more than 2 hours of twists and turns, they finally arrived at an underground parking lot. Sitting by the window, Wang Daju also saw the man with gold-rimmed glasses get off the bus and say something to a cold-faced white man, which made the man nod. Are all new here? No identity. Don't worry. I will certainly meet your requirements. They are all new here. No identity. And all illegal immigrants. The man with gold-rimmed glasses hunched over, his face full of flattering expressions. Well, you did a good job. The money will be directly deposited into your card. When will the next batch arrive? It will take some time for the next batch. I have brought all the recent ones. Okay. Let them get off. You can go back first. The white man with a cold face nodded. And then at the call of the man with gold-rimmed glasses, the group of guys who had just arrived in the car got off with some expectation and confusion. Follow Mr. Dyson well. Sign whatever he asked you to sign. It's no problem. We will help you apply for a bank card in time. It is definitely good news for you. The man with gold-rimmed glasses clapped his hands, cheered him up, and then got in the car and drove the minibus out of the parking lot with the driver. Watching the group of bewildered guys in the rearview mirror gradually go away, the man with gold-rimmed glasses whistled. They are really our money-giving boys. Unfortunately, there are fewer people coming recently. Hurry up and ask the agent to send more videos. The driver was smoking a cigarette with a smile on his face. The money comes quickly, but I don't know how long I can make it. They want a lot of people this time. I suspect it may be a more dangerous experiment. So they want black households, who have just arrived and no one knows them. Anyway, if they die, they die. Is there anyone who can speak for them? The man with gold-rimmed glasses also lit a cigarette and said indifferently, as long as they can make money. What does this matter? But just when their minibus just arrived at an intersection and waited for the red light, a large truck rushed out and directly hit the entire minibus's head, completely deforming and denting it. Bang! The window was broken, and the minibus seemed to have shrunk by half. The two people in the car also died on the spot. He didn't drink alcohol. The reason was brake failure, which is really regrettable. The detective who had finished investigating the accident scene of Depyeong had also come to a conclusion. The truck driver had no criminal record before, and he had not drunk alcohol or used contraband. The matter was finally transferred to the insurance company. It was just an ordinary car accident. This is normal for Depyeong. Brake failure. Another young police officer looked at it again with some doubts. Did he come to a conclusion so quickly? It should be towed back for special inspection. Yes, it was brake failure. The partner patted the other's shoulder with a meaningful expression on his face. Let's go. Where to have a drink? The death is too ugly. I'll apply for leave. Oh, okay. The young detective himself didn't want to get to the bottom of it. Anyway, there was not much to do, so it didn't matter. As local detectives in Los Angeles, they were just pure employees. They usually need to do all kinds of work that people hate and dogs hate. They only maintain the interests of the party that pays them wages. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people feel more fear when they see them. Even if it is a normal inspection on the road, you have to be careful. Otherwise it is taboo to empty the magazine, which means providing the other party with a few days of paid vacation. This is most obvious for those who have run past. They stand up when they are asked to stand up, lie down when they lie down, and hold their heads with their hands. They are very docile. If the most common actions such as pushing and shoving, insulting, etc. really happen, then you can only pray for good luck. Because of this, although the young agent vaguely sensed something, he didn't want to get involved. Instead, he and his colleagues went to the car and said casually, "Recently, I received calls from many places saying that many homeless people nearby have disappeared. I am worried about the zombie crisis or some evil experiment, because of the many zombie incidents and the invasion of the abyss. At this time, many people have become a little sensitive. It is normal for homeless people to disappear. After all, many people live in the sewers. It is not uncommon for a person to suddenly emerge from a roadside sewer fence when it loosens. It is not uncommon for someone to die of illness or wander off to other places. However, the disappearance of a large number of homeless people in a short period of time will still attract the attention of some sensitive residents and call them. They are just too idle. We have a quick response team. And even we are equipped with special ammunition for zombies. Even if a special virus like the one in Seoul breaks out, it can be quickly controlled at the source. They are just too scared and worry too much." The old agent's eyes flickered, and he said nonchalantly, "But it is indeed a bit troublesome that there are so many missing people. What kind of trouble can there be? Will there be media reports? Or a VV platform? Maybe they have too many contraband in the sewer. Recently, some people have been using veterinary drugs, which have a high mortality rate. That's true. I really admire them. It was exaggerated enough to use them before, but now they even use veterinary drugs. They are just some poor scum who can't make any contribution. If they die, they die." Hearing this, the young agent also felt a headache inside. "Yeah, it's just that we have to suffer a lot of risks. Last time, a colleague in the West District was infected and couldn't be rescued. Hey, so be careful. Take good protection. That itself is an opioid contraband with an effect of more than 100 times, which can easily kill people. But because of its low price, it is undoubtedly quite popular for those homeless people with no income. Some derivatives of fen are even more terrible. Shufen is equivalent to 1,000 times. Coffin is equivalent to 10,000 times. And luofen is as high as 30,000 times, which belongs to the category of chemical weapons. 1 or 2 milligrams can directly kill an adult. This kind of danger is naturally only chosen by homeless people without money. Sometimes when agents go to search, they don't need the other party to throw it out directly. Just accidentally spilling some when pinching the evidence may directly lead to GG. This even led to the fact that the standard equipment of the beautiful agents included an unpopular thing called naloxone. This is an antidote that can neutralize opiates. But sometimes even naloxone cannot be used in time to save the person. It's so magical. Because of this, Using the excuse of drug proliferation is enough to quickly suppress the disappearance of a large number of homeless people. On the other side, Wang Daju, who followed into the laboratory, looked at the high-tech layout in the laboratory with excitement in his eyes. It is worthy of being a beacon of civilization. And the technology is strong. Yes, I came to the right place. I am so lucky to find a job that makes money so quickly when I just arrived. My family also advised me to block everyone directly. Everyone at each other as friends and take care of each other in the future. The group of people who came with Wang Daju also looked like they had found an organization and a confidant. After arriving in a strange place, they quickly became familiar with each other. The man who led the way in front of them didn't care about them. After taking them to a room, a staff member in protective clothing brought a plate of medicine. 1 pill per person. Take it now. Seeing the pills on the plate, everyone took one. And some people swallowed it on the spot without even drinking water. However, some people still said with some doubts, "Don't you need to have a physical examination and record some data first?" This is actually because Umbrella has recruited testers, and some knowledge has been popularized after the blood test. But in the face of such questions, the white man who had always been paralyzed showed a strange smile. "No. Take the medicine first." As everyone present swallowed the medicine one by one, Wang Daju felt a wave of sleepiness coming over him not long after. It's really a great technology. The sleepiness comes so quickly. It's much better than Enkangding. It will definitely sell well in the future. But before he could finish his thoughts in his mind, he fell asleep and lost consciousness completely. After seeing that everyone at the scene fell asleep in a crooked manner, the white man clapped his hands and said, "Okay. Drag them all away. I provided you with the people. If there is still no result, then you may be the test subjects in the future." When Wang Daju woke up, he found that he had appeared in a narrow and cramped room without knowing when. There was only a bed against the wall and a toilet at the head of the bed. The front of this 2-square-meter compartment was completely blocked by a tempered glass wall. He looked down and found that he had been wearing a simple hospital gown without knowing when. And a metal ring was tied on his wrist. And he felt some pain in his body for no reason. He lifted his head and saw a lot of bruises. And some places had blood spots on the skin. But it seemed to be washed very clean. He touched his cold head, and it was bald, without a single hair left. Was he washed by a high-pressure water gun? And then he was shaved? What's going on? What happened? But at this moment, he suddenly heard a dull bang. He looked up and saw an old man in a similar compartment across the aisle from the glass wall, hitting the tempered glass wall again and again, like a madman, staring at him with bloodshot eyes. Wang Daju was shocked. "Psycho!" But then he sighed again. "Where is this place? What's going on? Am I not testing the medicine?" But the next moment, his face gradually became terrified, because he saw the old man in the opposite room, constantly opening his mouth and biting through the glass wall. The scarlet mouth, white teeth, bloodshot eyes, and the darkening blue veins on the face. Immediately, Wang Daju understood what this was. Hack! Zombies! Chapter 488 Hooked Messenger. Seeing the figure in the cage opposite that was constantly changing into a zombie, Wang Daju's face was full of fear. Then he kept groping his whole body, as if he was worried that he would become a zombie. However, as the zombie continued to struggle and collide, it stopped after a while, and the blue veins on its face gradually faded, and the black color faded. The bloodshot in his eyes seemed to have decreased a lot. The mouth that was constantly licking the tempered glass also stopped moving, slowly slid to the ground, and climbed up again after a while. Wang Daju looked at this side and said in a hoarse voice, "Sorry. I scared you. You just showed the wound on your body. Just seducing me." Seeing this thing turn from a zombie back to a human, the earphones in his ears that had been plugged in since he woke up also automatically translated the other party's words, which made Wang Daju show a shocked expression on his face. "Is it developing a zombie vaccine? I know. What Umbrella can't do. We still have to see the beauty." But before he finished speaking, the heavy collision sound appeared again. And this time there were several, as if all the cages next to it appeared. "Bullshit! This place is completely crazy. Boy, don't let me see you. I can't kill you." Hearing the messy sound, Wang Daju couldn't help shrinking his neck. Although this place is small, the tempered glass in front of him still gave him great courage. And he actually started to spray back. "Isn't it? Did you see him turn from a zombie back to a human? This is a miracle. Umbrella said at the beginning that the zombie virus would hijack the central nervous system cells, which is equivalent to directly replacing them. As long as they are infected, they can be regarded as dead. Isn't it a miracle that the problem has been solved now? The Mexican who turned from a zombie back to a human was also sneering at this time. Miracle? It is true. Control the amount of virus injected into my body. Let the virus enter the incubation period. And then use various drugs to conduct experiments on the spot. Only 2 of the 13 experimental subjects survived. I really have to be grateful and thank them for this so-called vaccine. Wang Daju's face was also filled with a sense of fear when he heard this. Only 2 survived from the 13? Such a high mortality rate? Will he also be dragged to do this kind of experiment? Facing the life and death issue in front of him, the ideals in his heart were instantly thrown aside. He chose this path now, and borrowed money from relatives and friends. He is a sophisticated egoist. As if seeing the fear on Wang Daju's face, the half-human, half-zombie guy on the opposite side sneered for a while. The people who can conduct zombie experiments are all in my row. You won't encounter them. Hearing this, Wang Daju immediately felt that he was okay again and laughed. So, for the sake of all mankind, to produce an excellent zombie vaccine, certain sacrifices are still necessary. You are experimenting with the flesh and blood of the abyss, and the mortality rate is much higher than mine. We have changed batch after batch, and have not seen a few successful ones. Beasts? These beasts are crazy. Crazy! Wang Daju yelled out in despair, and his body softened, and he sat on the ground. So, for the sake of all mankind, your sacrifice is necessary. The half-human, half-zombie guy repeated Wang Daju's words, with a sneer on his face. When there was a small commotion at the place where the experimental subject was imprisoned, the head of the laboratory, Jilin, woke up from the previous nightmare with a face full of horror. He touched his forehead and found that it was full of sweat. He raised his hand and looked at the faint lines on his arm. He also knew that it was not a dream before. It was the abyss. Sure enough, as long as you study flesh and blood, you may be peeped at by the abyss, just like the time in New York. However, Jilin quickly suppressed the throbbing in his heart and exhaled slowly. No wonder Qiaosun was bewitched at the beginning. It is indeed irresistible. While muttering to himself, he took out a syringe he carried with him and injected himself with a strong sedative to calm himself down. Sure enough, it has a bewitching effect. It's too terrible. If you stay in this environment for a long time, I'm afraid no one can stop this whisper and fall into the abyss. With cold sweat on his forehead, Jilin immediately stood up, picked up his clothes and walked quickly outside. I can't stay here for long. Otherwise I'm not sure how long I can hold on. Follow the organization's mission. Hey, I hope I don't open this Pandora's box by myself. As an Asian, Jilin knows that it's not easy to get along in Hengsan, so he worked hard to get out. This is actually very common in Hengsan. For most Hengsan people, only by working hard can they have a chance to stand out. They are a magical place where you have to pay the full amount before you dare to ship. And Jilin also worked hard and became the person in charge of this experimental base with his knowledge. Since the New York invasion, in order to avoid the situation like Qiaosun, the laboratory leaders, who are still studying flesh and blood, are all of the stable type. And they also carry sedatives with them just in case. Sure enough, it happened this time. Next, it was time to report the situation. As for what kind of choice would be made later, it had nothing to do with me. I was just a lousy worker. Just following orders. That was all. Jilin clenched his fists, but still firmly dialed the emergency contact number. In a castle in the style of a Nordic manor, an old man sitting in a wheelchair by the window looked down at the courtyard that looked like a golf course below. And there was a rare excitement in his turbid eyes. Uh-huh. It finally appeared. It's worth the risk. Master. Do you really want to go there in person? There are new details about the quota for Penglai. And one quota is being discussed now. And there is a great chance of getting it normally. The butler, who also had silver hair, said with a worried expression on his face. His loyalty was unquestionable. Everything he had now was given by the people he served. It can be said that the old man's trust in him surpassed his offspring. If it weren't for the balanced risk to control the offspring, they would probably be the ones who wanted the old man to die the most. Oh, so what even if I go to Penglai? Can it give me eternal life? There seemed to be fire in the eyes of the wheelchair old man. A kind of greed for life. Abyss. Enzo territory. Irregular asteroids filled with lava are still floating in the colorful starry sky. There is no reference, no direction, and no distance. The distortion of space turbulence makes the physical rules here completely different from the material universe. Other meteorites and asteroids visible to the naked eye in the sky cannot determine the specific distance. The top of the silver castle that is almost completed. Next to the brilliant light on the top of the Mage Tower. Wang Yizhen looked up at the starry sky with golden light in his eyes. Relying on the alternative path that has now begun to get on the right track. Analyzing the rules of the abyss is another form of learning new knowledge. It is not a big problem to mass-produce the perfect body. The basic body is still the strength of ordinary humans. It is cheap. The light in Wang Yi's eyes gradually faded. And some arrangements and small modifications to details later became clearer. Lin Shurqin is the best numerical planner. The upgrade system and experience will definitely give players a satisfactory liver degree. The initial body and upgrade speed must be well controlled. Players should feel the sense of improvement. But it should not be too simple. After all, the materials needed for the bodies of legends and demigods are too expensive. And the full level must be below the legendary level. However, if there is a true genius and the materials are in hand, it is not impossible to let a few people's bodies break through the legendary level. It depends on the specific situation. And it is still a long time to do it in terms of the leveling cycle. Master, there is a fish on the hook. Enzo licked his face and appeared at Wang Yi's feet. You can do it yourself. In the illusion formed by flames. The old man in the wheelchair looked at the phantom of Enzo in front of him. And his face showed a respectful look. You are fine, Lord Enzo. At the beginning, this thing was hit by a strategic nuclear bomb. The destructive power of the core strike of a 500,000-ton strategic nuclear bomb is actually far greater than the core area of Big Ivan. That is the area where the atomic structure will change. But this kind of strike did not kill him. It's really terrifying. But only this kind of existence has the ability to realize his wishes. Hearing the old man's words, Enzo couldn't help but recall the bad feeling and palpitations at the beginning. The feeling of being wiped out in an instant is not pleasant at all. He didn't even have time to retract his will, which hurt him greatly. If he had used his original body instead of the clone, it would probably be no different. What the master said was right. Even at the peak of the abyss tide, he couldn't resist this attack with the blessing of magic, and could only choose to avoid it. But now in front of this mortal, he still maintained an unfathomable image and said in a disdainful tone, "It is enough to be proud of the mortal weapons to reach this level. But it is a foolish dream to want to defeat this king with this. Your divine power coexists with the world. I still have a little status on the human side. If the Lord can choose to cooperate with me, the help I can provide is definitely not comparable to Qiaosin," the old man said with some enthusiasm and excitement. You were too impulsive at the beginning. You just started fighting and killing each other when you disagreed. Why didn't you come to talk to me? He has been lingering on until now. And he is about to run out of energy. At this time, he has the deepest attachment to life. For this, he can do anything. Hee. Old Morgan. It is not a good behavior to plot against others behind their backs. At this moment, another phantom appeared in the illusion. It turned out to be Qiaosin who completed the summoning at the beginning. This made the old man called Old Morgan show shock and ecstasy. Not only is Lord Enzo fine, but even Qiaosin can survive the nuclear bomb? This is really great news. Qiaosin is still here, which shows that there is no problem with this cooperation. Well, in fact, Qiaosin died after the blood sacrifice. But he was lucky to give birth to a spirit, so he naturally wanted to make use of the waste. Sure enough, Qiaosin's appearance dispelled all the doubts and last concerns of Old Morgan. Now he wants to become a guide by any means. The plans and arrangements of any organization are not worth mentioning compared to his own life. Originally, the organization was just a loose alliance of theirs. But the power they could control together was too great, so they tacitly chose to cooperate. In fact, there were also various conflicts and struggles within the organization, for the sake of their own lives and immortality. Not to mention the organization. Even the family. Even all their blood relatives can be sacrificed. After individuals can live forever. What do they need descendants for? That strong belief surprised Enzo even through the illusion. Interestingly, if this person was born in a world with enough magic power, as long as he had a basic above-average talent, he would have very good potential. But Qiaosin failed before. And if we conduct a large-scale blood sacrifice now, it is likely to be noticed by you. After hearing this, Old Morgan smiled grimly. Your Excellency the Lord, you don't know that there are many places on our planet that are not so easy to manage. I just need to choose a remote and chaotic country to act. Your subordinates should not obey you completely. It doesn't matter, I can use the name of other experiments. But after saying this, old Morgan paused and continued to ask, but I don't know if the starry sky is your excellency the Lord's palace? Because this environment itself is an asteroid wrapped in lava. Old Morgan also subconsciously thinks that the asteroid floating over is related to Enzo. After all, this is reasonable. No, it's just some bugs invaded by the abyss. Enzo said lightly. Please rest assured, Lord, no matter what they are, I only work for you. Old Morgan said decisively, although he didn't know how much truth there was in it. At least seeing the example of Qiaosen here, he would undoubtedly lean towards this side. Unless that side could offer greater benefits. I feel your belief. But, although Wang Yi completely let Enzo handle it on his own, thinking of the days he had followed the boss in the human world, he still tried to figure out his boss's intentions. The boss didn't seem to want endless killing, and he should hate that big beauty more. I prefer the kind of soul that attacked me last time. In addition, this time, you can secretly perform some small blood sacrifices first, and I can arrange it slowly. I'm not in a hurry about time. Hearing Enzo's careless words, old Morgan quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I almost let those lazy black slave souls pollute your eyes. I will do my best to meet your needs. But my life is about to come to an end. But I don't know how to continue. At this time, old Morgan also expressed his demands. If you want me to help, you must help me prolong my life. A small matter. Enzo grinned, as if he caught something in the void and threw it directly at old Morgan in the illusion. A strange illusory beetle seemed to pass through the void and appeared in front of old Morgan's body, and then quickly crawled into his mouth. Old Morgan, who came back from the illusion, felt that his originally weak and skinny body was full of strength. In just a moment, he stood up from the wheelchair. He tore off his robe and took a look. Something seemed to be swimming in his originally skinny body, and a ball of meat the size of a mouse kept bulging, making a heart-pounding gnawing sound. But along with the sound of gnawing, old Morgan was brought endless joy and long-lost strength, as if everything was returning to its peak. His brain was clearer. But the next moment, a feeling of hunger came quickly, and he picked up the intercom next to him and said, Okay, come in. Bring me some food. A lot. Meat. Standing in front of the mirror, looking at the body full of well-proportioned muscles, old Morgan's face was full of a perverted smile. Hee hee. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. What about umbrella? A Shuma needs so much treatment, and I can return to the peak in just one day. This is the kingly way. However, after returning to his young body and feeling the strength of his body, he also felt the connection between his fate and that of the worm in his body. It seems to have become one. No. Or in other words, he is no longer himself at this time. His body is already the worm in his body. But he continues to control this body with the tentacles of the worm. So he can fill, transform, and even replace at will. It is indeed the means of the abyss. But what about this? As long as he can survive, he will be the same as before. Find me a few women. Today, I will try my limits. Eating the rare beef in front of him, old Morgan's face was full of an expression of enjoyment. Sensually, he felt that it might be more delicious if he ate it raw. He had the urge to bite off the necks of those women before, but his remaining rationality still controlled this. With his own personality, he didn't think there was anything wrong with this. But, at least don't show it now. After enjoying it beautifully, old Morgan looked at the butler, who was as respectful as always, and nodded and said, I will take over this laboratory myself. Don't disturb me during this period. Arrange the security team to come to the laboratory. Except for my arrangement, they can only go in and not leave. Understood. Looking at the respectful look of his butler and the silver hair, old Morgan also said with emotion, You are the person I trust the most. When the opportunity is right, I will also ask the Lord to give you a young body. It will be my greatest honor to continue to serve the master. Then old Morgan stood up again, looked at his wheelchair with disgust, and sat on it with a sigh. Then, there was a crackling sound of bones inside his body. From the original strong image, he returned to the skinny appearance of a candle in the wind. Don't let those women go. Just stay in the laboratory. Although Jalen has made a contribution, he has arranged bodyguards to protect his safety. Understood? Okay. Leave. After watching his butler leave, old Morgan, who was sitting in a wheelchair, began to laugh silently. The expression on his face became more and more devilish and crazy. Finally. Ha ha. Ha ha. Qiaosen, that idiot, did it too obviously. He started to confront head-on. Lord Enzo obviously has the wisdom to communicate. And he obviously knows how to make choices after being hit by a nuclear bomb. This time, we will use the laboratory as the core. Slowly summon some helpers. And do it secretly. Although the situation of Old Locke is better than mine. He should not have much time left. He can still be pulled into the water when necessary. Having been in this position for so long. Old Morgan also knows what kind of people can be won over and are worth winning over. However, as a person who is willing to sell out his race, family and even direct blood relatives for himself, Old Morgan will not pull in foreign aid to compete for favor until the critical moment. Kieran looked at the bodyguards who were rewarded to him. And although he sighed in his heart, his face still showed a submissive and respectful expression. I don't know whether my choice is right or wrong. Dr. Kieran, you can pretend that we don't exist and continue to do your work. If you have any special needs, you can tell us directly. The two bodyguards were still very good to Kieran. And one of the two bodyguards was a top individual with a 2-meter-tall burly figure, who was strengthened by biological transformation like Tucker. The other one was mainly responsible for communicating with him. Well, thank you for your help. Even though he knew he was being monitored. Jylan said politely. Mr. means that the experiment will be accelerated. He will perform some ritual operations next. See if you can learn anything from these rituals. This made Jylan's heart tremble. But he still nodded with a smile and said, okay. Although some of the machines for magic testing are simple, they can also record some data and draw some rules with some current research conclusions. He also has some motivation in his heart. If this space technology can really be developed, then Umbrella will have to stand behind. The mass projector and space elevator that he worked hard on are not comparable to the real transmission. As for the open Pandora's box, that has nothing to do with me. Anyway, it was not summoned by me. I just followed orders. The place where the experimental subject is kept. After Wang Daju waited for a few days without seeing any traces of experiments on his side, he gradually had a little more hope in his heart. Before I came in, I also heard that aliens were coming. And I kept supporting SX Company at that time. Could it be? Is it because of this problem that the experiment of the Abyss Flesh and Blood has been temporarily stopped? I said. However, at this moment, the tempered glass door in front of him suddenly opened automatically, leaving him confused. At this time, the half-zombie opposite him laughed loudly. Haha. It's finally your turn. Come out quickly. Otherwise you will be electrocuted. Before Wang Daju could react, his whole body suddenly stiffened, as if the whole room was electrified. Damn! No wonder there are no shoes. After the electric shock, he also tactfully rolled and crawled out of the room and came to the corridor with the other selected people. When he came out for the first time, he could see that this was a long and narrow corridor, which made full use of the space. On both sides were the cages that were densely packed with people who were imprisoned. There were more than a dozen people who were driven out like him, and it seemed that many of them were transported together with the previous batch. But the group of people who were originally chatting happily no longer had the idea of reminiscing about the past, and walked along the narrow corridor towards the open small door in front. They didn't need to be guarded at all because they were barefoot. They knew that if they didn't obey, they would be electrocuted. They didn't inform them before, so letting them experience it was enough for them to understand. The human nerves have electrical signals transmitted between them, so electrocution is a very painful method. After trying it once, no one dared to try it a second time. When passing through the corridor, Wang Daju felt a little scared when he looked at the other indifferent experimental subjects behind the tempered glass on both sides. Among them, there were half-zombies, and some people with deformities in various parts of their bodies, which looked very scary. Hee hee. This is just the beginning. These are all normal test subjects. There's no harm. Ha ha. Don't pee your pants when you see the real test subjects. The failed ones will be fed to them. The bodies are handled cleanly. Ha ha. Someone saw the fear on Wang Daju's face, and seemed to be very happy. He kept slapping and threatening behind the tempered glass. It was in this atmosphere that a group of people walked out of the detention site and came outside. Don't look sad. You are lucky and have a chance to survive. Outside, a researcher in a white coat and two figures wearing protective clothing and holding guns were waiting for everyone. The researcher grinned and showed a smile. Although they knew that it might be a lie, this atmosphere still made the dozen people present show a look of expectation. Can they survive? Let's go. We'll talk while we walk. Waving his hand to signal everyone to follow. The man in the white coat led them through the laboratory and introduced calmly. I'll tell you straight away. We're going to conduct abyss research. Later, we'll perform a blood and flesh sacrifice to summon some spirits from the abyss to attach to you. At that time, you'll try to fight for control of your body with those outsiders. If you win, you can live. And if you lose, you'll be replaced. Because they were already in the cage. They weren't afraid of them knowing more. With this information, it is precisely to stimulate their desire to survive and let them rise up to resist. It is true that old Morgan chose to surrender. But it is obviously impossible for this old thing to consider the abyss wholeheartedly. He must have some research and arrangements of his own. This time is also the case. The first batch will send some spirits over. The characteristics of the spirits have also been told to old Morgan. They can possess and invade. But because they have lived in the abyss for many years, most of the spirits themselves are confused and are fools who only follow orders. So if you are lucky and your desire to survive is strong enough, you have the opportunity to complete the integration into a semi-abyss creature, which can also be regarded as a messenger from the abyss. This can not only have the breath of the abyss, but also obtain the rare rationality in the abyss to do things, can act as the eyeliner of the abyss, and can also help old Morgan do some things. Chapter 489 Killing Machine Anchenman. Ah! A shrill scream came from Wang Daju's mouth, and the whole person was tied to the bed and kept shaking. He rolled his eyes and foamed at the mouth. The intense pain directly split from the brain, and a tearing feeling much stronger than the previous electric shock appeared. The people around him kept injecting various medicines, but it was meaningless, and it was completely acting on the soul. Sure enough, magic power may bypass the body's defense mechanism and drug effects. Neither ankanging nor traditional painkillers are useful. Now I hope I won't have schizophrenia afterwards. This is purely a matter of luck, and willpower has little effect. But I heard that this time they were originally sent something here, and they will be as gentle as possible, which is considered to be a relatively high possibility. The expressions on the faces of several researchers were also a little complicated at this time. They knew what they were doing, but they still had to make a choice in the face of life and death. They are just researchers. Nothing more. Are there any clues about the principle of space transmission? No. The data from the instrument are all meaningless garbled codes. At most some completely irrelevant hypotheses are proposed. If it is Umbrella, maybe it can understand a little bit. Although the research on magic is rapidly growing in the normal academic world because of the foundations constantly put forward by Umbrella and the papers constantly updated by Mastery. But jumping to this level of difficulty, we can only put forward some guesses, which have no practical significance. Perhaps, if we are really connected to the abyss, we can get some new clues through communication. At present, it can be roughly confirmed that the abyss seems to be a little stupid. And after eating mushrooms in the first invasion, this time they are much more rational. And they know to infiltrate. So they don't fight directly. If this is the case, perhaps they still have the ability to deal with it. And even become heroes on the human side. Ah! With the last two shakes, Wang Daju stopped struggling. But the expression on his face was still very twisted and hideous. A researcher kept looking at various parameters in front of the instrument, and then said calmly, "He is still alive, although his brain waves are disordered. It also means that he is thinking activities. Let him wake up." But before they could do anything, Wang Daju broke free from the original straps and climbed up. The straps that could bind even cows were directly broken, and even the bed was deformed. After getting up, Wang Daju opened his eyes again, but his eyes were red, and there seemed to be a smell of sulfur between his breath. Ha! Ha ha! I have become a real higher creature. You actually... But before the voice fell, 2 electrodes fell on him. The next moment, the huge current instantly made him tremble. And then he fell stiffly to the ground. And those researchers didn't care about it at all. The researcher who was operating in front of the instrument still said calmly, "It actually broke the straps. Put it on the experimental table for research." What extent did you see? What happened to the abyss? They have been studying the flesh and blood of the abyss for so long. And it's not the material for research on the chopping board. Cell activity has increased threefold. And bone density has also been greatly improved. However, the fat stored in the body has been almost consumed in a short period of time. The metabolic capacity has also become extremely powerful. After the injection of nutrients, it is rapidly strengthening. And there is a feeling of accepting everything. Even heavy metals are being absorbed and integrated into the bones. And toxic substances are also used in the salivary glands. However, correspondingly, the telomere reduction rate is at least 10 times faster. And the brain waves are somewhat chaotic. It is not smart to begin with. And it should become even dumber. However, according to this situation, it can be speculated that it can generally maintain its peak in the few years of life. This research institute is already doing cutting-edge research, and it is very bold. It will have various human experiments. Zombies and abyss flesh and blood are their research targets. For the control of some data, some tests are simply familiar. However, the results of this test still surprise them. The efficiency is too high and too strong. This seems to be a rapid evolution ability. But unfortunately, the direction of evolution is towards killing and destruction. Obviously, there is no injection of abyss flesh and blood, and no sutures. Can this effect be achieved by just possessing something called ghost? It's incredible. Now I don't know to what extent the intelligence will be reduced. If it is acceptable, the cost performance will be much more cost-effective than the super soldier plan we are studying. And it will be more convenient than the cheap experimental subjects of the biochemical tyrant. There are still 21 experimental subjects. Continue. I want a definite result. Old Morgan, who came in person, looked at the data in front of him and had a strange look on his face. If the abyss can continuously support him, and can also research directional enhancement in other aspects, then he will be able to do more things. Even the instructors of Umbrella may not be able to reach this level. Boss, this is the latest information. Lin Shurqin sent a copy of the latest research information to Wang Yi's holographic bracelet, so that Wang Yi, who was looking up at the construction of the space elevator, also glanced at it casually. Not bad. Their R&D team is very strong, and there are not many people under our command who can match them. After all, the accumulation is here, but their equipment is too simple, Lin Shurqin said with a smile. They all cooperated completely with Enzo. During the blood sacrifice, an extra spirit monster descended to assist, and cooperated with the team members outside to complete the physical connection of the laboratory to the outside so that Lin Shurqin could move around inside. Of course, it was not a problem. They used a total of 21 people to conduct the Xingla experiment, and conducted various Xingla tests. In the end, 9 people survived, and 3 of them were completely unconscious and severely schizophrenic. The 3 defective products were dragged away for more serious physical research, and the remaining 6 cooperated with the research while being Xingla recruited. Some tasks and training may be arranged in the future. The abyss attribute of the spirit monster, after actively merging with the host soul, showed a rapid evolution phenomenon. At the cost of overdrawing the host's life, it continuously strengthened various attack and destructive capabilities. Venom, bones, muscles. Unfortunately, the brain enhancement was all about nerve reflexes, and intelligence was severely suppressed, coupled with the confusion of the soul. Even the 6 successful individuals showed different degrees of intelligence reduction. They would often say things like donuts are so delicious, and I want to be a congressman. Hee hee. This increase in combat power can really make one person beat 100 people with bare hands. But it was still a shot. Wang Yi shook his head. The spirit monster has a strong ability, but it is a bit of a waste of time when it comes to humans. The natural world itself will continue to evolve. But why don't humans have toxins, discharges, fangs, and claws? Because when human hands evolve and fingers become more and more flexible, that kind of high-consumption, low-energy evolution will no longer have any benefits, but will become a burden. But now the spirit monsters have simply turned these things into killing machines. The reduction in intelligence also eliminates the possibility of them using complex weapons. However, with the enhanced reflex nerves, it should be possible to cultivate the use of simple firearms. Donuts are delicious. Wang Daju ate the donut in his hand with a happy expression on his face. This is the 50th donut he has eaten, after he completed the fusion with the spirit monster. Although his intelligence seemed to have some problems and his lifespan was seriously reduced, but after paying these prices, he naturally gained some corresponding abilities. Among them, the powerful metabolic capacity is the most significant. He ate 50 sweet donuts, but the whole person still had an expression of wanting more. Outside, both Old Morgan and Kieran came to see this relatively special individual in person. This is the one that is relatively easy to control among the 9 surviving experimental subjects. As long as the donuts are used as rewards, he can quickly make various requests to him, like a tame pet. It is much easier to deal with than the most difficult guy who wanted to coax him as a congressman. While the other experimental subjects were still struggling to practice using guns, Wang Daju could already accurately use a variety of firearms and hit various moving targets. The speed of reloading bullets was also practiced quickly. He was a genius in all kinds of killing skills. With the blessing of the abyss, he seemed to be born for killing and destruction. However, It was a little regrettable that as long as someone had donuts, he could give him orders, and he had completely lost any moral constraints. He would wash dishes and kill people without hesitation if given donuts. In terms of efficiency, he was extremely strong and had a very high execution ability. But there were also hidden dangers. Now we are cooperating with electric shock punishment and taking some methods of dog training. It has begun to show results. For the time being, he has understood who the breeder is. Well, only pure combat power? Well, only combat power. But according to some data comparisons, it should not be inferior to the instructors of Umbrella. Okay. Old Morgan's eyes showed a thoughtful look. For immortality, he was of course willing to give everything. But at the same time, after being able to communicate, he also found that he might get more. Enzo's knowledge of this place was quite limited, and he seemed to have become alert after being hit by a nuclear bomb. So he agreed to some of the conservative suggestions he made. Lifespans are here, and the concept of time is different. Maybe even if a year, 10 years, or even 100 years have passed, the other party will not care too much, and I will get the most benefits by dealing with the two. In the past, his biggest goal was immortality. But now that immortality has been obtained, he naturally wants to get more. The experiment in front of him has shown that the things in the abyss don't seem to have very bright brains. Perhaps this is their characteristic. No wonder they knew to fight and kill the first time they came in. And now, after the success of my suggestion, perhaps I can fully utilize the other party, reverse control, and turn it into my own puppet. However, all this needs to be based on sufficient understanding, and it must be tested slowly and continuously. And the experiment cannot stop. Since the training is effective, then we must train him to be the most obedient and loyal dog. Then I want more test subjects. More objects. Those illegal immigrants and homeless people can be attacked. Understood. While the dangerous abyss experiment is still being carried out in the laboratory here, the competition for the quota of the Umbrella team has also reached a white-hot stage. Because of the strength of the medical cabin, another voice has emerged within the organization. Otherwise, try your best to make peace. At least get the right to use their latest medical technology. It's not a good idea to keep targeting them. But the ambitious faction on the other side has a different idea. Thinking that peace is impossible to achieve, they judge others by themselves and think that the other side will definitely make further demands. It's just a few more years of life after curing the disease, not immortality. And it's not worth it at all. Of course. In fact, this kind of quarrel is based on each side. Most of those who want to make peace quickly are old or have various physical problems. Most of the people on the other side are just in their prime. In fact, we have been showing a lot of goodwill to Umbrella. From the beginning, we wanted peace. To the beginning. But their attitude towards us has always been quite hostile. Now, even if we choose to surrender, it will be meaningless. Do you want to give up the resources in your hands? Umbrella wants to step on our corpses to be crowned king. Will he treat us with all his heart? Will they root out the roots? With the final words of Old Morgan, it can be regarded as a unified opinion again. Old Morgan is one of the people in the worst physical condition. He made such a statement, which is naturally quite convincing. Besides, they all know that if they don't work together at this time, then there is no capital to talk with Umbrella. Since the choice has been made, let's go in the same direction. Originally, it was just a loose organization. Under the pressure of the outside world, the cooperation is now more concentrated, and some of the internal grievances in the past are temporarily put aside. And it's not impossible to get a place for treatment in Ponlai. I got one here, and can give it to you. Anyway, I won't live for a few years even if I go. When Old Morgan said this, everyone present was really shocked. Unexpectedly, this person was the one who finally let it go. However, due to Old Morgan's operation, his voice and the organization was significantly improved in the short term. Originally, he was one of the most senior members, and now he has the intention of becoming the first one. After all, given his physical condition, he doesn't have many years left to live. So other members of the organization are willing to have such a selfless dying man to coordinate. Otherwise, now that the Umbrella space elevator is knocking, God knows what will happen next. Since the decision has been made, should we teach them a lesson? Destruction is always harder than construction. Although they are working very fast in synchronous orbit, if they really want to destroy, it can actually be solved within a day. Haha. Although they are working fast, their modules and materials are also produced over a long period of time. Once their project is defeated, they will inevitably not be able to catch up with this alien invasion. and they will eventually have to rely on us. Complete destruction is not okay. There is no benefit in making them crazy. But we can use satellite collisions to warn them, and let them understand our methods when necessary. Yes, it is not good for anyone to tear their faces apart. We should fight where we should fight and cooperate where we should cooperate. And Masla is a thorn in the side. And we have to knock him down. I think it's okay. When they complete part of the space elevator, and start to lower the connecting cable, we can create some accidents. There are so many scrapped satellites in low orbit. It is normal to hit their pendulums and connecting cables. After attending the meeting, old Morgan stood up again after the butler pushed the wheelchair back to the room. A bunch of ignorant guys. Huh? But it's a good opportunity to test Umbrella's background, and see if they have also connected to an Abyss Lord. Because of the performance of Wang Daju's experimental subject, old Morgan naturally thought of Umbrella's instructors, and their sudden technology. Alien ruins? Maybe not. Maybe they just use similar means to contact the Abyss Lord. Or maybe it's some magical civilization. That's why they are so nervous about Congo, and kindly reminded about the Abyss fluctuations in the New York laboratory. Maybe Umbrella itself is also a white glove arranged by a foreign civilization, wanting to be a guide to lead that foreign civilization in. It's just possible that that foreign civilization is different from Enzo, and has its own accumulated knowledge about magic. Alas, it's still different after all. Old Morgan couldn't help but sigh. Why is the one he contacted so stupid? If he hadn't eaten mushrooms, he would only know how to fight and kill recklessly. And even after starting cooperation, he could only provide some idiotic things. There is almost no knowledge about magic. Compared with Umbrella, it is really much worse. Fortunately, the family's foundation is still here, after temporarily consolidating the organization. It may not be without the capital to fight. Umbrella has been keeping an eye on the biochemical crisis, and has also warned of the Abyss invasion in advance. It has also discovered the alien visitor, and hurriedly built a space elevator. This shows that they are afraid of this kind of invasion. Thinking of this, old Morgan also had a smile on his face. As long as you are afraid, you can deal with it. Feel the fear. Mortal. Boss. What he said makes sense. Enzo turned into a Pekingese and squatted at Wang Yi's feet, nodding his head with an expression of approval. He found that communicating with the old Morgan was quite comfortable. The other party could always scratch his itch, speak well, and give good suggestions. It seemed that it would be really useful to follow his plan. Wang Yi glanced at Enzo and shook his head. But the creatures of the Abyss are good enough to retain their sanity. This guy is still a schizophrenic. It is normal to be PUA in front of such an old thing. After all, the other party is not just talking nonsense, but constantly offering some sacrifices and benefits, and showing complete obedience to follow orders, but only giving some suggestions. If he had not captured Enzo, and he accidentally got in touch with that group of people, he might really have a deep cooperation. As long as you think it makes sense, you can play slowly. Wang Yi didn't care much about Enzo's behavior. Now, because of the interstellar visitors, some of the actions and measures that De Pyongyang had taken against Neon, South Korea, and even against Umbrella in the future have been stopped. Let Umbrella build a space elevator here. However, at least before developing the Abyss, it is necessary to confirm the strength of the fist with De Pyongyang. The conflict may not be big, but they must make it clear that some of their original plans and intentions are useless. De Pyongyang is very strong, but they prefer to bully the weak and sow discord, and do not like to bite the hard bones. At present, they have occupied a lot of resources and interests, but they actually have a lot of problems of their own. But they just rely on their own strength to suppress them. Kangaroos were beaten, and as allies, they did not stand out. Gaul was beaten, and they only provided some radar equipment. It is because they are afraid of Umbrella's high-explosive hypersonic missiles. De Pyongyang's aircraft carrier is very strong, even if all guards are excluded and no interception is calculated. A 500-kilogram torpedo can be resisted. Ordinary anti-ship missiles can cause it to lose combat effectiveness, but it is quite difficult to sink it. Therefore, they are quite wary of Umbrella's high-explosive hypersonic missiles that can directly blow a warship into two sections, or even blow it away. In the current situation of De Pyongyang, although there are many aircraft carrier battle groups, the sinking of one ship is definitely a huge blow, which means that their invincible momentum has been defeated. However, when Umbrella's tentacles began to spread, forcibly abducted Neon and South Korea, and even launched a credit point system, this was unacceptable to De Pyongyang. In order to prevent De Pyongyang from doing some tricks in the future Abyss world, It is very important to block her mouth in advance. An umbrella has always been reasonable. Except for snatching the rift in Congo. It rarely takes the initiative to provoke trouble. This is actually the reason why Umbrella can be so stable now. Its performance is impeccable. And it has a public opinion output tool such as Overseas TT. So it dare not easily find any weird excuses. Although the world ultimately relies on fists. Such as the laundry detergent incident. But if you do too many completely unreasonable things like this, it will eventually undermine your own momentum. As long as your own momentum does not increase as fast as it decreases, there will still be problems. Reasons and excuses are still very important. Just like a manifesto, which looks useless, but is actually useful. Although both sides have similar psychological preparations this time, they are actually the same. And both want to occupy the Great Justice. The original plan was for Pyongyang to attack Neon in South Korea. And Umbrella, as the new father, came out to take over. Both sides are equally matched. But now that Enzo has been arranged, and because of the alien visitor, Pyongyang has temporarily suppressed the idea. Then let the old Morgan pry it out. And let Pyongyang take the initiative to provoke trouble in this critical period that requires concerted efforts. I want both the moral high ground and the physical high ground. When I found a lackey on Enzo's side and started some experiments again. Umbrella's space elevator also completed the first phase of the construction of the synchronous orbit on the arrival of the New Year's Day. Ziz. As a robot planted the Umbrella flag on the top of the space elevator, it slowly turned on the thrusters and retreated. The multi-angle lenses of the major engineering robots also captured the panoramic view of the largest space facility in human history. Rather than a space station, it is better to say that it is a small space city. The structure of this space city itself looks similar to a space station, but it also extends out some empty structures like docks. Umbrella has been live broadcasting until now, and Red Queen opened her mouth to announce okay. The first phase of the space elevator project has been completed. Next, we will briefly introduce some external structures. As Red Queen explained, the areas outside with mechanical arms and dock structures also completed the introduction of their functions. This is for the later assembly of some space equipment, which is the space dock and assembly plant. And if the construction period is tight, you can still find a place on the orbit and let the orbital robot start assembly out of thin air. This is outer space. The available space is too vast, and the relative speed is completely static, so you can do whatever you want. In addition to the living area, experimental area, industrial area, and dock area, the next step is the track construction of our second phase of the project. As Red Queen finished her introduction, the camera came to the bottom of the space elevator. There is a huge bloated square structure here, which is the gravity pendulum during track installation. The connecting cable in the pendulum is completed with our latest fiber technology, and the spool has been installed and assembled. The next step is to connect with the ground. Now, the second phase of the space elevator project is officially launched. As the voice fell, the huge square gravity pendulum had separated from the main body of the space elevator and slowly fell towards the earth below. 5 connecting cables began to extend from the top of the gravity pendulum and continued to drop downward like fishing lines. There is also a light blue particle flow jet above the pendulum, accelerating the process. When the pendulum enters the atmosphere, the main thrust of the descent is given to gravity. At the same time, the propulsion jet of the pendulum itself is mainly to maintain the balance under the interference of airflow after entering the atmosphere until it completes docking with Pyongyang. At the same time, the space elevator will also raise its orbital height again under the reverse propulsion to ensure that the center of gravity remains stable with a synchronous orbit. Once the connection with Pyongyang is completed, we will start to try to open the elevator and transport enough resources to the space elevator by electricity. After our research and discussion of ancient books around the world, we have also named the space city in the space part of the space elevator, codenamed Nanshanman, the gate to the starry sky. This is Nanshanman. Chapter 490 Safety Explanation. Codename Nanshanman. As soon as the name of the space elevator's affiliated space city came out, it immediately caused an uproar. Another Oriental name, considering that Master Yi himself has a very close relationship with Umbrella and is a very key figure. Plus the cooperation between a certain major country and Umbrella. It is normal to have such a name. After all, there are also Western names such as Tracker and Sweeper before. And Umbrella itself is the same. So there is no other doubt. And when various popular science and explanations about Nanshanman appeared, it was found that the arrangement of this name was quite in place. The Gate of Heaven? That's right. In the future, The space elevator will be the bridgehead of space exploration. And the speed of the first phase of the construction of the synchronous orbit of the space elevator was completely beyond expectations. Although all aspects have shown that in a relatively static environment without gravity, as long as it is delivered in place, it will be very fast. The mass projector also lived up to expectations, and the module storage manufactured by Umbrella itself was also sufficient. But the fact that the strongest orbital structure in human aviation history was completed in such a short time still makes many people feel like they are in a dream. Nanchunman. It's really a bunker. The 20,000 satellites were already exaggerated, but this time it makes people feel like they've traveled through time. You remind me of Shuma, who was injured and fell into a coma when Umbrella was founded. When he woke up, the world suddenly changed. With holograms, VR, space, zombies, and the abyss. And then he began to doubt his life. But he is lucky. He has a wife who loves him. And he has already started receiving treatment. He has also registered a new account in Star World. Even if his skill level has not kept up, he is an absolute ace. In the last fleet battle video, he directly transformed into a Gundam and rushed into the fleet to kill 7 in and 7 out. Good guy. You reminded me that Star World is not a pure competitive game. I'm wondering when I can start competing for travel spots. I don't want to settle down. Wait until the connection is completed. Amidst the many voices, Umbrella's space elevator pendulum is still moving steadily towards the Earth, and the rope pulled out from the back is constantly extending. At the same time, Umbrella's official website also switched to the live view of the pendulum descending, and began to introduce the connection materials in detail. This new carbon fiber material we developed is a perfect material combined with magic at present. All parameters are almost perfect, and even if it is damaged, it can be repaired directly with repair fluid. On one side is the view of the pendulum, and on the other side is the structural diagram and repair diagram of the connecting cable. After the connection is completed, the middle one of the 5 connecting cables will be continuously arranged with some maintenance robots for patrol and maintenance, and at the same time ensure that the connecting cable does not suffer other accidental damage. If one of them is broken, it can also rely on the maintenance track robot to pull up another one. Then, there is the concept map of the connection between Punglai and Nanchunman. The other 4 connecting cables will be the support of the 2 space elevators, transporting materials and tools back and forth. In the concept map, the structure diagram of 2 large transport cargo elevators also appeared. The connecting cables pass through the center of the cargo box, and the cargo box directly climbs with the stretched high-strength cables. And each cargo elevator relies on 2 connecting cables to complete the basic fixation. In addition to the connecting cables passing through the cargo elevator, 8 ropes are pulled out from the cargo box and connected to the 2 connecting cables, like a suspension bridge, to ensure the stability of the cargo elevator. It consumes pure electric energy, and can also control the output power and lifting speed. When the specifications and concept map of the elevator cargo box appeared, many people who had been staring at it exclaimed, "So big? 100 by 100 by 30? Hack." The Nimitz-class aircraft carrier is only more than 300 meters long and less than 100 meters wide. If we count 3 meters per floor, 30 meters is 10 floors high. Every time I run on the 100-meter runway, I feel like I'm going to die. I went to see the parameters of SX's Starship plan. The Starship is about 120 meters high and 9 meters in diameter. If it is placed diagonally, it can be put directly in even if it is not disassembled. And it can be stacked up. Hack. This is the carrying capacity. Even the mass projector is a younger brother. I didn't feel it in the picture, but I didn't expect it to be so wide. From the concept map, we can see that the pendulum will eventually connect with the platform of the core of Punglai's entry shape with a connecting line. The space is used to the extreme. Then, there was a popular science anchor. In fact, you have not paid enough attention to one point. That is, another advantage of the space elevator over the mass projector is that it can carry people. And it can carry some more sophisticated equipment to space by adjusting the acceleration. The faster the speed, the greater the air resistance. So the mass projector itself wastes a lot of energy, with Umbrella having enough energy output to support the launch of the mass projector. The operation of this space elevator is naturally no problem. In terms of frequency, it may be able to maintain the transportation state continuously. Relatively speaking, the demand for electrified climbing orbit is much lower than that of the mass projector. But it should also be noted that the center of the south gate itself must be stable near the synchronous orbit. If the mass of the transported goods is too heavy, the speed must also be reduced. And the south gate itself may also need an upward adjustment. Various voices. Various exclamations. Most people have already started to imagine the future online, even though the pendulum has just reached the edge of the atmosphere. But is it safe to put the track here? Will a plane accidentally hit it? No civil aviation passes through here. And didn't Umbrella say that there will be maintenance robots on the middle one? And maybe it will carry weapons systems. This is above Polai. But there is no way for satellites? Because of the height and calculation formula. The synchronous orbit is relatively stationary relative to the base on the ground. But satellites in low Earth orbit have to orbit the Earth more than 10 times a day to ensure that they do not fall. Yes. Don't look at the Nanchaman itself. It is relatively stationary. And the modules seem to be motionless during construction. But they also have a speed of 3 kilometers per second and are synchronized with the rotation of the Earth. Low Earth orbit satellites usually have a speed of 8 kilometers per second. If there is a collision, the speed and damage are simply terrible. When the topic was brought up to orbital safety, many people calmed down. In fact, this topic has been mentioned for a few days, but it was not released at that time. But now it is already in front of us. However, at this time, the Umbrella official website also made a corresponding reply. Currently, our company owns the most satellites in low Earth orbit. After our long-term calculations, there is no satellite orbit running at the current connection position. In fact, the space position of low Earth orbit is quite vast. Our company's elevator orbit is not conspicuous, and the probability of collision is extremely low. At this time, a group of people in a satellite control tower also saw Umbrella's announcement. Many people also showed a subtle smile on their faces. Yes, the probability of collision is extremely low. But after special calculations, the uncontrolled scrapped satellite accidentally collided. So we can't be blamed. Everyone has the right to use the space environment. It is still very technically difficult to make the satellite collide with the connecting cable. We have to thank their communication technology between satellites, which has increased the probability a lot. Let's get started with the control of this satellite console. After careful calculations, several satellites in space that are about to be scrapped have slightly changed their orbits and began to adjust continuously. The difficulty of collision is great, but it doesn't matter. A satellite can make more than 10 circles a day, and each circle is adjusted according to the error. Sooner or later, it will collide. Umbrella has 20,000 satellites in the sky, and its monitoring capabilities are naturally strong enough. It may not be possible to detect it immediately in the short term. But when the first satellite quickly passed through the orbital area and passed by more than 30 kilometers away, it immediately captured its trace. Then the Umbrella officials issued another announcement. It was previously discovered that 2 weather satellites and 1 mineral satellite of the Great Beauty had deviated from their orbits, and the closest distance past the orbital area by 32 kilometers. Was this an intentional act on your side? It was directly addressed to the Great Beauty in the face. This caused the public opinion, which had always been at the forefront of the storm, to explode instantly. I just said there might be a problem. But it happened right away. No way. Did Pyongyang do this on purpose? Space is not your home. If you create such an orbital zone, others will blame you for crashing into their satellites. Didn't you say there was a response? What should we do? What else can we do? Of course, we should just shoot down their satellites. Have you forgotten the accidental collision when 20,000 satellites were launched? Umbrella even paid for it. I remember it now that you mention it. Yeah. Umbrella is not afraid of these. Brothers, there will be fragments when the satellite is destroyed. Wouldn't a large amount of fragments increase the probability of a strike? It seems so. Just when everyone was paying attention and many people were discussing it with different voices. The Pyongyang seemed to have discovered the problem afterwards. NASA held a press conference for the public to explain it. We definitely didn't do this on purpose. We have always supported the Nanchaman project. It is a bridgehead against alien visitors. So we would never do this. A reporter then asked a NASA spokesperson, "How do you explain these satellites?" The NASA spokesperson, who had been prepared, sighed and said, "These satellites are old satellites. Their orbits are already unstable and often change slightly, and we are no longer able to adjust them." The NASA spokesperson's voice seemed a little regretful. Then a reporter from Nihon Sankei Shimbun asked, "Since you can't solve the problem, do you agree that Umbrella can directly shoot it down to protect its own orbit?" This question can be said to be very sharp. Now Nihon has almost completely turned to Umbrella. And even if there are still the Pyongyang troops stationed on it, Nihon's attitude can be clearly felt. There are stupid members of the Pyongyang's lower house, who raise some compensation issues every day. Neon can also smell the crisis. De Pyongyang still wants to eat meat afterwards. In this case, facing the two big daddies, Umbrella will naturally be chosen. No, absolutely not. Although the satellite is out of control and the propellant is exhausted, it is still our sacred and inviolable property and is still working. At first, he made a tough statement. But then he slowed down a little and said, "Space is actually very vast. Isn't it still a few dozen kilometers away? According to the new rules we have formulated before, the accidental collision in space shall be borne by the damaged parties. This is a regrettable accident." The new rules mentioned by the spokesperson were proposed during the emergency consultation to limit the number of satellites when the Umbrella mass projector just came out and started launching satellites. At the beginning, it was Umbrella who took the initiative to propose it. After all, they had too many satellites at that time. This was actually beneficial to them, and they agreed. Now, we can only pray that we will not be so unlucky. The spokesperson of NASA can be said to be using Umbrella's own words to block their mouths. Although he said it was regretful, there was still a smile on his lips. After the press conference was broadcast, it also caused an uproar. Uncontrollable? But still working? No way. This is too obvious. One satellite approaching is an accident. But what about several satellites approaching? Although they are more than 30 kilometers apart, it is not safe in space. But this was the suggestion made by Umbrella at the time, and they relied on the launch speed to get all parties to agree. This Umbrella space elevator plan should have been prepared a long time ago. Why didn't they think of this? Oh, this time I can only pray. There is no way. Shooting oneself in the foot. Under all these voices, Umbrella did not specifically blame De Pyongyang for anything. It just kept announcing the new orbital changes of those satellites. The distance to the space elevator connection cable is getting closer every time it passes. At this time, according to the approximate position of the pendulum, although the gravity pendulum has entered the atmosphere and is still slowly falling, the line behind it is hanging there. It's over. This is right above Punlai. Now it's hanging by the pole. If the track breaks, Punlai will be hurt if it falls from this height. Right? I suddenly feel a little depressed. Yeah, it's probably intentional by De Pyongyang. But there's nothing we can do about it. Hey, is De Pyongyang so unpopular? Why do they blame them for everything that goes wrong? Because they are really like this. The live broadcast of the Umbrella Orbital Connection Project, which was originally fine, now has a vague feeling of a happy event turning into a funeral. An invisible dark cloud shrouded the entire blue star. Many overseas bases of De Pyongyang are in frequent action and making some adjustments. At the same time, it also directly announced the test launch of the Trident of the nuclear submarine to test the performance of the missile. Normal detection test. I hope it won't be misinterpreted. If it weren't for old Morgan forcibly using his influence to make such a scene at the organization's meeting, and then began to pry De Pyongyang. At present, there will really be no such excessive temptation. The space elevator is definitely an extremely important project for Umbrella, and the gravity pendulum may also threaten Punlai. If this one is not controlled well, a full-scale conflict may break out. But old Morgan has already hooked up with Enzo, and some of the preparations and ideas are completely different, and the means are much more radical. To a certain extent, it can be regarded as Wang Yi provoking himself. Then the Umbrella official website was updated again. It is expected that a satellite will collide with the orbit next time. If it is found out later that someone deliberately did this, then we will take decisive measures. And Umbrella's statement also made De Pyongyang, who has been making active preparations, feel a little solemn and confused. A group of people gathered in a safe house, and someone said strangely, "Did they really take the initiative to shoot down our satellite? When did Umbrella become so obedient? It won't really hit it. The scene may not end well, whether it is for the organization or for most of De Pyongyang. This time is just a test. They are not like old Morgan." So the initial prediction was that Umbrella would ignore De Pyongyang's warnings and dissuasion, and take the lead in shooting down the satellite. In that case, the subsequent problems with satellite debris would not be blamed on them. On the contrary, they can occupy the moral high ground and have an inherent advantage in public opinion. It was you who shot down our satellite. But now, why don't they seem to be ready to shoot? Can't they tell which is more important? Don't they really want to have a full-scale collision with us? No way. They have always been very rational. Are you betting that we will adjust in the end? How about adjusting it? Please. This is really a satellite that is about to be scrapped. The thruster has been used up, and there is nothing left. It really can't be changed. De Pyongyang, who was full of confidence and ready to occupy the high ground, suddenly seemed to be in a dilemma. Even many people in the organization felt a little confused. This seems to be a little different from the plan. Why doesn't Umbrella shoot down the satellite? No way. Don't lose the big picture for the small? Is it because it's difficult to hit it directly due to temporary capture? The out-of-control satellite is now changing its orbit, and it's hard to predict. Damn. The Pyongyang deserves to die. Yeah. The aliens are fighting at the door? This is the bridgehead for dealing with aliens. As time went by, as Umbrella said the satellite was about to hit, there were also voices of condemnation against the Pyongyang from all sides. If some things didn't happen, it would be easy to say. But if they happened and caused serious consequences, it would be different. In fact, don't think that the Pyongyang has always been arrogant. But in fact, every step they take is carefully considered. And arrogance is just a manifestation. But when they need to be timid at critical moments, they will be very timid. The provocations have always been measured. And they have been testing little by little. And they will appease while testing. This time was actually the same. Our satellite is going to hit you. And we don't allow you to hit our satellite. But the no is just a verbal statement. For the sake of morality, if you really fight, it will become a conflict of the magnitude of Umbrella destroying the Great Beauty satellite. We have already shot down one satellite. So it is not a big deal. But it is completely controllable. Moreover, the scale, timing, and situation of the conflict are all in the hands of the Great Beauty. It is equivalent to obtaining a weak claim. At that time, we will take the initiative and seize the first opportunity. But now, Umbrella will be in trouble if it doesn't fight. Now it has become that the Great Beauty satellite deviates from its orbit and crashes into the cableway of the space elevator. If the gravity pendulum falls and causes damage to Pyongyang, then Umbrella will probably have no problem in going to war with the Great Beauty. In general, the Great Beauty has a size advantage. But Umbrella also has the ability to flip the table. There is no winner at that intensity. This made the Pyongyang start to get into trouble. She panicked and began to ignore the NASA spokesperson and directly let the spokesperson of the authorities speak. Considering the subsequent harm, Umbrella can destroy it under appropriate circumstances. But it must compensate for the cost of our satellite. The Pyongyang authorities directly slapped NASA in the face. And this change was a bit funny. Many people were confused. And it was obvious that they saw the inner cowardice of the Pyongyang from this tough compensation. The Pyongyang did not want to expand the scale of the conflict. But it is obvious that at this time, things are not up to them. Originally, when the alien threat is about to arrive, it is unacceptable to do such a thing. Even Gaul made some condemnations in a yin-yang tone. In fact, Gaul and Umbrella have a greater hatred. But it is precisely because of that time that he was defeated that he also gave in a lot to Umbrella. And it is normal to speak for Umbrella at some non-critical moments. Looking at the Pyongyang's contradictory behavior, there are also various funny remarks on the internet. Is Depia a coward? Good fellow. Even Maple Leaf and Britain didn't speak up for them. This time, they have angered everyone. There is a threat that can cross the stars and arrive soon. If you still engage in internal friction at this time, even the most loyal allies will see your true colors. I think through the Pyongyang's speech, they may have wanted to force Umbrella to attack their satellites at first, and in turn occupy the moral high ground. Who would have thought that Umbrella would really not fight? Yeah. I'm also surprised. Is it really impossible to capture it by changing the orbit? Hey. I really hope it's okay. However, just when everyone seemed indignant and accumulated anger, Umbrella's live camera also completed a switch. The orbital picture of their connecting cable appeared. From the picture, you can see that from the blue planet in the background, several cables are connected directly to the sky. The actual perspective of looking down gives people a sense of shock far beyond the concept map. This cable is to directly connect Pyongyang and Nanchunman, 35,000 kilometers. And at this moment, a ball of fire suddenly burst out from the cable, and a large amount of debris and fire flashed. In response, Umbrella's official website silently slowed down the footage before OK. With Umbrella's terrifying camera technology. After slowing down, you can see that a satellite is rotating and hitting one of the cables. Then, at a speed of several kilometers per second, it was instantly cut into two pieces by the cable. The friction sparks and sputtering fragments during the cutting formed the previous flames. This sudden change immediately caused an uproar. Safe and sound at a speed of several kilometers per second? What kind of strength is this? Hack. Bunker. No wonder Umbrella's speech is so gentle. And the same is true for flights. It seems that they are not worried at all. If the plane hits, It will be cut into two sections. It's not just the internet that is emotional. Some institutions and researchers who have been paying attention to the Pyongyang also stood up in shock. What? Impossible. What the hell is this thing? It's hard to be stable. It should be like a tight rubber band. How can it be fine in the face of such an impact? The result is terrible. I would rather knock the thing down. Faced with this situation, the Pyongyang also felt a deep pressure. Originally, in addition to the alien visitors who were close at hand, another reason for supporting Umbrella's space elevator plan was that the position of the space elevator in the synchronous orbit was almost fixed. And the orbit itself is also the weak point of Umbrella. Umbrella was able to be strong in the past because it could not find its weak point. The size of the company seemed quite streamlined, and there were fewer places to guard against. The addition of the space elevator can be used as a threat from time to time. This time the satellite's orbit change was actually a test. It was originally intended to let Umbrella shoot it down. And then it was equivalent to warning them to be careful in the future. But now, they just let your satellite hit it. And nothing happened. This meant that not only did their original plan fail, but it also gave the other party an excuse. What a bummer. Now they have found an excuse. And the other party has not suffered any losses. If they really knocked down the pendulum and the orbit, and then destroyed Penglai, then it would be a full confrontation. Although it was quite different from the plan. It was a case of forcing the duck to land. But the result was not completely unacceptable. At least they took the initiative. And they suffered heavy losses. If it really came to the critical moment, and they had to fight hard, the Pyongyang would not be afraid. At least we were not wronged. But now, we have hit again and again. And the excuse has fallen. The other party has found an excuse, and has not suffered any losses. They did it on purpose. Just when the Pyongyang and his group showed their faces that wanted to kill people, Umbrella officially spoke slowly. A structural diagram was issued, which was an animated picture of the space elevator orbit. And then it was painted red near the impacted position, and said synchronously, "Our orbit was hit by the Pyongyang satellite and damaged. This matter must be explained." Chapter 491 Dispute opens escalation. With the red-marked animation of Umbrella and their statement, the atmosphere became a little weird for a while. A serious matter inexplicably had a sense of humor. Good guy. When the satellite of the Pyongyang deviated from its orbit and collided with them, most people actually knew that it was such a coincidence that the Pyongyang must have done it on purpose. But there was no evidence. So they could say some nonsense in a high-sounding manner. It's just that the situation is like this. For a standard gangster like the Pyongyang, even if there is evidence, they will directly deny it and label it as slander and fake news. If there is no actual evidence, they will not care at all. The vote to reject the traceability of biological and chemical weapons can be cast. Anyway, as long as the fig leaf is not lifted, it seems that it is meaningless to know that they did it on purpose. So they subsequently warned Umbrella not to hit their satellites. In fact, to occupy a moral high ground. In fact, they almost acquiesced to Umbrella's action, or to force Umbrella to take action. But now that this has happened, Umbrella has stopped trying to find evidence, and has placed a 50-cent special effects animated picture in front of you saying that it has been damaged. What can you do? The collision was broadcast live worldwide. And if you can't see the damage, can you still climb up and check it yourself? Haha. That's right. It was the Pyongyang who hit her. You have to pay compensation. This is retribution. It's useless to reason with gangsters. You still have to be strong yourself. All kinds of people who like to watch the fun and not mind the trouble all came out at this time. In fact, the connection cable would have been damaged to some extent under this speed of collision. But the material of these connection cables is a composite material of magic and technology, which has been branded with solidification and repair techniques. Although it is very slow to repair in a world without magic, it can be strengthened and filled by applying some refined repair fluid. This is also a subsequent repair method. So this collision is indeed painless. The essence of the Pyongyang's action was almost indirectly provoked by Wang Yi. Now that he has caught the pretext, he naturally starts to hype it up. Such dangers and potential hazards are constantly promoted through animations and structural diagrams. Although it seems that we are still continuing the connection. It is just like the load-bearing wall of a building has been knocked off. It looks like the house is still there. But there will be huge hidden dangers. This is the case now. The loss is estimated to be at least hundreds of billions of US dollars. And it is extremely difficult to repair. We are also reasonable. Either you help us fix it, or compensate us. Umbrella's tough statement made people amazed. And many people almost laughed out loud. It's so funny. If Dameli had this repair technology, her tail would have flown to the sky long ago. Yeah. Now they don't have space shuttles. What's the point of repairing it? Drive a starship to repair it? How to repair it? Cut it and tie a knot. Or weld it. It has to be said that Umbrella's connection cable technology is extremely terrible. It seems that they took it out during the period of room temperature superconducting materials. It is enough to stabilize extremely high pressure without breaking. It's still room temperature superconductivity. If Asan says that the materials are lost, people will laugh to death. Remember that Pyongyang was still bragging about it. Now Pyongyang actually only has two options. Two? Can't they do the first one? I mean either pay money or default. Umbrella's tough statement really made Pyongyang look very ugly. It can be said that this time, they were completely tricked by Umbrella. In fact, they also found out when they did it themselves. And the same was true when they issued a statement. But they chose to let it go. This is definitely the worst result. Whether they shoot down the satellite or the satellite crashes into the connecting cable, it is better than this. At the very least, it will really be a serious blow. But now your pendulum is still steadily entering the atmosphere. Don't you even disguise it at all. Now it's actually clear. Umbrella. Send money. Still in the small room where they discussed last time. A group of people looked very ugly at this time. Hundreds of billions of dollars. How can they say that? How dare you? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How dare you? They did it on purpose. They deserve it. First, the zombies affected Pyongyang. And the damage was second only to Neon. And then New York invaded and ate the mushrooms it grew. It's already flooding the country to save the world. And now it's about to return to the balance sheet reduction cycle. Although Pyongyang's annual fiscal revenue is also several trillion US dollars. Their money is not enough now. And they need to borrow every year. Even if they really want to pay. It's really hard after so many things happened in the past. So it's impossible to pay. And don't say that you can't afford it now. Even if you can afford it, Pyongyang will pay such a high price. What will the younger brothers think? Once the invincible momentum is broken, it will be troublesome next. The former British Empire was in its heyday. But didn't it end up like this in the end? I don't think Umbrella has considered making us pay. Just like we forced them to attack satellites and occupy high ground. They did the same. And their reasons were much more sufficient. They want to take the initiative. What should we do now? Now both sides actually have a consensus that we will have to clash sooner or later. This time the confrontation is to take the initiative and choose the method ourselves. In that case, let's just do it. We can't let them choose. Their elite forces are too strong. Once they start to roam, it makes us unable to sleep and eat. Yes. And just before their space elevator is completed, now that their planes have stopped, they are at their weakest. So we can take them down in one go. The space elevator is their weak spot. Since they have the excuse, we don't need one either. Although the timing is a bit hasty. The arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Let's detonate South Korea and Japan at the same time. Alas, it's still a bit hasty. The timing is not right. It's inevitable that Pyongyang will attack Japan and South Korea. They have already turned to Umbrella. So why keep them? And their defense focus has also shifted to Umbrella. The importance of South Korea and Japan has been greatly reduced. It's just that because of multiple economic shocks and the arrival of visitors from outer space, their plans have also been adjusted. They are ready to wait until this harvest cycle reaches its peak before taking advantage of the situation. But now, the initiative is reversed by Umbrella. And they can't do it. Anyway, there is a collision with Umbrella in the designated area. And the painful lessons of Kangaroo and Gaul before are here. Long-term wandering raids are even more impossible. Pyongyang has a big family and a big business. And there are targets everywhere. So no matter what, we have to take the initiative to start it. As for morality, face, right and wrong, we will still write it at that time. But we still have to pay attention to the scale. And remember not to go to the last step. Since they still choose this kind of moral game, it means that they also want to control the situation. Which should be no problem. Then, let's start like this. Detonate an ammunition depot and say it was done by them. Yokosuka, Japan. After experiencing the second wave of full infection in Japan, it can be said that the relationship between the garrison here and Japan is quite delicate. Now Japan almost treats them as non-existent on weekdays, and has fully turned to Umbrella. All major domestic automobile factories have been taken over and transformed by Umbrella. Now the Japanese also know who their parents are. Although life has become a little worse, at least they have survived. Otherwise, as an island country with scarce resources, they will really have problems with survival. At this time, Pyongyang has been hyping up some compensation proposals, even if it has not been passed. With the reopening of TT, they can fully realize this threat. Now there have been many protests against the garrison in Japan. The relationship can be said to be getting worse and worse, and more rigid. While Pyongyang was constantly discussing the compensation proposal, Neon also began to set off a wave of opposition to the garrison. First, they kept discussing not paying the fees, which seemed to be an equal resistance. This was something that we could not even think of before. Don't pay? If you don't pay, we will take it ourselves. There is no need to talk much about the reputation of Pyongyang's garrison. They can do all kinds of tricks. When the time comes, Pyongyang just needs to say that we can't control it, which is enough for Neon to bear. But now, it has begun to be mentioned openly. And some news about the evil deeds of those garrisons has also begun to appear frequently. The number of crimes accumulated by Pyongyang's garrison in Neon is 210,000, which does not include the victims who swallowed their anger. What is the concept of 210,000? Counting the garrison for 70 years, it is an average of nearly 10 cases per day. This is still traceable. It is not an exaggeration to call it a cancer. It's just that in the past, unless it was particularly vicious or could not be suppressed, most of them would not burst out. Now there is no worry. And TT has also started to exert its strength. The negative feelings towards Pyongyang increased dramatically in a short period of time. You should know that the second zombie virus outbreak in Japan almost put all the blame on Pyongyang. The dead and injured family members and relatives, as well as the accumulated empathy, plus the fact that Japan was in a recession. All the resentment was focused on Pyongyang. But she had little arms and legs. South Korea had a similar experience. South Korea and Japan were proud of the various miracles that Umbrella had recently, such as the medical cabin, the Pomlai quota, and the space elevator. They were used to being pets. And now they have such a powerful master. It's really amazing. We are the best at recognizing fathers. There is even a rumor among the people of South Korea that the founder of Umbrella may be a South Korean. Look! Pomlai. Nanchaman. What Oriental names! But it was in this atmosphere that the sudden explosion of the ammunition depot at the Yokosuka base was heard by the neighboring Tokyo East. The explosion of the adjacent ammunition depot even set off 2 mushroom clouds at the Yokosuka base. The shrill alarm sounded throughout the base. Pyongyang also received the news at the first time and expressed shock. Unbelievable. We were attacked. I know you were anxious. But you can't just attack us indiscriminately just because of this. Pyongyang showed extreme anger. He didn't name anyone directly, but many people could tell who he was talking about at a glance. And for those who are not in the know, this is indeed Umbrella's style. And it is the most likely. After all, Umbrella is very good at special operations, and has a strong sense of revenge. Letting the ammunition depot explode is definitely a very cost-effective way. And soon the losses were counted. And the losses were heavy, not counting the supplies. There were hundreds of deaths and thousands of injuries. In the Gulf War, Pyongyang's combat and non-combat casualties were less than 300. And the injuries were only a few thousand. This time, such a huge loss occurred in one breath. And it was also a bloody loss. Of course, there must be a lot of shady accounts that were destroyed with this explosion. Anyway, it was attacked and bombed. So let's make use of the waste. At the same time, Pyongyang's previous excuse of responding to the aliens' mobilization exercises also saw a lot of abnormal movements. Many garrison bases were mobilized at the first time. This was especially true for Neon. A large number of helicopters flew out and patrolled continuously. A large number of soldiers rushed out in armored vehicles. On the streets of Tokyo, large and beautiful armored vehicles were running rampant. There were also loudspeakers announcing the takeover and entering a wartime state, asking everyone to stay at home. Once it is identified as a provocative act, it will be attacked directly. Yoko, who moved to a new home, looked at the large and beautiful armored vehicles showing off their power on the street outside the window, and was also worried. At this moment, accompanied by a sound of propellers, a large and beautiful armed helicopter passed directly in front of her window. You can see the majestic fuselage and the cold weapons hanging on it, full of live ammunition. A police helicopter belonging to Neon also flew nearby at this time and kept shouting, "This is Tokyo. You?" However, before the words were finished, The bombs on the armed helicopter responded. The helicopter shouting in the air was directly shot down. And it turned into a ball of fire and hit the residential building next to it, causing a raging fire and a lot of screams. This made Yoko's face look horrified. They are really here. Why is my luck so bad? I have caught up with almost every zombie outbreak and the New York Abyss invasion that time. And now I am sitting at home, and disaster comes from the sky. Where should I stay? At this time, her phone rang, and it was her roommate Gu Qianqian. Yangzi, are you okay? It's okay now. But a helicopter near my home was shot down by the Pyongyang garrison. It's too much. Yangzi complained to Gu Qianqian on the other end of the phone while looking at the fire outside, her heart full of resentment. At this time, the Pyongyang helicopter also began to broadcast to the outside world. Please everyone stay indoors. Tokyo has been taken over by us. Once any threatening behavior is identified, we will open fire directly. The domineering voice, combined with the flickering flames ignited by the shot-down helicopter, really made everyone nearby feel sad. At the same time, in the direction of Tokyo Bay, several destroyers of the Great Beauty could be seen aiming their guns at the city. The cold gun barrels seemed to glow with bloodthirsty light under the illumination of the eyes from the helicopters firing without hesitation. It can be seen that they will not hesitate to fire when necessary. Coupled with the missile launch ports, this will cause huge damage and deterrence to key areas of Tokyo. The sudden explosion of the Yokosuka ammunition depot, the sudden attack of the Great Beauty garrisons in Neon and South Korea, and the mobilization of the Great Beauty bases and aircraft carrier battle groups can be said to have immediately attracted global attention. Or it can be said that since the Great Beauty satellite changed its orbit, it has attracted global attention. After all, Umbrella is famous for its stubbornness and strong strength. It has defeated the two permanent members of Gaul. The Great Beauty is also a character that will not suffer losses. It is indeed worried that the collision between the two sides will have unpredictable consequences. Now even ordinary people already know that Punglai must have a top-level nuclear reactor. If a full-scale conflict really breaks out, the consequences will be quite serious. Even more serious than the biochemical crisis and the Abyss invasion. Is the loss of the Abyss invasion huge? Big. Are the monsters in the Abyss awesome? Awesome. But once a nuclear bomb is fired, all beings are equal. The monster that was called the Lord of the Abyss, and withstood the tactical nuclear bomb, was instantly reduced to ashes. This is just the equivalent of one bomb. Although there have been a lot of videos on the use of nuclear bombs before, ordinary people have gradually understood that the power of nuclear bombs is not as great as imagined. But there is no doubt that this is still a killer that can destroy the entire human civilization. Or it is precisely because the power of nuclear bombs is not as great as originally imagined. So the possibility of using nuclear bombs itself will also increase. Therefore, even allies like Gaul jumped out to condemn the provocation of Pyongyang's change of orbit. However, as the satellite hit the connecting cable, the sparks of the egg hitting the stone appeared, and all parties relaxed a little. Fortunately, the loss is not great, and the possibility of subsequent wrangling should be greater. It shouldn't be necessary to take action. As a result, while we were waiting to eat melons and discussing whether we would lose money, the ammunition depot in Yokosuka exploded. As the fleets of the Great Beauty began to take action, the world was shrouded in the shadow of war, and all parties called for calm. In Tokyo, in the port area that seems to have fully recovered, an international student is constantly filming the armored vehicles of the Pyongyang below and the warships in the harbor in the distance, and uses a holographic bracelet to start a live broadcast. Brothers, this time the Pyongyang is serious. He actually destroyed Neon's helicopter directly. He really opened fire. I don't dare to go out. In the past, Tokyo's port area was still a standard wealthy area. But after the first zombie outbreak in Tokyo and the second one, the rich people here moved away in large numbers, leaving behind many houses with good living environments and cheap rents. This international student rented a large bungalow here under such circumstances. Occasionally, he would act as a purchasing agent and share some of Neon's fun on weekdays. Because of the two zombie crises, his fans have exceeded 1 million. And he can already support the expenses here without asking his family for money. This time, the Pyongyang suddenly attacked Neon, and he was nervous and excited at the same time. This is definitely a hot topic again. I just happened to live in the port area, and I could see the warships in the port and the armored vehicles below at a glance. My fans are going to grow again. And sure enough, whether it was the video sent by his mobile phone or the live broadcast using the holographic bracelet, It immediately attracted a large number of original fans and new passers-by because of the popularity push. With the help of the Red Queen Plus system, he can easily do these tedious tasks by himself. Anchor. Be careful. Hack. There is really a fire over there. My goodness. The zombie crisis suffered by Tokyo is actually just like this. Zombies are not very destructive to buildings. Why do I feel that the great beautiful garrison has only made a slight move? And the destruction of zombies is no match? It's really that the great beautiful soldiers are more terrifying than zombies. What a horror joke. As people from all walks of life flocked in, many people also began to leave messages. Then someone thought of something and asked, okay. If I remember correctly, Umbrella and Japan also signed a law and order maintenance agreement and a trauma team emergency rescue agreement. There are Umbrella's drones over there. Oh. Yes. Yes. I still remember the mosaic scene of the great beauty soldiers. When the zombies spread in Japan, they were all cleared by drones. Once Umbrella took action to protect them, Great Beauty would be in trouble. Yes. Every shot hit the head. Many people thought of Umbrella's drones clearing zombies and Hoshi's law and order maintenance. But at this time, the anchor who was studying abroad in Japan said, I know this, and I have specially learned about it. New friends can look through some of my previous videos for detailed explanations. Basically, Japan's security issues are still limited by some agreements formulated by Pyongyang. Umbrella withdrew most of its drones after the initial zombie cleanup. Now the drones used to maintain public security are all light weapons. And most of them are even electric shocks. There is no point in facing armored vehicles as he spoke. He also pointed the camera at the warships in the direction of the port. With the help of Umbrella's ultra-high-definition camera, he kept zooming in and captured the dense array on the Pyongyang warship. And then said, although I am not a professional military blogger, I also went to learn more about it when I was researching drones last time. Umbrella's light drones will be embarrassed when facing this kind of close-range air defense. After the host finished speaking, some people immediately left messages in the barrage. What the host said is right. Pyongyang's research and development capabilities are still there. The last time Umbrella and Gaul clashed, Pyongyang promptly took out a radar that can detect invisible coatings. When Umbrella took out that kind of drone swarm tactics, I am afraid that their dense formation will also have corresponding improvements. And there may even be indiscriminate electronic pulse attacks. After seeing this message, the host immediately understood what he meant, and then explained to the camera. That's right. In fact, we can see that Umbrella's various technologies are quite dependent on artificial intelligence systems. Their number is not high, and their weapons and equipment are highly electronic. If Pyongyang adopts indiscriminate pulse attacks and does not hesitate to return to traditional warfare, Umbrella's disadvantages are very large. In fact, for electronic attacks and anti-interference of pulse attacks, all countries will also have corresponding plans. Whether it is the gyroscopic physical guidance of the killer weapon or the switching mechanical operation, there are arrangements, and even the timer can be replaced by gears and springs. Especially after Umbrella showed its unmanned combat capability and artificial intelligence system. It can be said that all countries will inevitably regard this method as a backup plan and increased priority. Tactics and tactics are mutually reinforcing, and no weapon can always dominate. As the strongest military power on Blue Star, Pyongyang dared to challenge Umbrella after its superior weapons appeared. So they have their own confidence. In the past, they were all bullying the weak. With their own electronic and precision advantages, they naturally would not vigorously promote indiscriminate electromagnetic interference, hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting themselves by 800. Generally, it is just some low-power instruments used to prevent cheating in exams or signal shielding during special operations. But now that Umbrella has shown its absolute unmanned combat advantage, it is naturally an inevitable option to directly use ultra-high-power weapons to abolish the advantages of both sides. After Umbrella and Wang Yi took the initiative to improve their knowledge of Earth magic and continuously release some basic information like feeding, they could not stay where they are. Wang Yi leaned on the sun lounger and saw some new weapon information from Pyongyang, and his face showed admiration. Sure enough, we still have to force them to bring out their potential. Lin Shurqin also said with a smile. Business will self-restrain development through technical castration and squeezing toothpaste. But war will not during World War I, World War II, and the Cold War. Under the pressure of external forces, in order to suppress opponents, they worked together, and various new technologies emerged in an endless stream. But after some companies that monopolized cutting-edge technology gradually emerged, a strange phenomenon appeared in reverse. They had obviously obtained newer research and newer technology. But they would not take them out, but temporarily sealed them up and waited until the value of the old products was exhausted before taking them out. Or wait until competitors appear, and then reduce the price of old products to hit the opponents, and then take out new products. Or choose to directly attack the opponents to maintain monopoly. Even the medical field actually regards completely curative drugs as negative examples and advocates the development of long-term drugs. It took only 66 years from the first takeoff of the plane to the moon landing. But now the moon landing plan launched again by Pyongyang has been postponed. The research and development and investment of new equipment have also been cut, and cut by the military-industrial complex. When everything starts to pursue profit, the nature is completely changed. It's not that there is a problem with pursuing profit. Everyone likes profit. But you can't be profit-driven. Now, under the pressure of Wang Yi, the Pyongyang has slightly recovered some of his former talents. And the things he has made have made Wang Yi very satisfied. Chapter 492 Conflict Escalation Complete Connection. Why did it suddenly happen? Is this a war? World war. Umbrella is a company. Corporate war. Company. The heated discussion on the internet was originally hot. But after the identity of Umbrella itself was thrown out, everyone's mouth twitched. Yes, a company. But it is a company that knocked out projects such as Panlai and Nanshanmen. It has its own private armed forces and is recognized as the world's #1 special warfare company, pressing Kangaroo and Gaul to the ground and rubbing them. Neon and South Korea recognized the new father without bloodshed. For a while, many people felt like they were in a dream. It's only been a few years? A company has reached the point where it has made Pyongyang, the top overlord of Blue Star, put on such a posture? At first, I thought it was necessary. It's so serious. How can a company use such a battle? But then, they all fell silent after counting Umbrella's achievements. It seems that it is really necessary. How long has it been? How long has it been since Pyongyang made such a big move? Even the Gulf and Ahan did not have such a mobilization. It feels like buying contact lenses is just like yesterday. Yeah. And my stones disappeared. And Kangding for falling asleep every day. Leukemia patients saved by stem cell cultivation technology. Mobile phones. Holograms. Smart homes. Trackers. Robots. Prosthetics. Hack. It has really been unconsciously applied to every aspect of life. And even if many things are not from Umbrella, they still have their technology in them. Batteries, pollution control, Red Queen Plus, and today's VR platform. Seeing Pyongyang suddenly put on such a global mobilization. Seeing Pyongyang take the initiative to immediately control Neon and South Korea. Listening to various exhortations and calls for peace from the international community. For a moment, it seemed that the air around was filled with the smell of gunpowder. In addition to the various fleets of the major bases, a large number of gatherings also appeared on the border of Pyongyang. However, compared to the situation of facing a great enemy, Mexico looked calm, without any defensive measures and no confrontation, lying flat with the door wide open. Your fight has nothing to do with me anyway. Just come at me. The huge fleets of Neon, South Korea, Mexico and the sea. This might once again demonstrated the strength of the Blue Star Overlord. In the Cuban crisis, Pyongyang deployed a similar battle. In the end, the old bear gave in, withdrew the missiles in Cuba, and even let the nuclear submarine surface for inspection. On the other hand, Pyongyang secretly withdrew the missiles that were also deployed in Turkey. Well, Pyongyang's deployment of nuclear bombs in Turkey caused such a violent conflict. But now Pyongyang has already deployed nuclear bombs in Prussia. When necessary, we will also activate the sealed aircraft carriers and warships. The person in charge of Pyongyang made another semi-official speech on a special platform. And his words were extremely tough. The Navy is a military service that requires accumulation over time. And it cannot suddenly increase in a short period of time. Most of the aircraft carriers formed by the continuous transformation of cargo ships during World War II did not catch up. But if it is just repaired and transformed, the speed of returning to the level of making do will be much faster. In addition to the 2 active ships that have serious faults and must be repaired, even the 2 active ships that need regular inspections and have various problems are taken out. The famous littoral combat ships with full appearance are also out in full force. The spectacular pictures of the fleet taken by the helicopter of the Great Beauty also really make the world feel a huge sense of oppression. The huge fleet composed of dozens of giant warships guards the aircraft carrier in the middle to ride the wind and waves. A large piece of white waves is painted on the blue ocean. This is the majesty of the overlord of the blue star. Some people with good intentions have captured the unconcealed action trajectories of several fleets of the great beauty with satellite images. It is really a shock to be able to see the dark picture directly in space. All around. Surrounded and attacked from all sides. In the face of all this, Umbrella has remained silent, and has not made any response or explanation to the explosion of the great beautiful arsenal. And there is no updated information on the official website. Some fearless reporters directly started to block some Umbrella staff everywhere. But they didn't get what they wanted. Then the topic of Umbrella giving in appeared on the internet. Demalion is Demalion after all. In fact, we know they are strong just by listening to the numbers on weekdays. Now that they are displayed, I really feel the scene of Cuba at that time. After all, it is still the only superpower in the world. It is not shameful to admit defeat appropriately. Demalion is just showing off. It should not dare to push Umbrella too hard. Yes, there will be no winner if the war breaks out. Demalion should just want to push it. The gunpowder depot was blown up, and they should want to hand over the planner and implementer. The key is that this matter may not be done by Umbrella. Well, to be honest, only Umbrella has the motive. It can't be done by Japan. Right? Tokyo has been occupied, and they don't have the courage. It can't be Demalion himself. Originally, the space elevator plan has been attracting attention. The twists and turns of the satellite collision during the intermediate orbit have also been watched. Now that the ammunition depot has exploded, it has suddenly evolved into such a hot scene in front of us, which is both unexpected and reasonable. Umbrella's silence also led to a slight sense of complacency on Demaliong's side. They were very good at testing the bottom line, and then approaching step by step. Now that you are afraid, they will naturally continue to increase their tone in bargaining chips. Before, it was a semi-official statement made by the person in charge on a certain website. But now it is the spokesperson of the authorities, who speaks directly in front of reporters. This explosion of the ammunition depot is a serious infringement of our interests, and a serious provocation to Demaliong. So blood debts must be paid with blood. First, the qualitative opening was made, and immediately a reporter asked in cooperation. Now all countries are worried that an uncontrollable and devastating disaster will break out. Is there any way to deal with it? Our goal is not to destroy Umbrella, but to give an explanation. Therefore, as long as Umbrella can agree to our conditions, then this matter will end here. The spokesperson spoke very arrogantly, and then began to list the requirements. First, severely punish the plan's developers and implementers. Regarding this, we, Demaliong, will send a specialist to Umbrella Company to determine and supervise. Second, space is the common property of mankind, so the space elevator must be open to the public in the future. Of course, in view of Umbrella's investment, we will also provide financial compensation. Third, Umbrella needs to disclose its own financial statements, accept our capital injection, and open up magic-related technologies so that everyone can overcome the current difficulties together. It can be said that the opinions are more exaggerated and harsh than the other. But in fact, this has always been the attitude and face of Demaliong. Even when they ask people, they will put on a high-handed attitude, let alone when they make such demands. Looking at some of Demaliong's past speeches, we can see that this kind of words are not strange at all. They seem to be taken for granted. They often say more overbearing and unreasonable words. If Umbrella itself was not strong enough this time, its attitude would not be so good. Now that they have put on such a big posture, and have seen the weakness and compromise of the other party, it is natural for them to speak like this. Even after they have torn their faces and entered such a big scene, there will be another natural benefit. At this time, even if Umbrella announced that it would launch an economic counterattack and cut off the supply, there would be problems. Demaliong is likely to freeze assets as soon as a bill is passed internally, and even directly transfer the assets to their own accounts and unilaterally declare them as war reparations. Since this option has been discussed, they will certainly be fully prepared for various risks, various measures that can be taken, and various benefits. It is indeed a bit unexpected that things have developed to this point now. At first, they didn't want to, but instead of letting Umbrella take the initiative, it is better to take the initiative. There will be a clash between the old overlord and the new king after all. At least now, the other party has surrendered without any reaction. At least the start is quite good. Haha. It's really their true face. Quite interesting. Wang Yi was lying on the beach chair and looking at the notice. His face also looked very happy. Enzo did a good job. I think that stupid dog is a fool. If it weren't for the guidance arranged by the master, he would have been fooled. Lin Shurqin was a little disgusted with Enzo. But now this is the advantage of mastering the general situation. Both sides are my people. I can achieve the desired effect with just a random move. Just like the water flowing downstream. Watching the wooden board change the direction of the water flow. The subsequent fluctuations will form spontaneously. Are Neon and South Korea also together? Let's do it together. It's better to do it today than tomorrow. What about your alma mater? Just say don't worry. Just stay neutral and call for peace. Then Wang Yi also stood up from the beach chair and walked towards the mage tower. Since it was not about the invasion of the abyss and the destruction of the living beings, he would go to Neon to take a look. In the Daoi shrine, Wang Yi soaked in the hot spring and enjoyed the massage of Yuji. In the hazy white mist, he casually read some comments on the Neon internet. Now the whole Tokyo is controlled by Pyongyang. Neon can be said to have returned to the time when Michael was the emperor. And the situation is even worse, filled with a kind of depression and fear. Why did the arsenal suddenly explode? Was it Umbrella's father who did it? How could it be? They usually say it directly when they do it. I think it was Pyongyang who did it. Damn it! It's the zombie virus that harms us again. They put an accusation on us and want to divide up our property. Yes, it's definitely self-directed and self-acted. How much did they lose by blowing up 2 arsenals? Their compensation bill in the House of Commons was passed this time. That bill is so infuriating. It says that all our overseas property will be confiscated to compensate for their losses. It's accumulated for so many years. So long. How can it be like this? It's just the House of Commons. It won't be that serious. Don't be naive. Haven't you seen their true colors? They just took advantage of this turmoil to force it. You see? It will definitely be very fast. They have directly occupied Tokyo and Seoul. What do you think they want to do? They must be taking the opportunity to solve the problem in one go. It has to be said that the internet atmosphere in Japan has definitely changed dramatically now. Originally, we didn't say that everyone was licking to Pyongyang. But the Pyongyang's livestock products were still quite a lot. But Neon has really lost too much blood recently. And there are too many casualties. The second multi-point biochemical crisis directly confused Neon. You are trying to kill me. So although there are still some Neon people who yearn for Pyongyang, their opinions are all suppressed and can't cause any waves. After all, after Neon fully surrendered to Umbrella, TT also began to operate again. In this atmosphere now, there are many people who directly turn from love to hate. But what's the use of us except a few words? Nangali's hundreds of thousands of combat forces are silent. What can we do? Feed them with radiation? Damn. There is an armored vehicle downstairs of my house. Seeing their soldiers talking and laughing over there. I'm so angry. Can Umbrella Dad save us? Where are the drones? Now I can't protect myself. After all, it's a size difference. The effect of Umbrella's light weapons drones on armored units is limited. Besides, there are not many drones for maintaining public order. And Pyongyang must have prepared them. After all, they have been shown before. Yes, after the trump card is exposed, targeted strikes can be carried out. Among these remarks, a user with a very conspicuous Pyongyang soldier avatar also made his own words. Haha. You are our slaves. If you are spared, don't always think about resistance. Haha. Then, in order to prove that he was not an imposter, he directly logged into the short video platform to OK Selfie and live broadcast. A standard Ansa face. With a little stubble. Wearing a bulletproof vest and a helmet. Leaning on the armored vehicle with a gun. Smiling at the screen. You are all right. But what can you do? We have occupied your capital, and have to occupy your overseas assets as compensation. What can you do? Haha. However, in the face of such public ridicule, Neon has no meaning except verbal attacks. Even those comments and barrages seem so pale, which seems to show their powerlessness. This made the soldier laugh even more. Waste. Go and ask your Umbrella father. After saying that, he made a special imitation of a wronged look. Dad, they beat me. Haha. Another soldier holding a cigarette next to him couldn't help laughing, and then raised his hand and patted his helmet and said, I told you not to take so many drugs at the last minute. Don't get too high. Don't worry. I know my limits. The soldier who was obviously excited and abnormal in the video didn't care. Not to mention the current situation. Even in the past when they were stationed. It didn't matter at all. People know that there are contraband planting areas such as the Golden Triangle, Mexico, and Korea in the world. But in fact, if we count the world's largest traffickers, it is undoubtedly the big beautiful soldier, one position higher than the second CIA. It is actually no secret that the CIA sells contraband. It is almost semi-public. But compared to the big beautiful soldier, it is still a younger brother. The big beautiful soldier has his own special exempt from inspection channel, and often relies on this convenience to do such lucrative things. For example, 90% of the goods circulating in the South Korean market come from the big beautiful garrison. There are dozens of cases of South Korea and Japan because of the big beautiful soldier selling contraband every year. Not to mention those that are not found. The key is that it's nothing if it is found. A big beautiful soldier in South Korea was caught for mailing a package of 4 kilograms of ice worth 300 billion South Korean won, which is just a suspended sentence. Such a large-scale shipment with solid evidence was only punished with this little punishment, which actually boosted their arrogance. There was even an outrageous magical operation of transporting goods directly in coffins. What's smuggling? Smuggling? What is faster than their transportation system, with the help of Daniai's own transportation system? Before they occupied it, Ahan only planted contraband sporadically, about 100 tons a year. In the first year of their arrival, it became 3,400 tons, and now it is close to 10,000 tons. It is completely predictable what this kind of stuff will do on their territory. Sure enough, without letting the soldier wait for any time, Daniai's Senate also passed the compensation bill at an unimaginable speed. Confiscate all overseas assets of South Korea and Japan, and use them as compensation for the losses of the biological and chemical incident. Japan's overseas assets have always been an important plus point in Inichua's mouth. Similarly, this is naturally a piece of fat meat. It is much more important than South Korea, and much more delicious, although he certainly couldn't eat it all by himself. Tearing off the most delicious part was enough for De Pyongyang to replenish his blood. However, when the aliens were about to arrive, De Pyongyang suddenly showed such a eating posture, which really made his allies feel a little embarrassed and horrified. However, following the great beauty, Ari, who has always claimed to be permanently neutral, announced that he would cooperate with the freeze, which really made all parties in the world open their eyes wide and feel incredible. This does not affect our permanent neutrality and reputation. This is just a compensation that everyone agrees on. Yes, we are still permanently neutral. Umbrella allowed the Great Beauty satellite to hit as a self-torture tactic, and the Great Beauty blew up its own arsenal to move it back. And since such a big commotion has been made this time, the Great Beauty will naturally make the best use of it. Originally, the Great Beauty's move against Neon and South Korea required another set of procedures. Now it is directly linked together. The dog tied with a chain may not know who holds the chain. Relying on the power of directly occupying Tokyo and Seoul, and relying on the scale of the mobilization of major fleets. Originally, the action was aimed at Umbrella, and Neon and South Korea were dealt with by the way. Neon's overseas assets are indeed huge, and it has a deep voice in many industries. This kind of accumulation is not comparable to the short-term takeover of their industries by South Korea. But at the same time, this asset is also a huge piece of fat meat. The key is that the excuse is perfect. The source of the zombie outbreak is you, Japan, and you have no ability to resist. What's wrong with recognizing a new father? Now the capital is occupied. This is naturally the fish on the chopping board. And Japan also has a lot of assets in Europe. If they are divided together, everyone will eat oily mouths. Then they are righteous. Killing your own pet to entertain friends. No matter what. You have to appreciate it. Right? This side has already provoked Japan and South Korea to hang on the flag, and a group of gluttons are surrounding below. In addition, the global mobilization of De Pyongyang in terms of force. All the voices were temporarily suppressed. Hey, Japan is finished. Although they chose to surrender to Umbrella with great courage, they didn't expect De Pyongyang to be so ruthless. It was still the foreign student in the Japanese port area. While filming, he also turned out some comments on the internet of Japan for the onlookers to see. There was also some worry in his eyes. Although he was just here to study abroad, he still had a way out. But if something really went wrong, he might not be able to complete his studies. Wouldn't all these years of study have been wasted? Although his family conditions are not bad, he doesn't want to come here for nothing all these years. Anchor, please be safe. Don't go out. That group of people seems to be addicted. It's scary to look at. Hey, the big pretty soldier is really scarier than zombies. When Tokyo faced the zombies, there was not much physical damage. The zombies themselves can't use weapons, And their flesh and blood bodies are just like that. More of it is caused by the chaos itself. But the big pretty hack. I saw the scene of the big pretty soldier robbing the gold shop. Awesome. Link. Is this carrying forward the tradition of $0 shopping? It used to be said that they stole oil. But I didn't really believe it. I didn't think they would do such a shameful thing. Now it seems that it was probably not reported. Hack. What kind of magical world is this? Good guy. I just went to that link to see them robbing the gold shop carelessly, and thought it might be an isolated case. Now it seems that it's probably just that Umbrella's camera is too good, and it was accidentally photographed. When a cockroach appears, there may already be a nest of them. Although I don't like Neon. They are really miserable. Hey. I just don't know what's going on with Umbrella. Shugo is still in Punlai. Is he still live streaming? Here he comes. Shugo is starting the live streaming. Punlai. So far. The largest offshore building of mankind. And the only offshore city at present. At this time. Shugo also started his own live streaming. Constantly filming the sky. I asked. They allowed me to live stream. You see? That is the pendulum base. It is about to fall down. Shugo did not film the combat readiness of Punlai, but filmed the end of the space elevator connection. Although it is now turbulent. And the beautiful fleet has been pulled out. But now that the pendulum has appeared over Punlai, it still attracts a lot of attention. Umbrella has been silent. And many people don't know the progress at this time. When it was live streaming, it was from a space perspective. People all over the world watched the gravity pendulum leave the south gate of heaven and start to droop. And watched the gravity pendulum enter the atmosphere. However, now, I am standing on Punlai and watching the gravity pendulum fall. It can be clearly seen that the closer the pendulum is to Punlai, the slower it is. Various plasma streams are constantly ejected from it to control its stability and direction. And it can be seen that the dense jets seem to have no rules at all. Sometimes a single jet lasts for a long time. And sometimes it flashes by. But it is with this complex jet that the pendulum is almost completely balanced. Automatic adjustment allows it to completely ignore the blowing of airflow. And then, at the top of Umbrella Punlai, several large mechanical arms began to rise slowly. And finally completed the splicing with the gravity pendulum. Click click. With the collision of heavy metal machinery. It also means that Punlai and Nanchaman have successfully completed the connection. The cableway that continues to extend behind and directly connects to the sky is the first space elevator in human history. Connecting the Earth and the sky. The endless cable facing the deep sky looks so unreal. It can be clearly confirmed that the collision of the Great Pyongyang satellite is indeed useless. Finally, the connection was successful. Although there were twists and turns. This is indeed a miracle. A super project that can be recorded in history. A technological wonder. Oh! If there is no shadow of war. I am so worried about the attack of the Great Pyongyang. They chose to attack it this time. I am afraid that a big reason is that Umbrella has a weakness. Yes. Umbrella used to be streamlined. It can fight and special operations at will. But now there is a space elevator. And it is indeed stuck. It is really despicable. I really hope that the space elevator can hold on, and not be involved in the war just after it is built. War? Oh! It should have been a day worth celebrating and happy. But now it seems very dull. There is no celebration. And there are no various activities for general joy. Everyone feels a sense of solemnity and depression. After watching the mechanical arm steadily catch the pendulum, and then complete some works on the base. The reactions of all parties were surprisingly dull. No one knew how long this miracle project could last. But at this moment, a handsome man in special combat uniform appeared in Shugo's camera. Ah! Brother Ryuichi. After watching this figure, Shugo also trotted over excitedly. And then said to the camera, "This is a friend I met in Punlai. A Japanese. But a very good person. And also a great gamer. We worked together to clear a lot of levels. I have some videos. And I will post them when they are edited." After a quick introduction, he came to Maori Ryuichi. Although Maori Ryuichi did not use his real name completely, he still called himself Ryuichi. And he was originally a dead otaku. And he was also bored when preparing for the war in Punlai. He happened to meet Shugo. And the relationship between the two was indeed good. A fat otaku who likes playing games. "Hey. It's Shugo. I have something to do today. So you can only play alone for now." Haha. Ryuichi looked very happy. Patted Shugo on the shoulder. And didn't care about the camera at all. What's the matter? Shugo was a little strange. And he felt a little scared when he saw the combat uniform on Maori Ryuichi. Isn't Brother Ryuichi a worker on Polai? How come he wears such sci-fi equipment? Yeah. The connection is finally completed. And the airport can be started. I have to move my hands and feet. Ryuichi laughed. And then, along with the change of the runway in front of him, the air was distorted due to the hot sunlight. And the gates of the 3 elevators slowly opened. 3 fighter planes full of a sense of fantasy appeared in front of the camera. The completely smooth fuselage, a reverse flying wing structure that can only be seen in sci-fi games, produced an extremely strong visual impact as soon as it appeared, which directly made Shiago F***CK. Ah! I'm live streaming. He quickly moved the camera away. And Shiago's face turned pale. Are you kidding me? Ryuichi is an umbrella pilot? It's okay. He was going to show up anyway. Just take the photo. It won't cost you anything. When Maori Ryu saw Shiago's nervous look, he looked indifferent. Is it really okay? Really? As Shiago took another photo of the fighter plane with explosive visual effects and put it into the screen, the comments were filled with exclamations of WTF, bunker, and explosion. What kind of fighter is this? Umbrella can already make its own planes? Well, it doesn't seem strange. We had to buy their big planes at the beginning. This is an ordinary fighter, not a big plane. Hack. The engine of the fighter is more difficult. Umbrella's missile technology is so strong. It's not surprising that it has a fighter engine. But the production volume should not be large. Indeed, Umbrella has always taken the route of elite troops. In fact, I think they are better at fighting with drones. But if we all know, De Pyongyang must have been defending against drones. There are only 3. Even if all 3 are stealth fighters. Even if they are 6th-generation aircraft. I'm afraid it won't have any effect. It should only show the deterrence of its own destruction. So that De Pyongyang will retreat. Chapter 493 Professional Response Incredible Engine. The strength of Umbrella has been reflected through its achievements time and time again. Although it is indeed limited by its size. Their elite combat is undoubtedly the best in the world. Now, it is the weakness of the space elevator, coupled with the unexpected spiral of contradictions, that led to De Pyongyang's move. Although De Pyongyang offered several incredible conditions, it seems full of arrogance. But in fact, the importance of Umbrella has not been relaxed at all. They offered such conditions just because they are used to blackmailing. And it has always been like this. So as soon as the live broadcast of Xiaogo came out, it immediately attracted their attention. Sure enough, that collision didn't affect anything at all. They did it on purpose. Humph. Now it's this scene. Let's see how they end it. The game is to constantly test each other. However, just as this group of people were discussing, the appearance of 3 new fighters immediately attracted their attention. Fighter? Umbrella built its own plane? But since they have made the thing in the sky, it is not surprising that they can make their own planes. The reason why they bought the 747 was that they could not overcome many problems in the short term. But with their technical foundation, it is not a big problem to make a few prototypes of their own now. But what is the use of prototypes without mass production and practical training? Haha. Since we dare to go out, we have naturally prepared countermeasures. Umbrella underestimates the world. They have sent out invisible planes before. The small test of Gaul has had some effect. After so much accumulation, they naturally have a countermeasure plan. They may also want to put pressure on us by making this live broadcast. Should we fight back? Well, start the live broadcast. If we can avoid fighting, we should not fight. We should solve the problem like Cuba did. As the 3 Umbrella fighters slowly rose and appeared at the airport, everyone who was paying attention here became excited. I don't know what kind of fighter engine it is. Umbrella's material advantage is here. You can knock out an engine that is no less powerful than the best engine of De Pyongyang by hand. Yes, I am looking forward to it. It is likely to be stronger than De Pyongyang's engine. The material is the foundation. De Pyongyang has started live broadcast. Link. The situation is not good. Just when many military fans on the internet were paying attention to the appearance of Umbrella's new fighter, De Pyongyang's live broadcast followed closely. And it was a war correspondent who followed the De Pyongyang fleet directly. Originally, De Pyongyang's fleets were so powerful that even satellites could not hide them. So they didn't want to hide them at all. They have more than 20,000 satellites. So why not put them out openly? The reporter's perspective at this time was on the deck of a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, the neatly arranged aircraft, looking at the sea to see the warships guarding the battleships, and the ammunition hung on the aircraft. All gave a visual impact. However, some sharp-eyed people found that there were some temporary additions on the deck of De Pyongyang's aircraft carrier. which looked like radar vehicles and several sets of missiles. This, it seems to be their Patriot anti-aircraft missile. Why is it moved to the aircraft carrier? Land artillery on board? Ah. This. Missiles on aircraft carriers. Isn't this a Russian style? What's going on? And the radar looks a bit strange. However, while everyone was discussing, the reporter also found the captain of this aircraft carrier. Excuse me, Mr. Henry. We have seen some strange equipment on the deck. What are these for? Is it to prevent attacks against Umbrella? The reporter asked a question that many people are concerned about at the beginning, which is considered to be straightforward. Some people with a keen sense of smell can also know that this may be something that Pyongyang specially showed to Umbrella to show their strength, used to exert extreme pressure. Perhaps they don't really want to fight a hot war, and it is naturally best to be able to achieve their goals without fighting. Captain Henry nodded and said, "You are right. Our deployment is aimed at Umbrella. On weekdays, some actions rarely name names directly. Although everyone knows who they are targeting, it is rare to say it directly. This also represents a kind of toughness. Don't look at it. We are targeting you. This, I wonder if you can introduce it. It doesn't involve any secrets. Right? Of course. In fact, when Umbrella and Gaul fought, we used this kind of radar. It is specially designed for Umbrella's stealth fighter. Although Gaul was beaten badly at the time, many fighters were also destroyed. But the radar provided by Pyongyang did capture the traces of Umbrella's stealth cargo plane. It's just that their air defense capabilities are too strong. So it is one-sided. But in terms of radar, they have also achieved their initial purpose. And they have begun to strengthen it continuously. The working principle of radar has been introduced before. In fact, whether it is stealth or radar, it is the relationship between spear and shield. The basic principles are here. It depends on how you crack and target it. There is no doubt that when Umbrella is developing rapidly, the technology of the Great Beauty, which is suppressed by it, cannot be stagnant, and the radar is constantly updated. In fact, the search for stealth fighters has been proposed in theory for a long time, and it has also been used in actual combat. The long distance is confirmed by the meter wave radar, and the high-power radar is used to break through the threshold of the opponent's stealth at close range, combined with the algorithm of artificial intelligence. Even Umbrella's stealth fighters have nowhere to hide in front of our radar, and they will be able to be locked. Captain Henry's face was full of pride when he said this. The meter wave radar is mainly for early warning, and the error is too large, and the high-power radar behind them can complete the capture and locking. The combination of each other is already like adding wings to a tiger. In fact, we have to thank Umbrella and Master Yi for some theories. There are materials in this radar that use magic knowledge. Otherwise, it is not a simple matter to increase the power. Captain Henry said with a little restraint and complacency. Use your theory to defeat you. Then why move directly to the aircraft carrier? Is it because there is not enough time to install it temporarily? The reporter asked curiously again. There is this reason. But there is another reason, which is to target Umbrella's hypersonic missiles. Speaking of this, Henry's face also looked a little solemn. And then he gave an example. Umbrella's missiles are too fast, and the interception difficulty is extremely high. The interception window is very short. But if we directly move the air defense system to the aircraft carrier, then Umbrella's missiles can be relatively longer in the interception window. After all, the target of the missile is the warship, and our interception probability can be improved. When he said this, Henry's face showed a solemn expression. Even so, even if he has made full preparations, Umbrella's high-explosive hypersonic missiles are still his biggest concern. The interception rate is too low, and we can only rely on numbers. But in the same way, we can also launch a saturation attack that penetrates your threshold. The live broadcast of Pyongyang also caused widespread discussion. It can be seen that Pyongyang attaches great importance to Umbrella and is quite afraid of it. Even Captain Henry, when talking about their preparations, was confident but also solemn. Even with so much preparation, there is still not much confidence. But even in such a situation, Pyongyang still showed her determination. They have an absolute size advantage. If both sides do not use the big killer, the conventional force of Pyongyang's ammunition is enough to blow up Ponglai dozens of times. And even if the spiral is really upgraded to the last cost, Pyongyang's strategic depth is far beyond the match of Umbrella. New York can withstand one shot. How many can you take? We have already made a move. It depends on how you take it. We have also received news that a guest on Umbrella was live streaming on Xingla and filmed their 3 new fighters. The reporter took the opportunity to ask this question. But the captain laughed loudly and stopped for a long time. Uh-huh. You are an outsider. So you may think that Umbrella's fighters are amazing. We will never deny Umbrella's technology. Although from the time when it bought the 747 for transformation to now, Umbrella's heavy industry level has improved far beyond imagination. Relying on artificial intelligence and automation, it took a few years to go through decades of accumulation by others. But, speaking of this, he paused, and then looked down at the camera with a rather oppressive look. Only 3 fighters. There is no meaning in front of a fleet of our size. Don't. Not. Worry. Then he sighed, and showed a look of emotion. We will not deny Umbrella's technology. Their materials science is second to none. They can make fighters more advanced than our F-22, with their domineering materials. I will not be surprised even if they make 6th-generation fighters. But no matter how advanced the fighters are, they will have their limitations. The captains of aircraft carriers are mostly pilots. They are very clear about the performance, advantages and disadvantages of fighters. When he said this, he pointed his finger. Range and ammunition load. No matter how advanced his fighters are. How much ammunition can the 3 fighters carry? One anti-ship missile weighs 1 ton. How much can they carry? Do they need air-to-air missiles? In my opinion, the threat of the 3 fighters is not as great as their previous 10 747s. During this live broadcast, many people followed the captain's words and felt depressed. Yes, no matter how powerful Umbrella's fighters are. How much ammunition can they carry? No matter how strong the individual soldiers are. It is meaningless for special forces to encounter the regular army of the Legion. According to the captain's words, if you let the warships attack you, how many can you destroy? Ah, the battle in Gaul gave Pyongyang a lot of inspiration. Yes, in Gaul, the Umbrella planes returned to resupply after running out of ammunition. And there was no way at all. So this time Pyongyang chose to send a large number of soldiers to the border, leaving Umbrella with no way to retreat. It would be better if Umbrella had dispatched in advance. They don't want to tear each other apart. Alas, unless nuclear bombs are used, conventional weapons will have limited effect on Pyongyang with Umbrella's size. No one will doubt whether Umbrella has mushroom technology. But once it is used, Pyongyang's inventory, the strategic depth is too different. And the blood thickness is different. Destroy it. Damn! I'm so angry. When Gaul dispatched a group of fighter planes, they were all blown up by Umbrella halfway. After the battle, they slowly returned for resupply, and their consumption capacity was extremely strong. But now, because the space elevator and Punglai were pinched by Pyongyang's soft spot, with no way to retreat, they really couldn't think of a way to crack it. The pilots of Umbrella are on the plane, and they should be dispatched soon. Link. Only 3 pilots are useless. What about their 747? 10 crosses are placed. And it is absolutely no problem to replace a whole aircraft carrier formation. Don't talk about morality. Just start fighting. Yes, the first move is very important. Many people are worried about Umbrella, knowing that it may be to connect to the space elevator. The reaction is a bit slow. But if Punglai is not defended, what is the use of the space elevator? It's not a wedding dress in vain. But even so, many people still follow the link to watch Xiaogo's live broadcast. At this time, the elder brother Longi in combat uniform, he mentioned was walking towards the plane with the other 2 pilots. Longi waved to Xiaogo as he walked. Don't worry. You go play first. I will take you through the level in the evening. This kind of flag-planting remarks directly made Xiaogo's face full of worry. And a group of people in the live broadcast barrage were speechless. Why didn't he just say he would come back and marry the dog? Is this a black joke that he has already predicted his own situation? This, no matter what. This kind of momentum of going forward despite thousands of people still shows the characteristics of Umbrella. No compromise. Even if there are only 3 fighters, they still move forward. Bon voyage. Bon voyage. Bon voyage. Slowly, the barrage became uniform. Mori Ryuichi's relaxed but indomitable attitude still moved many people. Some people will fight for the next tomorrow, for the people behind them even if they know that there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead. Watching Mori Ryuichi enter from the stairs lowered by the plane, many people also found some highlights based on the proportions of the characters. Is this plane bigger than expected? It seems so. Because it's so gorgeous that I ignored the size? But before they could think about it, the tails of the 3 planes began to emit faint plasma flames, and began to move on the runway. Huh? 3 directions? The runway is wide enough. There is no need to take off in 3 directions. Right? Aren't they in the same formation? No way. Only 3 of them are moving separately. But why does the image of this flame jet feel a little different from the traditional fighter jet flame? It seems so now that you mention it. There is an air intake in front of the plane. So it must be a traditional structure. But I don't know what materials are added. The tail flame is too clean. Oh, I see. Look, there is also a ball of blue flame on the top of the plane. So beautiful. Yeah. What is that? Is it a vertical takeoff and landing engine? But it looks like it is preparing to taxi and take off. What is it for? But before everyone can continue to discuss, the 3 planes have already started to speed up on the runway. And the acceleration is far beyond people's imagination. Boom! The violent air flows stirred. And the plane had already hit the umbrella-shaped mist while still on the runway, shooting straight into the blue sky. Hack! What kind of acceleration is this? Won't the pilot die? Is this a super soldier flying a plane? Is there a possibility that there is a super soldier called Umbrella Instructor? Shock? That Raiwichi is Umbrella Instructor? This acceleration can still control the plane. What else can it do? It instantly entered the speed of sound on the runway. And now the taillights can't even be seen. The 3 fighter planes left Pengli at lightning speed, beyond the understanding of aerodynamics, and shot straight into the sky. What aerodynamics? As long as the horsepower is enough. Even a manhole cover can reach the fastest speed. Standing on the top of the shrine hill overlooking the silent Tokyo below, a fallen leaf fell on Wang Yi's shoulder in the cold wind of January. The wind is blowing, as if with the fall of Wang Yi's voice. The cold wind blew, rolling up large pieces of fallen leaves, spiraling straight into the sky. Although the program arranged by De Pyongyang was very interesting, and she also tinkered with a lot of interesting things, the time was almost up. Whether it was an alien attack or the development of another world. Don't be a drag on the side. The 3 solar furnaces were built by me with my own hands. And I hope the first show can be beautiful. What? What kind of acceleration is this? What kind of speed is this? Impossible. Even if their engine is strong enough, it won't be like this. Are you crazy? How far can they fly at this speed? The faster the speed, the greater the acceleration, and the higher the energy consumption. Are they fully loaded with oil? Do they also have innovations in fuel? Magic heavy oil? It can't be ruled out. Magic has always had a stronger interference force on organic matter. I didn't expect them to hide so deeply. De Pyongyang was doing a live broadcast on the surface, and he was quite confident and arrogant. But in fact, he was always staring closely. Even if it was just a live broadcast made by Xiaogo, it was immediately transmitted to some experts. After the plane took off, they began to analyze it frame by frame. The jet flame has a problem. But the front air intake should be a traditional structure. The color and appearance of the flame are a bit like their engineering robots in space. Do you think their aircraft can be used in both air and space? The angle and direction of the flight are also straight into the blue sky, which is very likely. Incredible. Although I want to say it's impossible. If it's Umbrella, it's really possible. In the past, the launch of the space shuttle also relied on rockets to take it to space. Has it reached this era now? It's really magical. The calculation of Don Quixote has come out, with an instantaneous acceleration of more than 20 g, and it has been continuous. More than 20 g. And continuous? Are they no longer pretending? Super soldiers. Can they capture the trajectory? Their speed is too fast, and the friction with the air generates heat that is captured by our defense satellites. They are indeed heading to space. They are still accelerating now. What? What speed? Can it be detected by temperature? In order to prevent intercontinental ballistic missiles, each country has some corresponding detection satellites. And the number of De Pyongyang in this regard is undoubtedly the largest, regardless of whether the aircraft itself is made of stealth materials and structures. It will heat up when the speed increases in the atmosphere. Air resistance will manifest itself in the form of heat. But normally, today's stealth fighters can also suppress this temperature under normal supersonic conditions. But now they were discovered by the satellite that originally captured the intercontinental missile, which really made people confused. There are captured satellite images. Show them quickly. Low-orbit satellites have to circle the Earth more than 10 times a day, and there is definitely no way to observe at a fixed point. In this case, it can be said that they are quite lucky to accidentally capture the traces of Umbrella. They don't have the number of more than 20,000 satellites of Umbrella. Soon, the satellite pictures came over, and it was seen that inside the atmosphere, A group of meteorite-like fireballs were clearly seen rushing out of the atmosphere in the opposite direction. The first cosmic speed is 7.9 kilometers per second, which is more than Mach 20. This TEMO appeared on a plane? Even if someone had this guess before, when it really appeared, they were still shocked. How could it be? How can they maintain this high speed after the atmosphere becomes thinner? Purely relying on inertia? Although the resistance is reduced after the atmosphere becomes thinner. But they must increase their speed to a sufficient level in the atmosphere, and then use their space propulsion engines to connect with each other when they reach the thin area. Theoretically, it is possible, but it is too difficult to do it. What kind of engine material is this? It is a waste of resources. At present, the flight principle of almost all top fighters requires a front air intake, and the air is compressed and ejected through the turbine engine to form thrust. In addition, the wings of the aircraft also need to rely on air to provide lift. Therefore, most aircraft have corresponding flight altitude restrictions. Even most missiles are like this. So some reconnaissance drones that can fly at ultra-high altitudes in a thin atmosphere are almost invincible. But at this time, this fighter of Umbrella is obviously not like this. The terrifying thrust and acceleration are really incomprehensible and even unreasonable. If an aircraft of this size can easily fly into space, then why do we need rockets to push it? It also needs oxidizer, which consumes a lot of energy. Is it funny that I made such a big thing? The theory of aerospace planes has always existed. And in fact, it has always been studied. But the difficulty is indeed too great, and all aspects need to be considered. Engines, materials, mode switching, etc. And even if normal means are designed, it is not this kind of acceleration. It can only be said that the combination of Umbrella's materials, technology, and pilot strength has achieved this effect. And this kind of acceleration, this kind of speed. The energy consumption is also quite high. Although their fighter planes are larger than traditional fighter planes, the fuel reserves are too exaggerated. What is the combustion efficiency of their magic heavy oil? An aircraft expert pounded the table with his hand, but he couldn't figure it out. The color of their flame jets really doesn't look like burning oil. It's too clean and full. And what is that blue light on the back? It can't be electricity. Right? Don't tell such a cold joke. Several experts in the aviation field made a joke at first, but then they all calmed down and seemed to be silent. Even if Umbrella optimized some kind of fuel with magic and achieved a structure they couldn't understand. But at such a high speed, flying this distance still exceeds the limit of chemical energy. Bastard. It can't be nuclear energy. An expert laughed dryly a few times. Nuclear energy. In fact, the miniaturization of nuclear energy has been used during the Cold War. However, nuclear power that can be used safely still cannot get rid of the restriction of boiling water. For example, nuclear-powered aircraft carriers still rely on nuclear energy to drive steam turbines. This is why the Great Beauty started with steam catapults. Because it is ready-made and the technology is mature. Nuclear-powered missiles and torpedoes also have corresponding drawings. In theory, they can be miniaturized to this extent. And there is no need to boil water. Nuclear reactors heat air jets, which are nuclear-powered missiles. Not to mention pollution. They can be small to this extent in theory, without the need for bloated steam circulation equipment. The same is true for torpedoes. But the question is, what about safety? Decades ago, relevant plans for nuclear-powered aircraft were put forward. The HTRE-3 engine theoretically has a range of tens of thousands of kilometers. But in the end, all related research was stopped because there was no way to guarantee the safety of personnel. And almost wherever they flew, they would be scattered. If Umbrella has developed a material that has a strong isolation effect on nuclear radiation, then this is not impossible. After considering this incredible possibility, many experts in related fields fell silent. The aircraft parameters, speed, and energy consumption are all here. Now the only possibility is nuclear energy. Didn't they launch 3 aircraft? How come only 2 entered space? Someone else found a bright spot. According to the direction of these 2 aircraft, one is flying towards Japan and South Korea, and the other is heading straight for the mainland. The other one may be targeting our fleet in the atmosphere? Going straight to the mainland. Is it a decapitation operation? Let's notify them first. In any case, no matter how powerful these 3 aircraft are, even if they carry nuclear bombs, they can't win this confrontation. Just 3 aircraft. No matter how advanced they are, there is no need to worry. Chapter 494 Armored. The Fall of the Old King. Although the professional team of Pyongyang has discussed that the three planes themselves cannot determine the final victory or defeat. But this is like entering an empty space, ready to exchange pieces and tear off a piece of flesh even if they die. Still makes them feel nervous and solemn. Umbrella's special warfare capabilities are too strong. Even a limited counterattack is enough to make them suffer a lot of losses. At least none of them can be sure to survive Umbrella's decapitation operation. In this case, some necessary preparations are also necessary, while quickly sharing intelligence to all places that may be attacked. Tweets were immediately posted on social media. Umbrella has dispatched nuclear fighters, regardless of whether they carry nuclear bombs or not. The pollution caused by flying alone will have serious consequences. What are you trying to do? While saying this, he quickly matched the animation pictures and simple principles with the blessing of Don Quixote. Now the conflict between Pyongyang and Umbrella can be said to be the focus of the world. Even people who are at work are distracted, worried that something will get out of control. Now that Umbrella's fighter planes have just taken off, Pyongyang's attitude of jumping up and down immediately has really surprised many people. Just 3 planes? Is it that serious? But after hearing Pyongyang's words and seeing Umbrella's planes, everyone felt unbelievable. What the hell? Going directly into space? Hack? Space fighter? Nuclear power engine? Is it okay for people to go up with this thing? It's very dangerous. Right? Oh my goodness. No wonder you are jumping up and down. If Umbrella uses this structure, the reactor will spray out the pollution when heating the air, and it will be scattered wherever it goes. This is actually enough to show Umbrella's determination. It would rather die than live in disgrace. Haha. It's what you deserve. This time it was Pyongyang's fault. Retribution. Yoko in Tokyo was also paying attention to this matter at this time. When she learned that one was flying towards this side, she was both excited and worried. Alas, it's a pity that there is only one plane. If there is more time. However, just when she sighed, the air defense alarm sounded outside. This sudden air defense alarm was so unexpected that Yoko's face was full of astonishment. No way. So fast? But soon she also realized that this quick and brief message itself had taken some time. And if it was really the speed they reported, it seemed normal to sound the air defense alarm now. Then Yoko came to the window and saw the big and beautiful soldiers next to the armored vehicles below began to panic, as if they were ready to evade at any time. Even if Umbrella was just a fighter plane, it brought a huge deterrent, because Umbrella's cutting-edge force is really strong. Look up. A soldier next to the armored vehicle pointed to the sky and said to his teammates in horror. Let his companions look up. And many people nearby were watching them from the window, seeing their reactions and raised fingers. They also looked up at the sky. It was broad daylight at this time, and it seemed that a meteorite with a tail flame appeared in the sky, and something entered the atmosphere. Many people took Umbrella's mobile phone lens and zoomed in continuously, and it was obvious that it was a fighter plane speeding over. It was one of the 3 fighter planes of Umbrella. They really divided their troops into 3 groups, and this one was responsible for coming to Tokyo. This not only made many Japanese people excited, feeling that the savior was coming, but also made many people worried. Is it okay for this plane to come so loudly? Although the speed is fast, why does it feel like the plane is slowing down? From the way it was filmed, it felt like the bottom of the plane was moving in the tilted direction, not the standard direction of the nose aerodynamics, as if the wings were specially used to increase the force area to slow down. Is there something wrong? Almost when they had this idea, many people in other regions also watched this side through these people's live broadcasts and became worried. A string of anti-aircraft missiles rushed towards the fighter planes in the sky. In addition, it can be seen that the planes of Pyongyang have also taken off, and a large group of them are surrounding the fighter planes in the sky, dragging out a series of airways in the air. The whistling sound of the fighter planes is deafening. In this scene, under this kind of full blockade and full trapping, the nervous Pyongyang soldiers in the armored vehicles below finally breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. Haha. I was shocked. I didn't expect that he would slow down to his own death. What can I do if I don't slow down? This is not a missile. It's coming directly. Do I have to learn their flying skills when I come to Neon? The soldier next to him was obviously relieved. At the same time, in the underground air defense facilities of the Pyongyang command camp in Yokosuka, after learning that the Umbrella plane appeared in the sky over Tokyo, it slowed down and was captured by a dedicated radar. The commander breathed a sigh of relief and decisively ordered an attack. Don't be stingy with anti-aircraft missiles. Worried that they have an interception system on their planes. The threshold of the plane must be defeated. Be sure to shoot it down. In fact, he was really unsure at the beginning. It is true that a plane cannot be turned around. But for Umbrella's technology and tactics, it is enough to complete the decapitation. So he entered the underground bunker as soon as he got the news. As long as this bunker is not the center of the nuclear explosion, it is enough for him to command. But he didn't expect that the other party did not go straight to Yokosuka, but came to the sky above Tokyo first. And slowed down? Isn't this courting death? Just as the Aegis in Tokyo Bay began to explode, the Patriot air defense missiles on the roadbed also came out in full force. There were also fighters that had taken off in advance when they received the news. At this time, the other party had no way to escape. Go to the front line. I want to witness the fall of Umbrella with my own eyes. The commander spoke domineeringly, and then connected him to the perspective of a P-3 reconnaissance aircraft. P-3 is mainly used for anti-submarine operations at sea, and its flying speed is not fast, just following behind a large force. But it is precisely because of this that the whole picture can be roughly seen from the perspective of P-3. The rapidly falling fireball from the sky, the soaring anti-aircraft missiles, and the large number of F-16 fighter jets that kept overtaking and passing from behind all highlighted the powerlessness of the fireball in the sky. It's already wrapped. It's hard to escape. In the Gaul beyond visual range combat, Umbrella directly bombed the Gaul Air Force remotely, and then went back to replenish ammunition safely. But this time, they directly entered the city and the core area. What can you do? The speed of anti-aircraft missiles is extremely fast, which can reach a speed of more than Mach 5. And the fighter jets that fell from the sky still maintain a high speed even if they slow down. The first group of anti-aircraft missiles that arrived had already covered the pass densely. There was no laser interception as expected, no jamming bombs and evasion, and a large number of anti-aircraft missiles hit the target and exploded in an instant. After the speed dropped, it was still locked, and it was targeted by such a number of anti-aircraft missiles. There was no possibility of escape or survival. The superposition of anti-aircraft missiles cannot increase the interception probability to more than 100%, but it can indeed reach close to 100% after the number increases. A series of explosions appeared in the sky, bursting out groups of fire and smoke from the explosion. It's only the first wave that's gone. The commander smiled slightly, admiring the fireworks that exploded in front of him. At the same time, a large number of Tokyo residents, the big beautiful soldiers on the ground, and the big beautiful fighter pilots flying over also saw the fire produced by the chain explosion. In addition, many local viewers and viewers from all over the world who watched the live broadcast also looked at the smoke in the sky. Some people sighed, and some people laughed. But then, it was a little surprising that the wreckage of the plane never fell out of the remaining smoke. Blasted to pieces? It's impossible. Anti-aircraft missiles are not armor-piercing LS, and planes are not armored. As long as the hit and speed are okay. It's the same as the difference between Javelin and Stinger. Anti-ship missiles generally cruise at subsonic speeds, and the warhead is loaded with hundreds of kilograms. But the ammunition of anti-aircraft missiles is generally loaded with a few kilograms. So even if there are enough missiles hitting, there will not be no wreckage. As for not being shot down, that's even more impossible. How can so many missiles bomb the plane and fail to shoot it down? Besides, if the plane was not shot down at its speed, it would have flown out of the smoke zone long ago. But it was in this doubtful voice, under the gaze of all parties, that 2 points of light seemed to appear in the smoke. The airflow swept, and the smoke and dust scattered. The figure behind the smoke was revealed. A humanoid mecha with a gorgeous appearance and a faint trace of the previous fighter plane was standing in the sky, and a conical engine behind it was emitting a faint blue glow. At the same time, the mecha was holding an anti-aircraft missile in his hand. It seemed that after sensing the attention of the sight, he directly reached out and crushed the missile and caused an explosion. But everyone found that the anti-aircraft missile exploded in his hand. But it did not cause any waves. Not even a trace of black mark was left. Umbrella's traditional formula. Lao Gan Ma will not touch it. Blackening or something. It is not to the extent of. A voice came from the mecha, with both external sound and radio frequency. It was not shot down. You seem a little disappointed. But sorry. I am an armored unit. The anti-strike capability of modern aircraft carriers has been mentioned many times. Ordinary anti-ship cruise missiles, and even torpedoes cannot sink them. And anti-aircraft missiles are even more ridiculous. But aircraft carriers have enough volume, and thick enough armor, However, now an aircraft. No. It should be said that it is a mecha, which is floating in the sky while taking a volley of anti-aircraft missiles without leaving even a trace. This really makes everyone who sees this stunned. Damn! Umbrella. What the hell did you take out? Our company has signed a public security maintenance agreement with Neon. This time I came here just to resolve the fight. But you attacked me for no reason. Do you surrender? Or do I send you away? The mecha floating in the air said these words very elegantly. The fighter planes that were still approaching quickly also fired the missiles they carried in response. At the same time, the command center also issued orders at the top of their lungs. Use cruise missiles. Even if you can't hit it, you have to knock it down by ramming it, completely ignoring the fastest anti-aircraft missiles, like slapping a fly. The engine behind this mecha seemed to start sucking in the surrounding air crazily. The next moment, multiple jets all over the mecha body ejected highly compressed hot airflow. Relying on this huge thrust that can be changed at will, the mecha can easily make all kinds of incredible movements and moves in midair. It almost flashed, brushing against the cruise missiles one by one, rushing towards the fighter group in front. And those cruise missiles that lost their targets also crashed into the urban area of Tokyo, setting off bursts of explosions. At the same time, the mecha raised its hand and shook it, and two wrist blades appeared. And then the high-frequency vibration became blurred in an instant. Swish. It cut a passing F-16 in half, like a hot knife cutting butter. You can still see the hot red marks on the cut. Not enough ammunition? Indeed. There is a limit to the number of projectiles carried by physical ammunition. Even electromagnetic weapons. Attacking such a number of targets is a bit of a waste. Then it's okay to chop them. For residents in Tokyo, today is really full of twists and turns. Missiles and fighter planes can be seen falling from the sky. Fighter planes were cut off one after another. And I looked up and saw the mecha rushing into the group of planes, like a tiger into a flock of sheep and mowing the grass. Planes were like kites with broken strings. Some exploded in midair, and some fell after being cut into two sections. And that mecha, relying on the super mobility of all-round jets and the unparalleled control technology of the pilot, seemed to be able to follow the direction of the explosion to avoid damage even if it exploded at close range. The shock wave of the explosion may not be able to catch up. Look at him chopping down planes one after another like dancing on a tightrope. Don't underestimate me. An ace pilot kept pulling the joystick, and the plane pulled up to the limit of maximum acceleration. But the trajectory of the plane that needs to rely on pneumatics to complete its flight is too easy to capture. With a flash, the mecha came to its side, and then without even looking at it, it cut the plane into two sections. The cut also emitted a melting red light, and then exploded in the air. All beings are equal in front of mechas. No matter if they are ace or trash, or if they are running or fighting. It is meaningless. It is like an adult jumping into a kindergarten. There is no way to fight, no matter how many there are. It is the same. In a very short time, all the planes on one side were cleared directly. When the other planes flying over saw it, they turned around and left without looking back. They swung out beautiful arcs in the air. Are you kidding? Are you going to die? However, the mecha that destroyed one side of the plane turned around and directly pulled out a gun barrel to complete the splicing. The enlarged version of the Umbrella electromagnetic rifle appeared on the mecha, which made people feel terrified. However, the mecha seemed to have thought of something again, and did not pull the trigger, but ejected the shoulder gun. By Yubu. Two beams of high-energy lasers instantly destroyed two fighters. Well, I'm just showing off my operation. Not that I don't have long-range weapons. It was still the driver's lazy voice that made everyone's scalp numb. Another terrifying weapon with such a large muzzle. And a shoulder-mounted high-intensity laser weapon. This? What the hell is this? I don't like boring killing. Surrender and live. We surrender. The radio channel was almost instantly replied, completely bypassing the commander in the air defense shelter. When the mecha looked down at the armored vehicles below, the big and beautiful soldiers who were targeted also quickly threw their guns aside and raised their hands. Very good. Tokyo's security maintenance and bandit elimination mission have been completed. Remember to pay money. Looking at Tokyo below, which was burning with raging fires due to missiles and fighter plane crashes, Li Yao announced the success of the mission in a calm tone. What? Mecha? What nonsense are you talking about? Captain Henry was still talking in front of the live broadcast of the reporter, commenting on Umbrella's nuclear-powered aircraft. And while praising it, he also pointed out its shortcomings, as well as how to deal with it in the future. and the possibility of various conflicts. He was saying that the biggest trouble with nuclear-powered fighters is the nuclear pollution generated after being shot down. However, at this time, the contact from Tokyo made him a little confused. I am a professional military personnel and an ace pilot in the past. Don't try to fool me. What's so good about Mecha? Such a big target, so expensive, was destroyed by a missile. It's ridiculous. Really? Be prepared? A large number of surrenders have occurred here, and morale has been completely broken. It's really desperate. We really can't win. The commander of Yokosuka kept screaming at the intercom, his face full of despair and bloodshot eyes. In fact, he still has a lot of theoretical manpower in his hands. The fleet has not sunk a ship, but morale has collapsed. Watching the rush into the group of planes, killing and shooting down a large number of planes, like cutting melons and vegetables. There are close combat and lasers. Timo's firepower is unlimited. Who has the courage to fight? You will definitely receive the official news soon. I am just reminding you as a friend. Take care. Don't die. After saying that, he sighed and hung up the hotline, because the mecha had stopped outside the bunker at this time. The sharp blade in his hand casually cut off a piece of reinforced concrete from the underground bunker, like cutting tofu. Although it was definitely not penetrated. It can be said from this performance that if the opponent wants to come in, at most they just need to dig a little. I surrender after saying this to the radio. The commander seemed to have aged a lot. This is what is called not to worry about. Captain Henry on the other side also felt a little confused when he heard the hang-up. However, at this time, a signal response appeared on the radar, and a notification was given immediately. The enemy appeared. So fast. Don't panic. Just be able to find it, Henry said seriously. 3 planes, 2 accelerated into space, and the one in Tokyo arrived first. He should be facing the only one approaching in the atmosphere, but at this moment, he received another emergency contact, this time from the headquarters, which made him feel a little shocked. Could the kid's previous words be true? But before he could get through, the radar operator said in horror, "Too fast. It's coming." There's no time to react. At this moment, the clouds in the sky were instantly dispersed, and a gorgeous fighter plane dived down at high speed, as if it was about to hit their aircraft carrier. But before Captain Henry could get nervous, he stared at the plane that broke through the clouds and completed its transformation in the air. It really turned into a mecha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. This is the romance of men. A burst of wanton laughter came from the public radio frequency, and the external sound of the mecha. Then he watched the mecha in the process of high-speed landing reach out and pull out 2 big swords from its back and assemble them together. After assembly, it continued to pop out for a distance and became longer. It's really a 40-meter big sword. I am Gundam. Ding. The high-speed mecha stepped onto the deck of the aircraft carrier before everyone could react. Due to the angle of the landing impact, the soles of its feet and the deck rubbed out large sparks. Just one impact threw many planes on the deck into the sea. With the fire from the friction on the deck, the mecha turned around on the spot around with a 40-meter long sword, and instantly cut off the bridge of the aircraft carrier. Captain Henry and his companions died on the spot, leaving another group of reporters and photographers who were shooting the deck outside stunned. They almost fell into the sea with the strong wind, watching the mecha turn around and bounce again at the tail of the aircraft carrier and jump into the sky. Then it transformed into an airplane posture with a strange cry of wow on the radio, and instantly accelerated and broke through the clouds again and disappeared with many warships escorting and a large number of aircraft taking off. It cut off the bridge of the aircraft carrier in a flash, and then left. Taking the head of the enemy general in the midst of thousands of troops is like taking something out of a bag. As the other party left, all the people with wooden faces vaguely realized that they had more than one fleet. Are they in a hurry? The fighter plane that dropped from the sky turned into a mecha in the air, rubbing against the deck of the aircraft carrier, creating a series of sparks, and then turned around and slashed the bridge in half, and finally took off into the air. The whole time was less than a minute, leaving a mess on the deck of the aircraft carrier. The carrier-based aircraft that was blown into the sea. The cut in half still had the bridge emitting red light from the molten iron. And the surviving crew members, who came out one after another, were all bewildered. The aircraft carrier had almost no damage. Just the bridge was cut in half. And then the mecha took off, looking at the sky that had turned into fighters and moved away. And now not even a small dot could be seen. All the survivors on the aircraft carrier, as well as the big beautiful soldiers of the fleet next to them, and even the fighter pilots, who had already taken off. At this time, they all maintained a kind of silence. The visual impact and shock before. If it weren't for the bare bridge on the aircraft carrier now, it would have felt like a dream. So unreal. Is this the mecha reported before? It's actually true? Because there were also deck reporters shooting some takeoff scenes. The attack on the beautiful aircraft carrier was also known to the world at the first time. Go straight to the vital point in less than a minute. We just saw the performance of chopping melons and vegetables over Tokyo. So it is completely predictable that if Umbrella's mecha is not in a hurry, it will have no problem annihilating this fleet. A 40-meter long ship-slashing sword cannot withstand a single blow from a ship. Obviously. This plane. No! This mecha's target should be the fleets dispatched by the Great Beauty. Although it is in all directions. Starting from various bases around the world. With its maneuverability and performance in the aircraft posture, combined with the speed of the previous attack, it may be able to complete the battle within an hour. Or even half an hour. Heck! Is it really a mecha? I said the control platform in Star World is wrong. It's too real. Is it the mecha technology of Umbrella? What the hell? I just watched the feast of the game. And then the game shines into reality? I even thought that the video of Tokyo was a video synthesized by AI. Haha. I think so now. There is still one that hasn't landed yet. No matter the uproar caused by the outside world. Umbrella's mecha has always completed its task step by step. Tokyo mecha dominated the scene. Accepted the surrender of the garrison of Damiai. And then rushed straight to Seoul. Pacific mecha swept across the major fleets of Damiai. The first one can be said to be a surprise attack. Directly cutting the bridge. And when it arrived at the second fleet, it was already facing a serious blockade. Shoot it down. Must shoot it down. Crash it down. All the fighters took off early. And after discovering the traces in advance, the fleet commander was full of hysterics. Then, he saw the fighter planes being slaughtered like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The maneuverability and acceleration were completely unreasonable. It was unknown how the pilots could withstand the acceleration. The anti-aircraft missiles that had a chance to hit were directly hit without damage. The cruise missiles that could pose a threat could not catch up with the opponent's speed at all. Not to mention the agility of switching at will. And the occasional laser attack. The laser attack could not directly destroy the warship, but it could easily destroy the fighter planes and cruise missiles. One fighter plane after another fell. And soon the remaining fighter planes also chose to escape, and were caught up and cut down one by one. And compared to the first decapitation operation, this time after facing the attack, Maoli Longi stepped on each big beautiful warship with a strange cry, and cut off all the bridges. When he finally landed on a literal combat ship, he cut down horizontally, cutting the entire warship into 2 sections. Then when he went to the third fleet, he faced the signal of the fleet's surrender. What? This is impossible. It's all synthetic video. It's all fake news. The big beautiful boss personally came out to face the camera and explained frantically. At this time, there were already many reporters standing in front of the White House. But at this time, he was still stubborn and unwilling to admit it. Then, without waiting for another reporter to ask questions, the red meteorite light in the sky had already appeared. One F-22 after another took off, and the anti-aircraft missiles poured down without reservation, directly replicating the battle situation in Tokyo in front of many reporters. Missiles and fighter planes fell all around like a dense bombing. The beautiful boss completely ignored the security personnel's pulling, and stood there hysterically, screaming at the sky. Come on! I'm not afraid of you. However, the mecha in the sky didn't even look at it, but just silently harvested various fighter planes. Although many reporters who stayed behind began to flee, there were also many who were not afraid of death, started filming in this environment. Even if there were fighter wreckage falling not far away, the heat wave could be clearly felt. But it still didn't shake the last few fanatics. The beautiful boss also stood there with a grim face, refusing any evacuation. I just moved in here. I will never leave. As the last F-22 was killed, when this black mecha slowly landed on the lawn of the White House, the jet airflow made the weeds in the White House fly, and the strong wind swept the entire venue. The jet black cool fuselage, full of streamlined smooth SHL, has a performance that the air around it seems a little distorted because of the high temperature of the anti-aircraft missile explosion. Standing on the remaining grass, the nearby green grass will be scorched. The laser muzzle on the shoulder and the wrist blade on the hand seem to still emit hot steam. Witness the previous killing in the air. Then Chung Shue's cold voice appeared in the mecha's external sound and the radio public frequency. Sir, you have been captured by me now. It's up to you to decide whether to fight or make peace. The golden hair of the boss, which looked a little embarrassed because of the strong wind when landing before, had no time to take care of it at this time. He could only stand on the stage and continue to wave his fists. You are invading. This is aggression. We will never let it go. We have the strongest nuclear strike capability. The hysterical voice was also fully expressed in front of the camera. Once the nuclear blackmail came out, it seemed that the whole world had entered a haze of nuclear explosion. Of course, this is your trump card. However, after our satellite and space elevator are built, although full interception is still not achievable, it will not be a problem to protect Palai. Zhang Shue's voice seemed very calm. And then she raised the wrist blade in her hand and pointed it condescendingly at the other party. Maybe you can give it a try. Maybe you can give it a try. Calm, polite but with an indescribable dominance. Everyone watching the reporter's live broadcast couldn't help but feel suffocated. So strong. So domineering. But Palai can ensure that nothing will happen. But other places can't. If it really comes to that, there will be no winner. Be rational. Umbrella has a way out. It doesn't matter. Then the one who has to give in must be Mei Long. Sure enough, the person who clamored to grow mushrooms and constantly blackmailed with nuclear weapons was like a rooster with its neck strangled, unable to respond for a long time. The other party's attitude was to push him against the wall. Umbrella can at least ensure that Palai is safe. Once it is really activated, humans will at least regress 50 years. And then Umbrella, who owns Palai, will be the final winner. Indeed, it lost. You are stronger this time. We are willing to compensate. The excited speaker finally sighed and put down his dignity. Live broadcast around the world, witnessed by everyone. Under the threat of the three mechas, the bald eagle that has always dominated the blue planet lowered its proud head. Whether it is true or false, and whether it will be convinced in the future, after he personally admitted the failure this time, the invincibility of the former overlord was broken, and it collapsed. Chapter 495 Trauma Team Concept of Valhalla. Several drones with Umbrella logos were flying through the streets of Tokyo, and under the drones was a troop carrier with the top machine gun removed. Several drones were guarding a car of troop carriers heading towards the port. At the same time, some precautions were constantly broadcast in the earthquake broadcast of Japan. This crisis is over. Please wait for a moment. The garrison of troop carriers. I didn't expect that when the aliens were about to arrive, the Pyongyang would ignore any overall situation and do such a big thing. In fact, Neon also had its own deduction. If the Pyongyang really came, Umbrella would have no chance of winning with its size advantage. And if it came to the last step, the Pyongyang could also use its own strategic depth to resist. As long as one hit, Palai could be sent away, and my New York could withstand one hit. The blood thickness of both sides was different. So when the Pyongyang tore its face and occupied Tokyo, the top leaders of Neon felt that it was over again. And this time, they made a wrong bet. But who would have thought that there would be a sudden turn of events? Before they could discuss 1, 2, 3, Umbrella went straight in alone. A mecha landed and directly defeated the Pyongyang's confidence. It actually subdued the entire Pyongyang garrison with a mecha and forced it to surrender. The scene of cutting melons and vegetables in the aircraft formation, and coordinating with laser sweeping attacks to make up for the knife. Although Tokyo was bombed miserably because of the plane crash and the missile losing its target, but all those who were not affected, as well as all the people in Japan, felt relieved. It still depends on the new father. At the beginning, Japan had no choice but to recognize the father. All its own industries were replaced, and there was no way at all. And at that time, they didn't think that they would really fight. But now, not only did they fight, but the new father also won. This was undoubtedly beyond their expectations, and surprised them greatly. Even if the battle took place over Tokyo. So what? Even if the losses were not small. So what? Didn't our new father win? In terms of the ability to recognize the father, it is still us. Hee hee. Although South Korea also recognized the father, it was much slower than us. And there was a feeling of being forced. How could it be more real than us? In this regard, we are indeed ahead. And we won. Mecha. It's a real mecha. I thought I would have no regrets to be able to play that kind of operation in the game in my lifetime. But I didn't expect to see it for real. Great. I have collected all the videos circulating on the internet. Here is the link. I was in Tokyo at the time. A plane fell on the street in front of my door and caused an explosion. But I didn't feel scared at all at the time. I just looked up. Oh my god. Umbrella is invincible. Our company has been acquired by Umbrella. From now on, I will work for Umbrella. Me too. The pressure within our group was so great before. We were suppressed by Umbrella's technology in all aspects. But now we can't beat them. So just join them. Haha. In fact, most of us are working for Umbrella now. But it doesn't feel bad. Although the income is a little lower than before. At least I can survive. And I feel at ease. And I eliminated the cancer of the great beautiful garrison. I don't know if you have used the trauma team. It really reacts too quickly. It can arrive at the first time. And it has functions such as adrenal glands, AD, and powerful hemostatic gel. It's super powerful. This time it was dispatched and saved a lot of people. I don't live in Tokyo, so we don't have a trauma team here yet. But the patrol booths already have their security drones, which are very effective. We get support as soon as we encounter any disputes. And the crime rate has plummeted. Did anyone take pictures of the trauma team in action? A little curious. Just when the entire Neon network was boiling, Yoko had already arrived downstairs. Her family was lucky. In addition to the drone shot down by Pyongyang, there was also a cruise missile that lost its target nearby. The explosion of several hundred kilograms of TNT equivalent shattered her windows. But overall there was not much damage. It was just that the attack building was burning with flames and thick smoke. At this time, the fire department was putting out the fire. And some drones busy at the scene attracted many nearby eyes. The new agreement signed by Umbrella. Neon and South Korea will pay a huge fee every year to outsource the first aid to Umbrella. It relies on the supporting drones of the trauma team and the use of the Red Queen Plus system. Yoko came to the front of the exploded building and happened to see a man with severe burns all over his body and his clothes. The injured were stuck with flesh and blood. Even his trachea was burned. And a tube was directly connected to his throat. This kind of burn can almost be regarded as hopeless. Now there are so many injured people. And there are not enough resources to rescue them. Normally, they will probably die soon from large-scale infection. However, at this time, 3 drones with different tentacles were hovering beside him, extending tubes and mechanical arms. One of them was performing rapid debridement at a fast but precise speed. Several small mechanical arms seemed to be equipped with various sharp and precise surgical knives, which were constantly switched, and constantly cleaned up a large amount of burned flesh, clothing debris and stains. While cleaning, a white foam-like thing was sprayed to cover it quickly. Even though this severely burned patient could not speak, Yoko seemed to be able to feel the improvement from his condition. Wouldn't a girl feel uncomfortable watching this kind of picture? A gentle voice came, and Yoko looked up and saw a handsome man who looked like an idol. He had a South Korean oppa style. Very handsome. And I seemed to have seen him somewhere. And he looked familiar. It was Wang Yi, who was out for a stroll, watching the creatures born from the tree of life wither away. Wang Yi also felt a sense of compassion. But not much. Birth, aging, illness and death are the laws of natural evolution. Only when individuals reproduce from generation to generation will more diverse changes appear. The disappearance of a life form may also represent the birth of more life forms. Microorganisms are also a member of the tree of life. This makes no difference to Wang Yi. Maybe I'm unlucky. I've experienced several zombie crises and the Abyss invasion in New York. Seeing that the visitor was good-looking, Yoko also said a few more words of self-mockery. Yes, if it were in the past, I would probably feel unbearable to see such a severe burn scene. But now I can still smell the meaty smell in the air. Should I study medicine? Just as she was thinking, a small figure suddenly rushed over here quickly. Yangzi. I'm here. Are you okay? Ah. Teacher. Why are you here? It was Gu Qianqian who had an appointment with Yangzi. And she didn't seem to expect to meet the teacher here. After all, Wang Yi came here directly by teleportation this time. And he didn't notify her. Teacher? Qianqian. Do you know him? Yangzi was a little curious. She always felt that this handsome guy looked familiar. Probably because he was too good-looking. This is my teacher. Teacher. This is Yangzi. My roommate. You should have seen her when you sent me back last time. Have I seen her too? Yangzi was a little confused. At night. You were a little nervous at that time. Gu Qianqian said a little embarrassedly. At that time. She raised 2 ghosts in the dormitory, which made Yangzi a little nervous. Oh! At that time. My body was weak during that time. But now it's better. I'm used to it. Yangzi showed a dead fish eye expression. During the invasion of New York, she suddenly felt a double chill. She even felt as if someone was talking in her ear. But after that experience, she didn't care anymore. As if nothing could scare her anymore. It was the same with the helicopter crash, the mecha fight in the sky, and the plane and missile crash. Now, looking at the building that had just been extinguished and the injured who had been rescued, she didn't feel scared. Oh, it's a bit cold-blooded. Since you are Qianqian's classmate, I'll give you a small gift. Wang Yi casually took a string of small pendants and handed it to Yoko. His current identity is a great on Myoji, so it's nothing to give him some small magic tools. It's to prevent this guy from having nightmares every day and doing evil. Oh, thank you. Yoko didn't want to accept gifts from others casually, but for some reason, when the other party took out the string of beads, she felt a rare sense of tranquility. Very warm and comfortable, and subconsciously took it. After getting it, she didn't act pretentiously and then said, "You haven't eaten yet. I have to treat you to a meal after receiving the gifts." "Ah? Will there be any shops open in this mess?" Gu Qianqian sighed as she looked at the situation here, and the drones of the trauma team. Neon is really full of disasters. It's better to go back early after graduating from college. Yes, a private restaurant. Come with me. Yoko took the bracelet and felt more and more comfortable, and vaguely felt that this might be something extraordinary. She had heard that some objects that had been worshipped by high monks or shrines for a long time would have similar effects before. But although she had a good family, she had never come into contact with such things and always thought it was a rumor. I didn't expect to see it this time. Okay, let's go. Wang Yi just came out to take a look and see if there were any predestined spirits. Since there were delicious foods, it would be nice to try them. Now because of the wreckage of the fallen fighter planes on the street, the radio announced that private cars should not go out and should be handed over to various rescue vehicles. Most of the subways were temporarily closed, and the ones left were for emergency use. So the three of them walked towards the private restaurant on foot. At the same time, they also saw various fires on the road, thick smoke in the sky, and numb citizens. It's really hard to describe Tokyo during this period. Hey, what happened? Yoko said with a sigh. The first zombie outbreak. The second multiple outbreaks. And this time, it was directly considered a war. The destructive power of the big beautiful soldier is much stronger than that of the zombies. Gu Qianqian couldn't help but speak when she looked at the situation around her. After the last zombie crisis, she and Yoko came out as volunteers. At that time, the big beautiful soldier was inspected by a drone. But compared to the last time, it was mainly some casualties and car accidents on the road. This time, a large number of buildings were severely damaged, especially the glass of the windows. There are really not many survivors along the way. A cruise missile with a yield of several hundred kilograms. Although the direct explosion lethality is not too exaggerated, the ability to shatter glass is still extremely strong. There are also those fighter planes that are fully loaded in fall, which are more powerful than missiles. Before, Leo was killing in the sky, and Tokyo on the ground suffered all the damage. Facts have proved that the power of ammunition will not disappear out of thin air, and there will always be a place to bear it. In this way, the three of them came to the door of a Japanese food store with a very simple decoration. But it looked a bit old. It was obvious that the store seemed to be closed to the public. But after Yoko made a phone call, someone opened the door and led them in. This is a restaurant I like very much. The sashimi is fresh, and the grilled eel is cooked to perfection. Miss Yoko, after such an incident, there may be fewer types of ingredients today. I understand. But it's good this time. At least the soldiers of the Pyongyang have been driven away. It's a temporary pain, and it will be much better in the future. Yoko was quite cheerful, and didn't get too entangled by the miserable situation outside. Bukue said with some emotion afterwards. The Pyongyang actually officially admitted defeat. I don't know how their talks will go. The Pyongyang seems to have never suffered such humiliation when being pressed at the negotiation table by the mecha to sign. When Yoko said this, her expression still seemed a bit gloating. She has never liked the Pyongyang. After hearing this, Gu Qianqian glanced at her teacher first, and then began to laugh dryly. It should give up a lot of benefits. Wang Yi just smiled casually when he heard the two little girls' words. It's okay to leave the negotiations on the Pyongyang side to Lin Shichin. For Wang Yi, if the Pyongyang suddenly collapsed completely, it would be quite troublesome, and he didn't want to force the other party into a desperate situation. If it really exploded, Polian Umbrella Company would not be in big trouble. But he felt that as long as a nuclear war broke out, he would lose a lot of money, in all kinds of literal senses. So in the end, he would still have a breath left. As for whether Pyongyang would be convinced, definitely not. There is no need to think about it. This time, the mecha can be said to be a killer that suddenly appeared. The radars, missiles, electromagnetic interference and other new equipment they targeted were all used to deal with Umbrella's missiles, stealth fighters and drones. Ordinary anti-aircraft missiles hitting mechas. Isn't that a joke? So this time, it's okay to get what they want. At least before they have developed a countermeasure and implemented the countermeasure. They will definitely be quiet and honest. Facing the upcoming asteroid, there is also the next Abyss test. It's okay not to make trouble. And the game layout of the Abyss world will not encounter resistance. Otherwise, the attack will not be this relatively gentle way. Yoko's family is good. And the level of the recommended cuisine has also been recognized by Wang Yi. With Wang Yi's knowledgeable taste, it is definitely not amazing. But it has its own characteristics. And the ingredients are fresh and the appearance is also good. The wild vegetables are sweet and tender. Flower pepper is also a rare ingredient in the season. It is only picked for a dozen days every year. The taste is quite good. The fresh and spicy taste is accompanied by the fresh fragrance of abalone, which stimulates the taste buds in a contrast. After eating big fish and meat, coming to a place where grass is the main food, it has a different flavor. At this time, according to Yoko's request, the sushi restaurant also released the press conference of Pyongyang at this time. The live broadcast of Pyongyang's press conference was very funny. With 3 pictures. The first picture was the lower house of Pyongyang. The broken roof of the lower house had obviously been lifted up, revealing a big hole. A mecha was suspended above the hole and looked down coldly. Under this kind of gaze, the lower house passed a motion unanimously at the fastest speed. And then the upper house, in a similar environment, immediately passed it. Finally, we came to the main venue of the press conference. On the lawn outside the White House, the current speaker of Pyongyang stood in front of the microphone and gave a speech with the mecha behind him as the background, with the gorgeous mecha as the background board. If you just watch the picture and don't know the inside story, you may still feel the power of Pyongyang. But the previous few battles were almost live broadcasts. And now everyone felt a sense of funny after watching this picture. What is a city alliance? This is it. Then, the speaker of Pyongyang also began to announce the compensation for this incident and a series of subsequent plans. Open up the market of Pyongyang itself. And no longer use any reason or excuse to block the sale of Umbrella's products. This includes both physical and virtual games. For the collision of the Umbrella space elevator, pay a compensation of $100 billion worth of silver. And do not impose any restrictions on the promotion of credit points. Cancel all security agreements in Asia, whether formal or informal. Withdraw the garrisons in Neon and Seoul. And recognize Umbrella's interests in both places. At the same time, allow Umbrella Security to open business in North America again. Great. It's so refreshing, Yoko said happily while watching the live video. Especially when she saw that Pyongyang had to compensate Tokyo for the losses caused by the missiles and fighter planes. She was even more excited. Haha. Umbrella is so nice. And still remembered to compensate us. I'm a little touched for some reason, Yoko said with some emotion. The sushi master who was making sushi also sighed and said, yes, compared to Pyongyang, Umbrella really treats us as human beings. It is obvious that this chef is a bit old. He has experienced many periods and witnessed the glory of Japan and the disgusting face of Pyongyang. Wang Yi felt a little funny while eating delicious food and watching the 2 Japanese people here being grateful. Anyway, the money is paid by Pyongyang. And Umbrella gets the benefits with the official release of Pyongyang's statement. The whole Wall Street was in mourning. One of the reasons why Pyongyang was so strong was that it relied on its own strong military force, forming an invincible force. But after the foundation collapsed, Pyongyang had several economically developed states that made various extreme statements. And the capital of Wall Street had no intention of staying to live and die together. They began to run away. The New York Stock Exchange, which was already in danger under the biochemical crisis and the invasion of the Abyss, had circuit breakers in succession. A large number of investors lined up to be flying people. However, under the huge external pressure from Umbrella, the rotten flesh of Pyongyang was also cut off. And both the organization and the authorities began to quickly unite. It's not that they have backbone and pay attention to people, but because the winner this time is Umbrella. Capital has no bottom line. The fact that Pyongyang was able to take over so smoothly at the beginning was also closely related to the large amount of capital fleeing from Europe to him. He has been bleeding all the time. If it is any other normal alternation, capital will still continue to choose to abandon De Pyongyang and join a new owner. But Umbrella will not accept it. Or if you join Umbrella, then everything must be arranged by Umbrella, which is unacceptable to many capitals. For some old money, who are used to being domineering, they have no other place to go except De Pyongyang. So it is better to continue to be tied here. This also led to the fact that after a lot of rotten flesh was cut off, all the internal contradictions were temporarily put aside. At least in Wang Yi's view. The current De Pyongyang and the originally loose organization have become more potential. But this is also what he wants to see. In order to catch up, we should work hard to unite under the pressure of external forces, so that we can be more efficient. The organization has also changed, and a closer connection has been formed. Old Morgan has become the first leader elected by the alliance. In addition, he has also won over Old Locke to join the Abyss. Lin Shichin also informed Wang Yi of other changes. Normal. Maybe their proposal is to use the power of the Abyss to defeat us. Or they want to wait for the arrival of alien visitors before doing anything. But at least they dare not oppose it on the surface. That's enough. Wang Yi strolled around and returned to Dowie's wizard tower. The highest creatures on the Tree of Life condensed into a ball under the pressure of external forces. The changes that occurred can be easily felt by Wang Yi, who has traced back to the source of life and occupied the source. As he became more and more familiar with the current power, he also had a new understanding of the changes in the gathering of biological will. Planets also have their own will. But this will is not a spontaneous idea like humans, but can be regarded as a natural law under the combination of magic and star core. Even stars and the universe can be seen as having their own will. From the movement of elementary particles to the Big Bang itself, they are all self-operating according to rules. Just like system programs, mechanical, cold and rigid. Among them, the concept of God that combines the source of life with magic power appears. The laws of planetary movement and the operation of the universe are mechanical hardware. And God is the software that runs with the help of hardware. The magic operation represented by the matter and dark matter of the universe, as well as the material universe and the ubiquitous abyss, are all included. I'm studying interesting things recently. You can arrange the staff in North America. Don't force them too much, but give them pressure. Only with pressure can there be motivation. Wang Yi flipped through a new paper produced by a laboratory in Pyongyang and casually arranged for Lin Shichin. Understood. How is the launch of the meteorite? Allow the unmanned probes of other parties to borrow the space elevator, and we should launch it about the same time as them. What exactly is coming? We really need to pay a little attention. As Wang Yi entered the Mage Tower, he threw the paper aside. Originally, it was just a way of thinking, and many things in the paper were subsequent assumptions. But with the recent feelings about the cohesion of the great beauty and the new sense of cognition, there are indeed complementary places. That laboratory is a top laboratory under the organization that can be seen in the light. The content is to use magic probes to conduct some detections in many extreme environments on the Earth, such as Mount Everest, Yellowstone Crater, Trench, Antarctica, etc. Let the laboratory discover some rules of the fluctuation of the magic power of Blue Star. Originally, Wang Yi had a deep understanding of the degree of magic laziness of Blue Star. Although it was not completely without any fluctuations, it could be regarded as almost the same as without magic. He himself did not go to these places for long-term monitoring because of these things. But I didn't expect that a laboratory could do this. If it was before Wang Yi took that step, he would not have any special ideas. But after taking that step and knowing more, especially after the scattered wills gradually combined under the pressure of De Pyongyang, this detection result is very interesting. That is to say, I don't use faith. If it is a god who uses faith normally, it can be regarded as one of the incarnations of Alea to some extent. And the planetary will is also considered Gaia. Although it has no actual attack power, it seems that it can make some interesting things as a carrier. There is a golden glow in Wang Yi's eyes, standing on the DNA telomeres of humans, running through the long river of history. From humans, primates, spines, posterior mouths, eukaryotes, archaea to the source of life. Among them, there are also various figures that have left grand words in history, naturally gathering a belief. Although Wang Yi himself did not want to be polluted by faith all along, it would be a pity to waste the massive high-quality faith provided by 8 billion higher-level creatures. At present, only Enzo, his subordinate, has the opportunity to select some negative injections to conduct tests on the creation of false gods. But after feeling the fusion under the pressure of Pyongyang and understanding a little of the essence inspired by this paper, Wang Yi also had an idea to split the faith. Faith is chaotic, and forced fusion is almost a mosaic of shit. If the conflicts and contradictions between each other are not absorbed and filtered by oneself, there is almost no effective way to use them. But if the power of different beliefs and different cognitions are directed to the essence, perhaps I can find some substantial helpers from the long river of history. Those heroes who have been passed down in human history for more than 100 years may have the opportunity to be fished out of the long river of history again under the reshaping of faith. Although there is no more information about the gods, in addition to dividing the pantheon and using different types of beliefs, the separation of one's own messy beliefs may also create some artifacts with divine power. I don't need to use beliefs myself, so I should be able to try to create an alternative artifact, such as the Hall of Heroes, which is based on Gaia and carries the heroes in history. Although it has no body and is too scattered, it should be rare to give birth to divinity individuals, but it can really become a good way for Blue Star to protect itself, so that I don't have to do everything myself. Wang Yi started out as a necromancer, and using tool people has always been his habit. From skeletons to vengeful spirits, even bone dragons and legendary undead are all a means of use. But now that this step has been taken, it's not good to always tinker with the undead. It's evil. We are serious people now, and heroes are good. Chapter 496 Reassurance gives someone a taste of their own medicine. The umbrella mecha humiliated Pyongyang and knocked on the door of trade. This is extremely shocking to the world. This is because Umbrella is still the size of a company, and there are many places that cannot be replaced. Otherwise it will collapse instantly. But even so, after Pyongyang was humiliated by the mecha and signed the trade agreement, various roller coaster-like fluctuations immediately appeared. The price of silver has risen. The US dollar, which was originally the traditional anchor cornerstone, had problems, and a large number of chain reactions occurred instantly. Everyone wanted to exchange credit points, but the circulation of silver was quite limited, and most of it was in the hands of Umbrella itself. In the absence of Umbrella's own release, the crazy demand in the short term directly led to an abnormal surge in prices. After all, the replacement of a system is by no means completed overnight. Umbrella was only born a few years ago, and the birth of credit points was much shorter. That is to say, Umbrella officially announced to stabilize the market, saying that as long as the US dollar can buy what it wants, they will not reject this kind of settlement for the time being, which can be regarded as barely maintaining the financial order. It is very chaotic, but at least the worst rules are better than no rules. Moreover, the price of hard currency such as silver has skyrocketed without any suspense, and so have credit points. A large amount of capital tends to be risk-averse, and is also trying to exchange it for credit points for save. But this process is undoubtedly a global impact. For ordinary people, the impact of financial changes is far more profound than the previous friction between Umbrella and the Big Beautiful, because this is really something that can be experienced personally. It seems that it will not end in a short time, and it must be a far-reaching process. But because of the surge in confidence in credit points, this replacement trend is probably difficult to change. The only regret is that at present, credit points only have the only channel for silver exchange, and US dollars must first buy silver goods before they can be exchanged. Even if many financial services have opened this business, there are still handling fees. Silver has become a strategic material, and the largest reserve is in the hands of Umbrella. This will result in a very limited number of circulating silver, which makes many capitals that are eager to transfer and hedge very anxious. The quantity is not enough. If everyone really gathers together to collect silver, the price of silver will rise to the sky on the spot. There are only so many circulating silver, and this is a solution that no one can solve. And at this time, Umbrella also made a corresponding announcement. In the future, our inspector's remuneration and some other business settlements can choose to be paid by the company's credit points, provided that they comply with local laws and regulations. As soon as Umbrella's voice came out, it was also eye-catching. This means that when Umbrella wants to spend money to buy things in the future, it can ask Umbrella to pay credit points. However, when paying credit points, it is necessary to pay taxes and other account information in advance. Credit point payment is not mandatory. If it can be paid, you can make a request. If it cannot be paid, it will continue to be as before. It is equivalent to Umbrella actively injecting liquidity into the market, so that the credit points can also have a tradable price. in addition to Umbrella's payment for goods, salary, remuneration, etc., which can be converted into credit points. Umbrella immediately announced an update to the United World Company. Because of the relationship between alien visitors and the space elevator, the opening of Pengwai has been delayed. So this closed beta of Abyss World will be drawn worldwide. And the players in the Starry Sky Cup group stage will automatically get a place, which can be traded. Abyss World. It is called a fully immersive game. You should know that the VR platform has already made people feel quite advanced because of the brain-computer linkage. Now it is called a fully immersive game, which is a level higher than the VR platform, and it will naturally attract a lot of attention. This is not even just a problem of the game, but also represents a new technology. The space fighter and mecha that Umbrella took out before have already shocked everyone. The beautiful young man paid for it with tears. Umbrella's technical reserves are obviously deeper than they show. Without giving everyone time to digest, Umbrella and World Company jointly issued an announcement again. This game is an epic-making game. The optimization of servers and intelligent NPCs will occupy a large amount of computing power of Red Queen and supercomputers. And the update of the game will continue to squeeze out the new computing power. So this will be a only fully immersive game that will operate for at least 10 years or even longer. In order to keep the game running smoothly, daily tasks will be opened in Abyss World and reward credit points. At the same time, this will also be the only universal currency in the game. The announcement was very brief, but it made people feel shocked and generous. What is this? Playing games does not cost money, but can pay back? In addition to the alma mater that is long known about it, some forces in other aspects also vaguely understand the purpose of this. Umbrella's strength has grown explosively, as the machine tools they have obtained are in place, and they have begun to control their own artificial intelligence. Look at what they have made. Mass projectors, robots, mechas, even space elevators. Needless to say, the efficiency of robots is great. Just look at the speed of assembling space elevators on orbit. This is an efficiency that human power cannot achieve. Under the coordination of artificial intelligence, the connection between robots is accurate to the second and does not waste any time. Some factories that have begun to replace robots can fully experience this. So with the gradual popularization of robots, the world will usher in an era of super explosive production capacity. And in this case, launching a game that gives money can definitely become a product that can stabilize the sea. It can put everyone in it like a pocket, become a super large reservoir. In reality, you can also rely on the money issued in the game, or resell some equipment games to move bricks or something to consume the massive products. Isn't it turning again to complete the cycle? At that time, by controlling the daily task income within the game and the current silver price, it can be easily maintained. The stability of credit points does not need to worry about overissuance or insufficient liquidity. If the Pyongyang hadn't been rubbed on the ground by the mecha, then maybe even if she saw the problem at this time, she would have made some trouble. Because they already have a set of measures to control by means of contraband, etc., and they have long been deindustrialized. It is completely conceivable that they will cause trouble. But now that the Umbrella mecha knocked on the door and said open the door, Umbrella, they can only express their support. This is definitely a move that benefits all mankind. Looking forward to the release of the game. We de Pyongyang will promote it with all our strength. The person who signed the White House Alliance, de Pyongyang, had no intention of resigning, and directly spoke on a special platform to congratulate him. It seems that the person who gave a speech in front of the White House with the mecha as the background was not him. And all the players around the world, even some people who don't usually play games, are now paying close attention to Abyss World. Do you pay for daily tasks? How much? The currency is uniformly credit points? Is it such a big deal? Although there have been many big moves recently, from the aliens about to arrive to Umbrella's space elevator, and then to the emergence of mechas, it is really one wave after another. But for ordinary people, they are more concerned about the terrible financial turmoil after this blow, as well as a little worry and confusion about the future. Once there is a problem with confidence, it is easy to cause a series of vicious cycles. Now Umbrella is injecting confidence into the market. Don't worry. We Umbrella will back it up. Umbrella has demonstrated the powerful efficiency of robots. After watching it, many people understand that they cannot compete with robots. But now, at least playing games can make money. Even if it really comes to the worst situation, there is still a way out, which makes many people feel reassured. In fact, if it is purely based on interests and rule, Umbrella is actually losing by doing this. But it is obvious that for Wang Yi, the stability and vigorous development of Blue Star is the biggest win. When the outside world was surging because of the release of the news of Abyss World, Wang Yi plunged into his own magic tower and started to tinker. The idea is not a problem. Maybe we can also throw them into the abyss as NPCs? When the image of the heroes begins to solidify, people's natural faith will be more targeted, and pure Wang Yi had 7 more colorful light balls in his hand. They were the products that he could not use and spontaneously gathered from the power of faith, relying on the original historical cognition and the records of the source of life. It should be theoretically feasible for Wang Yi to resurrect them in another form. Unfortunately, this kind of resurrection is more about using the beliefs of all living beings. At least characters from 100 years ago can leave a mark. And the key is that this mark itself is gathered by the existing beliefs now, which is very affected by modern people's cognition and senses. For example, Wang Yi subconsciously took out King Arthur, who could not be a girl, and found that if he wanted to make adjustments, King Arthur could appear in the image of a character in anime. For the creation of creatures, as long as there is such a trend, Wang Yi can move in that direction. Do you need to buy some copyrights again? Oh, neon is all umbrellas. That's fine. Then Wang Yi saw the brightest ball of light again. Well, this time it's not some golden glow, but Jesus, a true heroic spirit that can form divinity. And thanks to the image portrayed by mainstream believers, if this person is embodied, his character will be quite saintly. And in theory, he can play a good Nani role. In addition, N and Sakyamuni also have the potential to be divinity. But due to various unspeakable reasons, they are not very suitable. The faith of 8 billion high-level wisdoms, plus the spirituality of many other creatures. The faith gathered is already quite considerable. At least other gods can't use all their faith to create a divine weapon like me. But because of the difference in time accumulation, the cultivation cycle may still be a bit long before Wang Yi stepped in. Except for the use similar to that of the grass god. Almost all of it was wasted. Now it has just started to accumulate. And it is like a baby in comparison. But it doesn't matter. It's better to add some NPCs. The heroes who protect the Earth plane are fighting in the abyss. Isn't this reasonable? The main thing is to build the foundation of the Hall of Heroes first. Gather all the extra faith. And then get a few basic heroes first. For the remaining heroes, let the players work together to summon them in the Hall of Heroes. They can decide who to choose next, which will increase the sense of participation. After all, they were born by their will, so the efficiency can be stronger. Although being, for example, there will be constant faith. Even animals can provide it. But Wang Yi had felt the amount of faith provided by the red-skinned fanatic in the abyss before. Even if it was not a species born from the source of life, the number provided was too much. So if it can stimulate the subjective initiative of the players, the efficiency will be higher. And as the heroes become stronger, it will be easier for me. It is possible that 8 billion highly intelligent creatures will slowly cultivate a special pantheon in the future. Abyss. When Wang Yi arrived again, the Silver Fortress had been completed. The sky-high wizard tower stood in Enzo territory. In the colorful space gap, dark lightning flashed from time to time, adding mystery to the Silver Fortress. The Hall of Heroes mainly relies on the Gaia will of the Blue Star. After establishing a base in the abyss, the coordinates that were originally easy to capture became easier. But it appeared when I took that step, so I could bear the risk, feeling the surging magic power of the abyss. If it weren't for reason stopping Wang Yi, he might really want to try the feeling of fighting with the gods. In terms of future potential, he must be stronger, so there is no need to be so anxious. The risks and benefits are completely disproportionate. Wang Yi closed his eyes and confirmed the conceptual artifact structure diagram he designed, then raised his hand. A dazzling three-dimensional magic circle appeared in the palm of Wang Yi's hand, and then it continued to superimpose like an explosion, forming an ancient building phantom that connected the sky and the earth like an exponential. A unique aesthetic building combining Chinese and Western styles appeared in the sky. The terrifying magic power surged, and Wang Yi directly fixed the three-dimensional inscription array of the materialized magic power on the silver tower, relying on the magic power of the magic tower to stabilize it, forming the prototype of the Hall of Heroes. The concentration of magic power on the abyss is enough to maintain the heroic summoning array that he has researched, coupled with the tempering of faith. Even if Wang Yi does not have to keep replenishing it himself, he can continue to improve this set of his exclusive artifacts. This is also the Hall of Heroes in the game. After thinking for a moment, he also raised his hand and hooked his fingers slightly. The land on the shore where several lava streams flowed on the ground changed. And then 3 clay figures were quickly outlined and pieced together, turning into human forms. As the details on them became more and more perfect. Slowly, the array fixed by Wang Yi in the sky also bloomed with dazzling brilliance. And the next moment, the 3 lifelike clay figures also appeared color. It started out like an oil painting, then slowly became more and more realistic until it became completely real. Each figure had a faint glow on them. After the Hall of Heroes automatically injected some information, rules, and constraints into their minds. The 3 heroes also saluted Wang Yi at the same time. Creator, thank you for giving us a new life. A figure who looked extremely handsome and even perfect, who looked like a man or a woman, spoke to Wang Yi in a soft and gentle tone. And he was the only one among the 3 who possessed divinity. With a perfect appearance, he could not tell whether he was a man or a woman. And he was wearing clothes made of thorns and linen, which revealed a gorgeous beauty and simplicity. This kind of beauty would not remind people of desire, but would have a kind of holiness that made people ashamed. Heh. It feels a bit strange to be called the creator by you. Wang Yi looked at the perfect hero and laughed dumbly. The other party had just been born and was still very weak. But Wang Yi could feel the changes under that belief. He was indeed born with divinity. Potential. Will be the strongest among the heroes. Had the opportunity to become a true god. But because it is a newly born baby, the growth cycle is still relatively long. But this creature destined to become a god made Wang Yi feel very satisfied. In the past, he could only create undead. But now his craftsmanship is getting better and better. The second one is a heroic blonde beauty in a battle skirt. And the ahog on her head also betrays her identity. At this time, she also saluted Wang Yi, the creator, with a knight's etiquette. The third one is a young oriental face wearing armor, with a young and even childish face, but giving people a sense of fortitude and indestructible edge. I am Huatsubing, the last general, to see the Lord, a hero with the greatest potential for divinity. As the King of Heroes, became an NPC, and has been sitting in the Hall of Heroes to lead. A Western King Arthur, an Eastern champion. This is the initial group of people, although their strength is still relatively weak for the time being. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the essence is the heroic spirit in the Hall of Heroes. Even if it is killed, it will be resurrected over time. And the body is directly made of clay. The Hall of Heroes is equivalent to Wang Yi, a special god who stepped into the source of life, completely stripping away the power of faith and relying on Gaia to create an artifact. As long as he doesn't die, the Hall of Heroes will not be destroyed, even if Wang Yi really encounters an unbeatable enemy and is defeated. Before he crawls out of the source of life again, the Hall of Heroes can also be a backup means to protect his resurrection. Moreover, the early game map is in Enzo's own territory, and there is no need for much fighting. The space elevator is connected. De Pyongyang is pressed down by the mecha. Polai is officially open to tourism, and the quota screening mechanism is opened. And the closed beta test of Abyss World is about to start. Various news came one after another. And there is no doubt that Umbrella is the absolute core. Especially the previous single-player breakthrough against De Pyongyang. The image of directly knocking on the door of De Pyongyang really made the world recognize Umbrella again. This will be the new king of the world. And the most critical point is that Umbrella and De Pyongyang have different ideas of plundering in their bones. No matter who the other party is. As long as they don't provoke, Umbrella will give the most basic respect. Although they will not accept moral kidnapping. Many things Umbrella is currently doing are beneficial to the public. For example, in addition to the medical cabin, there are many medicines, culture media, treatment plans, mechanical prosthesis, artificial organs, etc. In theory, Umbrella raises the price tenfold and reduces the output tenfold. And the profit will not be bad at all. It can also bargain and manipulate these as rare resources. But Umbrella chose the model of small profits, but quick turnover. It would rather increase management costs and choose to increase production to a level that ordinary people can afford. The rich will give you a rich plan, such as the many new functions added to those prostheses. The poor can at least guarantee their daily life. It is precisely because of Umbrella's reputation that the world can get out of the short-term chaos at a relatively light cost. Domineering, stubborn, but reasonable. This is the current mainstream perception of Umbrella, especially when it has TT to assist. Moreover, Umbrella itself is still the size and form of a company, and it has clearly shown an attitude of not liking trouble. This is a model that can coexist and even benefit from all authorities around the world. They are aloof from the world, but they do not interfere, and they respect each other. Such umbrella kicked De Pyongyang off the altar, and the resistance was relatively low. Oh! De Pyongyang was finally settled by umbrella. So comfortable. Qian Yayan happily fiddled with the fruit platter in front of her, humming a little tune and looking very happy. World Company itself was also partially sanctioned by De Pyongyang. The films invested by World Company were unable to enter the international market, and the acts of forcibly dividing TT made Qian Yayan very annoyed but powerless. Even the executives of World Company rarely go to the country of De Pyongyang's iron ally. Qian Yayan and Wang Yi almost never go abroad. That kind of invisible pressure is still real, at least in the short term. We don't have to worry about them. Wang Yi continued to look through some interesting papers with relish, and said casually, from the academic world. Wang Yi also clearly felt that De Pyongyang was really sleeping on straw and tasting gall this time. In the past, many internal behaviors of fighting with each other were temporarily stopped, and the call for science and technology without borders was resumed. In general, the level of some recent papers has improved a lot, and with the popularization of magic numbers and the gradual improvement of basic magic theory, there are more and more related ideas. Wang Yi was also quite satisfied with this positive change, and felt that the progress of his own path was very smooth. In such a short time, he felt that his comprehensive ability at this time was double compared to when he just traced back to the source of life and took the key step. That is to say, the strengthening of one stage was completed. If it can be kept so smooth, then the next stage will be doubled again and now, and there will be no obvious difference in time consumption. This is the horror of the path I chose. Before combining with the source of life, I may only have the blessing of pure computing power, and then use computing power to add my strength. Now, the conversion of computing power to comprehensive ability is undoubtedly much smoother. Using faith to create the conceptual artifact Hall of Valor is just a small test. The current Hall of Heroes is indeed not worthy of the strength of the artifact, but its essence and potential make Enzo, a relatively high-minded subordinate, stare at it. He rolled around and acted cute, wanting to become the guard dog of Hall of Heroes, because he was going to do some experiments with Enzo. Wang Yi agreed to let him become a regular employee after the game inspection period, as long as he was satisfied with the work. Then can we travel abroad when we are free? After Qian Yayan put the fruit platter on the table and brought it over, she immediately stuck to Wang Yi's arms and said coquettishly, having always controlled the World Company, Qian Yayan is now undoubtedly on par with many top business tycoons or even higher. But for her, her biggest advantage is that she is clear. So no matter how she calls the shots outside, she is a dog in front of Wang Yi. And she also knows when to stop and observes the words and expressions. Now she is actually the same. If Wang Yi shows any reluctance, she will definitely take the initiative to reject it. It's not impossible. To put it bluntly, now when I go out, the CIA has to beg me not to get into trouble. Wang Yi couldn't help but feel a little funny when he thought of some of the information collected by Lin Shiqin. Not only himself, the CIA temporarily cancelled all plans and preparatory plans for various important employees of Umbrella, but turned around and changed it into a protection plan with the ready-made information. It's not that De Pyongyang was defeated and became a licking dog, but they know their own business. There are too many people who have been offended in the past. If they have been invincible, it would be fine. But in this ghost situation now, if there are people who hold grudges in the past and want to borrow a knife to kill, it will be shit for De Pyongyang. Before, Umbrella's mecha pressed their faces to sign the agreement and didn't force them to death directly. Is it really Umbrella's kind-hearted and reasonable? Bullshit. It's just that De Pyongyang has the means to burn jade and stone together. So they know clearly that the most important thing now is not to let Umbrella find an excuse. As for the current results, Umbrella has always been operating as a company and has not interfered excessively. They can barely accept the result of the defeat. But if they are given any excuses, the remaining bottles and jars will approach step by step like a knife cutting sausages. And they will feel extremely uncomfortable, having been the world's boss for so long. Who can be more familiar with the routines of suppressing others than De Pyongyang? Who in De Pyongyang is more familiar with the dirty work than the CIA? According to the data they have published themselves, there are countless examples of subverting and exporting the thing. How many places have been dragged into war by De Pyongyang without bloodshed, and in turn have become their running dogs to bite their former brothers? The CIA can be said to be very clear about all kinds of dirty routines. At this time, in order to continue to ask for obviously difficult funds and really do something, it is completely reasonable to have such an arrangement. Similarly, although all kinds of confidential events nowadays will be guarded against artificial intelligence, After all, Lin Shurqin's functionality is too strong, far beyond the level of Don Quixote. So as long as she is willing, it is normal to get some corresponding information and complete the deduction. Now there are really some extreme enemies of Pyongyang in the past who are considering similar means. But there is no doubt that now Wang Yi just chooses to travel normally and keep a low profile. It will hardly be affected. With his status and position, the name and identity of the ticket can be reasonably changed at will. And the key is that the tension of the CIA makes Wang Yi's eyes light up. Keeping the Pyongyang alive is not to make it too chaotic. But even if this thing is temporarily suppressed, it will definitely be dissatisfied. Instead of waiting for them to do something else, it is better to take the initiative to find something for them to do. What are they afraid of? In fact, they can do something in theory. It's like cutting sausages with a knife. In fact, it's just a matter of using the Pyongyang's own practical theories on them. The Pyongyang herself is not saying that nuclear power is unrivaled in the world, but they can use various means to suppress another opponent. If you can do it, then Umbrella can do it too. Taking names, remote animal husbandry, etc. The Pyongyang also has the basics. The temptation of eternal life in the abyss is infiltrated by old Morgan to the upper class. The right to settle in Penglai can make the elites yearn for it, and the reopened TT affects the lower class. This. Chapter 497 changes restrictive measures. Just when Wang Yi had just completed a stage of transformation, and then took Lu Shuka and Qian Yayan to Cheongzhou for vacation. The first batch of official flights to Penglai has also been opened. Because of the troublesome negotiations with major airlines, Umbrella directly acquired an airline company that specializes in flying to Penglai. Now the Pyongyang has begun to find ways to arrange the CIA to ensure the safety of some important members of Umbrella, so as not to find any substantial excuses to target them. In addition, Umbrella's own 3-carriage aerospace mecha that can be quickly deployed around the world in a short time has come out. Now it is undoubtedly much easier for Umbrella to acquire an airline company. And after the news was released, a lot of airlines wanted to rush to sell, wanting to be Umbrella's dog. However, Umbrella just randomly selected an old company with a good reputation and no discrimination to integrate. At the same time, more cargo planes were integrated to be responsible for air transportation of supplies. To this day, no one will say anything about safety issues to Umbrella. Even if Umbrella's transport planes were inexplicably turned into black, they would only appear more powerful. Even those media that are afraid of chaos in the world did not promote it excessively. A new airline giant is born. Umbrella's big move. The reserve of large aircraft tops the list. This is the financial strength of Umbrella. The all-black fuselage is both beautiful and domineering, worthy of Umbrella. At the beginning, after Umbrella's several armed helicopters were modified, various threats were constantly concocted. Boeing did not want to deliver the goods directly, and use some means to get the first batch of 10 large transport aircraft. Various attacks and various public opinions have never stopped. However, now Umbrella's transport aircraft has been openly used for powerful military purposes. At the beginning, it was also severely criticized. When this batch of large aircraft were collectively painted black and marked with Umbrella's logo, they only had praise. Any media, even those famous for exaggeration and unreliability on the DPO side, are all rational people. Umbrella's planes are really beautiful. After having its own airline, Umbrella's super large top airport can be truly fully utilized, and it is still constantly filling its own aircraft vacancies. In terms of technology, Umbrella can certainly manufacture it. Aerospace mechas have come out, and with the excellent material technology, there is no problem at all. But the production capacity and production cycle of large aircraft themselves are also relatively long, and they take up a lot of space. Umbrella itself has no idea of waiting, and directly uses the spot goods of various ready-made airlines. It just so happens that because of the violent fluctuations of the landslide on the DPO side, all industries are in recession, and Umbrella itself has money. Just buy. Today, the money we earn is real money. Lying on the beach of Cheongzhou Seaview Villa, Wang Yi, wearing beach shorts and sunglasses, enjoying a massage from a South Korean succubus, was watching the 2 beach volleyball teams formed by Shuka and Qianyayan, which was also pleasing to the eye. This is life. Another girl group member next to him observed Wang Yi's words, and brought a glass of iced drink. He let Wang Yi take a sip through a straw. The bubbles rolled in the glass, making a refreshing sound. At this time, most other places were still cold, but here it was already a beach and sea view. If I wasn't afraid of messing up the trouble with restrictions and sanctions in the past, I would have wanted to smash the place directly. Lin Shurqin also floated in the air beside Wang Yi, lying side by side at the height of the chair, like a built-in air conditioning effect, which lowered the body temperature of several girl group members nearby. Umbrella made a lot of money at the beginning, but there were too many things that could not be bought. And now, despite the soaring silver price, they have acquired a batch of silver mines. Sooner or later, Umbrella will be able to almost completely monopolize all the silver shares. At that time, the value and issuance of credit points will also be almost complete, because there are more territories and demands now. The demand for silver has greatly increased, so Umbrella has also invested in the deep control of the remaining silver in terms of financial resources. In fact, with Umbrella's strength, it's nothing to rob directly, but that would really return to the old cycle before the Pyongyang. At least for Wang Yi. A stable and complete system can obviously bring much more benefits than short-term benefits such as robbery. He is not one of those Pyongyang bosses who work for a few years and then leave without caring about the problems behind. For Wang Yi, who can live a long life, what he needs is real long-term sustainable development. How about it? Do you want to go abroad for a stroll? I can find a way to spread your whereabouts to some people in an appropriate way, Lin Shurqin said with a smile. Let's take a break first. We need to prepare for the selection of Pinglai's opening and close beta. No problem. The organization has decided to keep quiet for the time being, and has increased its efforts to win over your identity as the Great Onmyoji. But because their remaining forces in South Korea and Japan have been dormant and low-key, there is no substantial benefit. Hee. Let them do whatever they want. I'll give them a few more nodes in the tone of Great Onmyoji to put the puzzle together. They really can't think straight. They haven't perfected the structure of the basic lines of the papers I published and the new product structures of Umbrella. This is too rigid. Wang Yi also felt like sighing. He gradually fed them systematic knowledge. But you guys didn't live up to your expectations. Otherwise, you might as well make it bigger and give more people. As a result, they couldn't catch the bones thrown to them again and again. It's really hard to say. They have put their main energy into Changsheng and the Abyss. Otherwise, they should cook that stupid dog, Lin Shurqin said maliciously in an evil tone. He's just a little bit stupid. Don't think about it every day. No. He secretly came to me last time to ask for a beautiful woman's body. Why would a dog like him ask for a beautiful woman's body? Wang Yi didn't think much about it at first, but subconsciously thought that the Abyss Lord wouldn't ask for a beautiful woman's body when he was in heat. But then, he couldn't help but roll his eyes after realizing what was going on. Damn. He is indeed a stupid dog. The thinking of the creatures in the abyss really can't be guessed with normal thinking. Who? Accompanied by the whistling sound of the plane landing, a black Airbus A380 ran towards the magnificent airport of Pinglai below and landed. The huge passenger plane seemed so small against the backdrop of Pinglai. The whistle of the freighter combined with the vast runway portrayed a different kind of prosperity. The endless space track that connected to the sky was like an impact, like a world wonder. The first batch of passengers on the plane, who were full of excitement, felt a deep shock through the window. Pinglai. We are here. Except for the 1024 places that can be traded in the group stage at the beginning. Most of the other visitors got the places by fighting hand speed. And Umbrella Airlines, the only one with the right to fly to Pinglai, only open ticket purchase services to those who have the places. Most of the first batch of tourists who came here got personal qualifications or family qualifications by hand speed. Only a few of them were big guys who came in by relying on the group stage places. But no matter what their status was, they were all amazed and shocked when they witnessed the scale of Pinglai for the first time and saw the track connecting the south gate of heaven. Everyone who was able to come here can be said to have watched many videos related to Pinglai. But the situation in the video is completely different from the personal experience. Especially now that Umbrella's status has changed again. After Umbrella held down to Pyongyang and signed the agreement, its own status has naturally reached the top and was crowned as king. This situation is enough to make the passengers on the plane be cautious when getting off regardless of their status. Several big guys who won the group stage quota also did not show the slightest arrogance. Instead, they followed very honestly and came down together. Before they finished getting off here, 3 more passenger planes broke through the clouds and began to land. This vast airport specification is enough to carry out multiple batches of takeoff and landing missions at the same time. With a huge throughput, Umbrella is really an amazing company. After a certain fate and his old partner Munger got off the plane, he couldn't help but sigh. Yes, the initial move was purely for physical condition. But who could have thought that the new king's coronation could be so fast? Both of them are well-known big names in the investment circle, with extensive connections, and can know a lot of news in advance. So they can confirm that this conflict between Umbrella and Pyongyang is really an accident. A typical manifestation of the spiral escalation of contradictions after a test. However, the result was shocking. They were not optimistic about the victory of the full collision. Umbrella killed all four sides. It's a pity that the right of settlement cannot be bought and sold. Yes, but the test questions have been answered. Although some of the questions related to brain power, reaction speed, and agility of thinking cannot be compared with young people, there should be some chances. Munger is a little looking forward to it. But a certain fate sighed helplessly. If we are great scientists who have won the Nobel Prize, then it's okay to be older. But for now, I don't see any demand from Umbrella for our industry. Artificial intelligence can completely replace it. Hearing this, Munger also sighed. Artificial intelligence can perfectly replace algorithms and operations. But, alas, it's a pity that Umbrella seems to have no intention of using the advantages that credit points can gain in the future to harvest. And even the corresponding banking system regulations have not been launched. In fact, this point was quite abnormal, and even incredible in the eyes of the two. Financial means bring profits too fast. It can be said that it is incredible not to use this to make profits after obtaining such a dominant position, which is a waste of natural resources. Even if you don't want to eat ugly, there are gentle means. As long as the harvest is appropriate, and the eating is not so ugly. Most of the villagers on Blue Star can accept it, because a stable business environment and trading system are more important. The reason why Pyongyang is getting more and more smelly is because it has done too much. If it eats better, is stuck online, and does not use this advantage to sanction this and that, then even competitors will accept a certain degree of concessions. But so far, they can't see any idea from Umbrella. Even consider giving money to the virtual world to maintain stability. Is he really a good man? What's the point? With such a strong military force, being too peaceful will prevent you from playing your own advantages. A company doesn't need to take up obligations that don't belong to it. But if you say this company is a saint, it is really cruel when it is cruel. And it is merciless. A collection of contradictions. Maybe. This is why we guys are not valued by them. Passed. I passed the Umbrella Settlement Right Assessment. I passed. Ha ha ha. The first person who self-declared that he passed the Settlement Right Assessment appeared online, and also attracted a lot of onlookers. This may not be the first person to pass the assessment, but it is the first one to self-declare. The most important thing is that through his Weibo certification, it can be seen that this is a college student. And although it is a first-class college, it is not a 985 or 211, but an ordinary first-class college student. Of course, being able to get into an ordinary first-class college can be regarded as an elite who has crossed a single plank bridge with thousands of troops. After all, even after the expansion of enrollment, the admission line for the first-class college is here. At present, as long as students of such schools do not play around for 4 years in college and study hard, their abilities are still beyond reproach. Many people have been concocting the theory that studying is useless. But in fact, as long as college students above the first-class level study hard for 4 years, and their majors are not pitfalls, they can get the ceiling salary of most people's lives as soon as they graduate. For ordinary families, this is still the main way to change their destiny. But if this is all else, but now there are only 1 million places in the world to get one. This seems a bit inconsistent. This is not for those in school and fresh graduates, but for everyone on Blue Star. Members of various double first class and top 100 international universities have not reacted at all. But an ordinary first-class university student revealed that he got it. This really made many people leave a message okay on his Weibo. There are also quite a lot of doubtful voices. In the face of these doubts, the blogger himself said very calmly, "Don't say you are weird. I am also quite weird." Haha. Then various netizens also asked various questions to know the details of the blogger. After all, this is the only one who is willing to self-destruct after passing. Even if the Red Queen said that even if you happen to encounter 2 identical questions with the same answers, there will be different results and judgments based on your personality. But it still can't stop people's curiosity and research. Except for some memory and logical thinking questions. I feel that the others are quite ordinary. Just answer them within the specified time. However, my settlement right belongs to the lowest level. Although I have obtained the settlement right, I need to accept some subsequent arrangements from Umbrella. Hearing this, some people immediately became excited. because this was not explained in the previous announcement of Umbrella. It is an absolute insider information, and it is currently unique in the world. This may also be one of the reasons why this student finally decided to self-destruct, because it can get huge traffic, and there may be a chance to cash it out. After all, even if Pumlai has no worries about food, clothing, housing and transportation, there is definitely no such thing as too much money. Once the basic problems are solved, there will be further ideas. I have asked Hong Ho about these things, and I can tell you everything. My next plan is to study. After hearing what this student said, many netizens also felt a little confused. Study? What the hell? It probably means that I must conduct high-intensity online learning on the VR platform for at least 3 years in the future. And there will be corresponding assessments. If I fail the assessment, my right to reside will be confiscated. When he said this, he was actually a little scared. Then immediately some netizens found some highlights, and then asked, okay, can I ask the blogger's college entrance examination results? And how much did the blogger devote to learning during high school and college? After this question came out, many people also felt a little bit surprised when they saw the blogger showing his college entrance examination results. They all had a new view. This is definitely a student with extremely biased subjects. The scores of the 2 language courses in the main subject can be described as a mess. But the scores of comprehensive science and mathematics are quite excellent. If not, he would not have been able to reach the first-class score line. Well, I was serious in high school, but I was indeed a little addicted to online games and distracted my attention. The case is solved. No wonder Umbrella provides such a settlement right that requires study arrangements. This is a student with great potential and talent. Of course, no matter how talented a person is, it is useless if he does not work hard. That is why Umbrella will have subsequent study and assessment arrangements. If he still uses the attitude he had in high school at this time, he will most likely be disqualified. But at the same time, this should also have the opportunity to force out his potential. After the exposure of the first person, some people who passed the assessment have gradually posted their results. Among them, the highest level of those who unconditionally bring their families to settle here are mostly some already famous scientific researchers or some backbone members in the laboratory. These accumulated talents that have been cultivated for decades have been caught up by this model launched by Umbrella. Originally, many people would probably hesitate if they passed. But now it happened after Umbrella held down to Pyongyang. And some people who were originally shaken have also readily agreed. In a laboratory in San Francisco, researchers who were usually busy with research were called together at this time, which was extremely rare. Originally, they had many experimental groups, each in charge of different experiments, and many people were not closely related to each other. Now they looked at each other after meeting, not knowing what had happened or what to do. Not long after, under the protection of several bodyguards, the head of the laboratory pushed open the door and walked in. Usually, this person in charge would not have such a big show. But this time, in addition to him and those bodyguards, there was also a middle-aged man in a casual suit. Although he came here casually under the protection of bodyguards, he had a sense of superiority. Some old people in the laboratory quickly recognized that this was the financial backer behind the laboratory, a direct descendant of an ancient large chaebol. This is Mr. George. Mr. George has always been a supporter of the laboratory's funds. Your welfare, income, and the laboratory's own expenses all come from Mr. George. The person in charge first introduced Mr. George quite formally, and then said in a slightly serious tone, I know that because of the friction between Umbrella and Pyongyang recently, many people have become restless. This time, Mr. George came here to say something. Then he bowed and left to make room for George. George also stood up with a casual attitude and said, Some of you may have seen me. Some newcomers may not know me. And I may not be able to call out all your names. But there is no doubt that you have been receiving my salary and rewards and enjoying the benefits I give you. When he said this, George's face gradually became serious and solemn. I gave you a good life. And everything you have now is given by me. So, you must also bring enough value to me. You know the progress of your experiment. So far, there has been only input and almost no output, which has wasted a lot of my funds. But I value talents very much. So I have never blamed you. I hope you can succeed one day and achieve what I want. But when he said this, his face began to become more fierce. In recent days, according to my intelligence, I have learned that many of you have passed the test of Umbrella's right to settle. What does this mean? You have eaten my food, taken my food, and wasted so much of me. And now you are still thinking about leaving? Do some of you not take me seriously? When he said this, George's face suddenly became gloomy. The bodyguards behind him also stepped forward at the same time, showing their dignity. This sudden change made many researchers in the laboratory below pale. Many of them have indeed tried Umbrella's settlement right test. And some of them have actually passed it. It's just that they have always signed a confidentiality agreement with the laboratory. And they also know that the supporters of the laboratory are quite strong. But they didn't expect that the test they secretly conducted would also be discovered? Is it a test? Or is it really that they have been under high-intensity surveillance all the time? Now, I will give you a chance. For those who have not passed the settlement right test, forget it. For those who have passed, please come forward and do your work with peace of mind in the future. I will not hold you accountable. Otherwise, you can feel why I have the money to support this laboratory. Hearing this, all the researchers felt a huge pressure. They can reach this status and complete this kind of work. They can't be stupid, even if they don't have much energy in the ways of the world. They are smart and can understand the essence of Pyongyang. All the rules and regulations are listed. In fact, they are just trying to find ways to circumvent them and find loopholes. Many things are completely different from those rules and regulations. Several people who passed the assessment struggled in their hearts, and finally stood up one after another. One of them bowed his head and explained, Mr. George misunderstood. I was just curious about what Umbrella's test was. After all, I am a little confident in my ability. And then, I wanted to find an opportunity to go there to complete a physical examination to see how my body was. Another person followed suit and said, Yes, I am the same. Moreover, I have accumulated a lot of injuries in my waist over the years. Ordinary treatment is useless. I want to see if Umbrella has any solution. I am for my father. My wife is in poor health. Several researchers who passed the settlement right test also talked about it. In just one research room, there are 5 or 6 people who passed the assessment, which is enough to show the strength of their research room. After all, this is a global screening of millions of people. George looked at the group of people calmly, and did not say anything about their explanation. He just said calmly, Let's not talk about your situation for now. But there is still one person who has not stood up. Is he lucky? George looked at the youngest researcher with a cold expression. This is an Asian researcher, who is probably in his 20s. At this age, he has been in this level of laboratory, which is enough to show his strong ability. Facing this question, looking at the other party's eyes, Liu Kang's face turned pale, knowing that the other party was really monitoring everyone, and every move was clear. Then he stood up and said without hiding it, Mr. George, since you know that we have conducted tests, you should also know our situation. My mother's condition will not last long. I must find a treatment plan for her. I must go to Penglai. Liu Kang's ancestors came to Pyongyang more than 100 years ago. From the beginning of labor, he accumulated slowly, from hard labor, to saving money to open a restaurant, and then opened a supermarket later. And then he successfully supported Liu Kang and became the pride of the whole family. But the hard work of his parents caused his father to die prematurely. And his mother also accumulated a lot of diseases. It was already quite difficult to support him. And the family's accumulation was insufficient. There was no way to go to an expensive private hospital. Constant examinations. Constant queues. Taking a film to wait for several weeks. A test also had to wait for a while. And then determine the treatment plan and surgery later. This caused his mother's cancer to spread during the final operation. Although treatment had already begun and insurance had paid a lot of expenses. The expensive targeted drugs had temporarily stabilized her condition. But with the insurance company's sudden decision not to renew the contract, the subsequent huge expenditures directly overwhelmed his entire family. Even though Liu Kang worked in a laboratory of this level and earned a lot of money, but facing the sky-high fees, it was still difficult for him to afford. When the news began to appear in Penglai, Liu Kang had been paying attention and even bought a VR device to try the mecha competition. But it was obvious that although he was very talented, it was meaningless and there was no chance or hope. The subsequent hand speed competition also failed, which made him go all out to carry out the Xingla settlement right test. And he passed it. His mother will soon be able to receive Umbrella's efficient treatment. Whether it succeeds or not, at least it represents a hope. However, now, the funder of the laboratory he serves wants to stop this hope, which makes him unbearable. I signed an agreement with the laboratory, but I passed the top settlement right clause of Umbrella. According to the communication, they are willing to pay all the breach of contract fees for me. George was also a little surprised that the other party passed the top qualification. But after hearing about the breach of contract fee, he laughed. Breach of contract fee? Do you think that the only way I restrict you is that contract? How naive. How many people does the Pyongyang commit suicide every year? Even if they don't commit suicide, there are more than 100 gunshot deaths every day, and hundreds of drug overdoses every day. If there is one more case, it will naturally be more. It doesn't matter at all. Chapter 498 Conquer People with Virtue Era. Lu Kang wanted to say something after hearing what George said. But looking at those strong bodyguards, he opened his mouth, but lowered his head dejectedly. I just want to save my mother. I will still work in the laboratory. Once her treatment is completed, I will come back. I will only go there regularly when she needs treatment. Who do you think I am? If you just won the travel qualification, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you can't stay there for a long time. But what if you don't come back there with the right of settlement? Who can I ask for the loss of the laboratory? Can I arrange someone to go to Pumlai to catch you back? George laughed, his face full of sarcasm. What nonsense! This laboratory is very important to him. And so are many of the research inside. So every researcher is under his nose. But Umbrella is willing to pay the termination fee. They value me so much. Aren't you afraid of offending Umbrella? Lu Kang was a little desperate when he saw this, and could only bring out the biggest support he could rely on at present. Value you? What are you thinking? George seemed to have heard a funny joke. Umbrella's willingness to pay the penalty is just a normal business headhunting behavior. Nothing more. Pumlai settlement rights have a million quota. If you don't go, will they keep begging you? The other researchers next to him also felt a sense of grief. But they didn't dare to speak out. At the same time, some people were jealous of Lu Kang's ability to obtain settlement rights and high-level treatment. Why can he do it? How long has he been in the laboratory? Although I heard that his ability is indeed good, he is just a newcomer. After George laughed for a while, his face gradually turned cold again, and he said with a sarcastic expression, Umbrella, I'm so scared. I admit that Umbrella is indeed the strongest in the world. And I am indeed afraid? But do you think they are idle? Can they still control you? The Pyongyang had so many dogs in the past. Do you have to be responsible for them? Ridiculous. Then he waved to the bodyguards behind him. Take him away, and let him face the reality. You still threaten me with Umbrella. I hate threats from others the most. Do you really think Umbrella will drive a mecha to pick you up? Naive. As George's voice fell, the whole laboratory suddenly shook, making everyone unstable. Some dust seemed to fall from the ceiling. Everyone couldn't help but have a thought in their minds. What's going on? An earthquake? But it stopped after a while. What's going on? Just when everyone was a little confused, there was a knock on the door of the laboratory. Because of the importance of the things being studied in this laboratory, the main door is a standard explosion-proof door that can serve as a safe house. Normally, communication between the outside and the inside cannot be accomplished by knocking on the door. Because it is too thick, it is impossible to hear it at all, even if you slap it. But at this time, there was a very rhythmic knocking sound. Moreover, the noise of knocking on the door was so loud that one could clearly feel the vibration of the door. Because they were going to give a lecture, they were not in the laboratory, but were standing in the seminar room at the door. Through the glass on the wall, they could clearly see the shaking of the door outside. After knocking 3 times, it seemed that they began to knock regularly. This made everyone swallow their saliva, and then display the external surveillance screen. I saw a gorgeous and cool black mecha squatting at the door of the laboratory and knocking on the door politely with its fingers. This made George's eyes widen, and he wanted to slap his mouth. What the hell? Are you really driving a mecha to pick someone up? Damn! Is this San Francisco? Why did you come here without saying a word? Are you kidding me? What a joke. It can be clearly seen that 2 big and beautiful patrol cars have also arrived nearby. But the agents inside did not even dare to get close, but just maintained order on the side. George and the head of the laboratory looked at each other, and finally went over to open the door. He forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, looked up at the mecha and asked politely, What can I do for you? The mecha's external speaker also spoke politely, without any oppression or arrogance, and said in a very approachable manner, Hello. This is the case. There is a man named Lu Kang in our Pumlai settlement rights, who said that he works in your laboratory. At the same time, he also expressed his intention to obtain settlement rights to treat his mother, because he has obtained the top-level talent qualification. And then from his simple introduction, it can be judged that there may be some troubles. So I came here to inquire about the situation. Don't worry. I entered the country legally this time. And I just came here to show a little goodwill. All of Liu Kang's liquidated damages, whether reasonable or not, will be paid by our company, whether it is US dollars or credit points. No problem. May I ask what is your company's remittance account number? Humble attitude, kind words, also attracted a lot of onlookers nearby. And some held up their mobile phones to shoot videos. After Umbrella signed the agreement with Pyongyang, Mecha completed some procedures for the aircraft registration at Pyongyang. This time, it also reported a few minutes in advance. Because of the speed, there was no time to react, and it arrived here to greet politely. And George looked up at the kind Mecha and listened to the polite remarks. But he almost cried. And he kept saying you, and me for a long time without saying anything. Seeing that George didn't speak, the Mecha's external speaker began to say again, "We have also read the contract between Liu Kang and your company. As long as we pay in place, his stay is completely reasonable and compliant. Your company doesn't want to force our Pengwai talents to stay, right?" When he said this, the green light of the Mecha's eyes began to turn yellow. We Umbrella have always valued peace and followed the rules. The reason why we developed a small amount of military force is just to allow everyone to talk to us calmly. You should not be unreasonable. The yellow light switched to red again. Of course, we are a reasonable company. We just learned that Liu Kang is about to leave. So we held a farewell party for him. Yes, a farewell party. After all, we have been colleagues for so long. Isn't this reasonable? Of course. But I hope your company can ensure his health and safety. And remind him that his mother's treatment is scheduled for 7 days later. The ticket stub has been sent to his email. He can go directly to the Umbrella Airlines counter to pick up the ticket. Then, I won't disturb your farewell party. As he finished speaking, the Mecha saluted politely. Sorry. The speed may be too fast when landing and damage the road. But our company will pay for the loss. We apologize for the inconvenience caused to you. So, goodbye. After speaking, the Mecha jumped into the air, turned into a fighter plane in the air, and quickly broke through the air. Yes, Umbrella does have only 3 mechas now. But with the speed of these mechas that can exceed Mach 20, they can quickly reach all parts of the world. The last time the mecha made its debut, Pyongyang didn't even have time to react before completing a 3-sided attack. It doesn't take much energy to go out once. Energy loss? Material fatigue loss? If the materials don't have self-repair properties, the high-frequency movement and deformation of the mecha will become meaningless. Even the fighter planes have to be inspected after each dispatch. Since the mecha has come into being, it naturally has to overcome many problems. Just for a few settlement rights? They directly dispatched the mecha? This is too much of a disregard for us. In a room in the White House, a group of people gathered together and began to discuss again the huge defeat last time, coupled with a series of subsequent agreements and influences, really kicked Pyongyang off the altar. But they are not allowed to be manipulated. This is too much. They just don't take us seriously. Someone sighed and answered. And this time, he came completely in accordance with the agreement we signed before, and reported it in advance. But the speed was too fast. What's the use of informing in advance? Can it be stopped? Yes. This is a registered aircraft registered under the name of Umbrella Security. It is reasonable, legal and compliant. What? A new bill is temporarily introduced to restrict it. This rhetorical question directly silenced the anger at the scene, at least before finding a way to deal with it. It is impossible to provoke, and even to find ways to stabilize the other party from going all out to suppress Pyongyang. Otherwise, let alone coercion by force, a set of combined punches in finance can make them cry directly. In fact, they have not been going all out to deal with us, nor have they restricted technology and goods, and have not imposed sanctions. I think it's actually not bad. Judging from themselves, they will never let their opponents be so comfortable. In fact, the current situation is really not unacceptable. Umbrella is still the size of a company, and is willing to abide by the rules. But we must also find a way to deal with mechas. Is there any way we can make something similar? Not exactly the same, but close. No. It's enough to achieve some of their performance. At least we have to be able to break through their defense. Someone asked. And then several technical consultants on the scene looked at each other, all with a wry smile on their faces. These laymen really dare to think. In the end, one of the representatives said with a stiff face, "It's difficult, especially since they can easily go out many times to support several talents. which further shows their strength and confidence. A representative next to him also continued. Fighters and rockets have very high requirements for details and materials. It is very likely that a part can cause problems in the whole system. So it is best to check the aircraft before each flight. Engine life and maintenance issues have always been a troubling problem. Various wear and tear are actually very large. Especially some repeated mechanical actions will cause wear and fatigue to parts and metals. This is not something that can be avoided by oil and maintenance, but can only be reduced as much as possible. Therefore, for high-strength mechanical units, it is better to show a simpler performance. In theory, this form of mecha has no advantage over other products with the same technology. After several technical representatives finished their questions, they almost expressed the same meaning. Umbrella's technology is too strong. It was crushed in all aspects before it could piece together this monster in front of it. Just like the space elevator. This is the essence of their many technological advantages. Now we also have artificial intelligence at the level of Don Quixote. If we spend money at all costs, we can barely create some wear-resistant joints. And the balance problem can also be solved. It's not a big problem to just make a model. But it costs a high price and cost. And it may be killed by a single anti-tank missile. The technical representative sighed. It seems that the mecha is a hexagonal warrior. But Temos has no advantage at all. Umbrella's numerical weirdness is made by stacking numbers crazily. And there is no way to refer to it. Then why can their mecha resist missiles? Is there any way we can design targeted armor-piercing LS? We can see that anti-aircraft missiles can occasionally hit them. But they are ineffective. A member of the meeting who has knowledge of various military equipment said, "Yes, our anti-aircraft missiles can actually hit them. They can dodge cruise missiles, which means they can still cause damage. Right? Can we increase our response?" Others also brightened up when they heard it. Tajir is embarrassing. People go to the door directly to ask for people. Now, Damalion doesn't have to deal with Umbrella. At least it has to have the ability to protect itself and have more deterrence. If it only relies on mushrooms, it is really too passive. After others have them, it can only play the role of a final defense of burning both sides together to ensure that they will not be forced to death. If nuclear bombs are really omnipotent, they will not have so many conventional combat forces. Hearing this, the technical representative couldn't help but sigh helplessly again, and then simply drew a few sketches on the blackboard. Our conventional armor-piercing LS use metal jets, but based on the single machine forced landing shown by their mechas, their material's high temperature resistance is probably far beyond our imagination. As long as the equivalent is not enough, it's probably a water gun shooting a tank. And increasing the ammunition load to cruise missiles may cause enough damage. But it is impossible to reach this speed. That is to say, those who can hit can't break the defense. And those who can break the defense can't hit. The only thing that might be useful is the tactical nuclear bomb. To be honest, with the mobility of their mechas, even if a nuclear bomb of hundreds of thousands of tons is going to destroy an area, they can calmly retreat from that area before the attack arrives. The only thing that really poses a certain threat is probably the high-speed tactical nuclear bomb. And they didn't switch flight forms and ran away directly, mixing in ordinary air defense missiles to attack. Otherwise, with our current technology, it would be impossible to catch up, let alone hit. Just when some people on the Pyongyang side were struggling and discussing bitterly the news that umbrella mechas were dispatched again and appeared on the streets of many places in Pyongyang quickly became a hot search and became popular on the entire network. Now that even Pyongyang has reopened TT and there can be no restrictions, it is naturally impossible to prevent this kind of thing from fermenting. After Lu Kang picked up his mother and bought the tickets, he even told his experience directly. When Lu Kang heard that the boss of his laboratory had directly threatened and intimidated him, it also caused an uproar. This is their true face. Fortunately, Umbrella's mechas are here. They should have made another big fuss. Fortunately, technology is in the hands of civilization. What is Pyongyang afraid of? We are living hard. BGM. Because of the strength shown by Umbrella, many people in Pyongyang who admire the strong also expressed their opinions. Moreover, it is completely different from the previous Pyongyang. Umbrella's various technologies have exploded continuously, which really helped too many people. And Umbrella's reputation has always been impeccable. Except for the tyranny of Congo. It was almost always right. Many times, it may be seen as strong in fists. But when it is strong and right, Umbrella's accumulation is also fully reflected. All the previous forbearance has turned into today's accumulation and benefits. There is no need to allocate any additional funds. and all kinds of flattery naturally appear on the internet. Even many media and newspapers of Pyongyang itself have reported some information. Umbrella Company will not hesitate to send out mechas for its residents. Don't even think about touching my people. No matter where you are, there is a powerful company behind you. Just when all parties gave various comments on Umbrella's emphasis on talents, Umbrella itself did not make any official announcements, but instead issued a live broadcast of the space elevator's first official cargo transportation. After the connection was completed, the installation and debugging of the containers on the bottom layer had been completed, and the two giant containers could be seen from the live broadcast. And because Pumlai has begun to open up tourism business to the outside world, although the first thing for tourists who come here is to complete a comprehensive physical examination and treatment. But Pumlai itself has so many fun projects here, and it is natural that the hard-earned quota will not leave easily, and most of them choose to stay for a few days. The accommodation cost for the first 7 days in Pumlai is still relatively normal. During the live broadcast, many tourists were constantly filming in front of the cargo hold of the space elevator. The space elevator is not a rocket. It is purely electric transportation. There is no danger of ejection, so the safety zone can be very close. In addition to the live broadcast of Umbrella, many tourists' close-up pictures were also sought after. The carrying capacity of the space elevator is really amazing. I only heard the numbers before. It seemed like 100 by 100 by 30. But I saw the cargo hold with my own eyes, and I knew how big it was. How many rockets do you have to transport to top up a box? In fact, I didn't have much idea about this space elevator before, until Umbrella's mecha beat up to Pyongyang, and I knew what dimensionality reduction strike was. Didn't they say that the space elevator could transport people before? I don't know if there are any physical requirements. Just when everyone was discussing this in the live broadcast, Umbrella also made some announcements at the same time. Our company's transportation this time is just to transport some accessories, with a large number of needs in order to complete the subsequent expansion of the space elevator. So there are still some quotas for people who can go. The people will be selected from the passengers this time. Those who are interested can sign up. As soon as these words came out, they immediately caused excitement again. What? Just pick some passengers at random? Ordinary people's physical fitness can also go to space? As if knowing this question, Umbrella gave a relevant explanation. Most passengers have undergone physical examinations. As long as they are healthy and have no special diseases, they can withstand the travel of the space elevator. The air has been filled inside the space elevator. If you don't stay for a long time, it won't cause much impact. As soon as these words came out, a large number of tourists in Pumlai cheered, and almost all of them signed up for OK. In the end, the Red Queen quickly selected the first batch of passengers who took the elevator to enter space. And this time, not all the selected people were young and strong. The elderly Fate was also among them. The youngest one was a 6-year-old child who was selected with his parents. There were also some Umbrella robots that could handle all kinds of emergencies. Even if someone got too excited and developed a disease, they could be rescued. Haha. I was chosen. The first person to ride the space elevator into space. My name will go down in history. A lucky person from China tweeted on Weibo. He also attached his own photo and the selected screenshot. In addition, he temporarily opened a new live broadcast account, wanting to complete the live broadcast from the first person's perspective. Not to mention, because of his quick reaction, he broke through 100,000 fans in a very short time. And it is still increasing rapidly. The number of viewers is even more explosive. This made the passenger himself feel very happy. Maybe he can rely on this opportunity to enter the industry of internet celebrities. Not to mention how long it will last. There should be a chance to cash in and make a quick buck. But soon, several other selected people started similar live broadcasts, both at home and abroad. First, various engineering robots of Umbrella cooperated with vehicles to transport a large amount of materials to the elevator cargo hold. After the goods were secured, 2 staff members cooperated with the robots to invite the 200 selected passengers to board the elevator. Heck! 200 people in one go? With so much cargo, how many people can it hold? Isn't it 100 by 100 by 30? 100 times 100 is 10,000 square meters. Thank you. Well, it seems that an elevator can only take so few people. It's really just to fill the gaps. Good guy. Just by arranging some people, it directly broke the record of the largest number of people. And it broke many times. The current maximum number of people is 8 people in the Challenger space shuttle in the 1980s. Now it has reached 200 in one go. And it's just stuffing some people. Theoretically, if there is no cargo, 20,000 people will not be a problem. From the number of people, you can see how strong the carrying capacity is, and ordinary people can enter. I also want to go to space to see it. Then you have to win the qualification for tourism first. You can enter space casually. This is really a bit too dreamy. Accompanied by the discussion of the crowd, everyone slowly landed, and the hatch of the space elevator slowly closed with a click. But the people inside found that they didn't have any safety seats at all. Only some very ordinary tables, chairs, and handrails, and the outside was facing the world outside the tempered glass. This made the guy who entered the live broadcast a little panicked. Wow, there is no space suit. But there is no safety belt? Just such an ordinary chair? There were many similar comments in the live broadcast barrage. And then he also plucked up the courage to come to a staff member and ask, okay, excuse me, is there no safety belt? Don't worry. This time it is a low-speed ascent, with an acceleration of 0.2 g throughout the journey, which is similar to an ordinary elevator. Hearing this, the guy couldn't help but be a little stunned. Similar to an ordinary elevator? How long will it take to go to space? The staff smiled and said patiently, small acceleration does not mean low speed. This is the characteristic of the space elevator. An acceleration of 2 meters per second only takes 10 seconds to reach a speed of 20 meters per second. It will exceed the speed of sound in about 3 minutes, including acceleration and deceleration time. And the whole journey takes 4 hours. Until this time, many people really had the concept of the power of the space elevator. So many things can be delivered in 4 hours, including the time for round trip and previous loading and unloading, at least twice a day. And this is because they are all ordinary people who choose to resist the speed. If there are no precious instruments, and all the goods are tough, the speed and frequency of transportation can be increased again as the space elevator slowly starts. It is really an elevator level acceleration. As the scenery outside changes, as the speed increases, the pumli below also appears smaller and smaller. When the first cloud appeared outside the window, it caused an exclamation inside, and looking at the clouds outside, looking at the blue sea below, looking at the shrinking pumli and the vague cargo ship in the distance, looking at the seabirds flying by, a certain fate also raised his hand and pressed on the window glass. He couldn't help but sigh. Times have changed. Chapter 499 Pattern Perfect Connection. From the perspective of space, the synchronous orbit 35,000 kilometers away looks down at the Earth below, at a distance that is dozens of times higher than that of a normal satellite. The Nanchaman seems to be embedded in the background starry sky. The connecting cable follows the trend, and the space elevator, which also maintains a deceleration of 0.2 g, slowly approaches, finally completely stops, and then slowly completes the connection with the Nanchaman. Click. As the cargo hold and the Nanchaman are docked, the airtightness of the connection is completely locked, and then an opening appears on the top of the elevator. Everyone is in a weightless environment for the first time, so be careful not to bump into it, and don't use too much force. There are handrails and pull straps on the side to ensure balance. Next, the robot will complete the unloading, and we can visit it inside the Nanchaman. The unloading is all left to the robot. The efficiency in the space environment is also extremely high, much faster than the process on the ground. Standing on this synchronous orbit and looking down at the Earth tens of thousands of kilometers away, the sense of impact makes this group of people who have never been to space feel an indescribable shock. Live broadcast, video, photo, crazy check-in, with Umbrella's satellite acting as a relay. The signal here was not affected. How many people have come to space in history? In the past, there were only 8 people at most. And most of the time, it was not even this number. But this time it sent 200 people in one go. Most people have a yearning for the starry sky. Seeing so many people taking pictures in the starry sky really made many people around the world envious. NASA also began to send congratulations with a licking face. Congratulations to Umbrella for creating another miracle. This is a milestone in the history of human aviation, enough to be planted in the history books. With the space elevator, there are endless possibilities for the starry sky. Looking forward to the opportunity to cooperate. If it was before the Pyongyang was beaten, NASA's attitude would probably be tougher, and there might be some threats and coercion. But now it is full of praise, and it looks like a dog licking, as if it wants to seek cooperation. That special meteorite is still accelerating, and the launch of the probe is imminent. So our company is willing to cooperate with all parties. The launch specifications and parameters of Nanchaman will be sent to major aviation departments. If you want to use Nanchaman for space launch missions, you can apply in advance and pay the relevant fees. Only silver or credit points are accepted, of course. If the silver reserves are not enough, or the credit points are not enough, you can help us produce some peripheral facilities to complete the exchange of credit points. Nanchaman is still in the process of expansion. Our company is preparing to complete the construction of the space factory. Once completed, many future equipment can be manufactured in Nanchaman by ourselves, and some asteroid minerals can be mined. At present, the production capacity demand for related modules is relatively high. Qualified aviation specification materials still have limited processes that can be fully rolled out. Since Umbrella wants to accelerate the construction of orbital engineering, it can naturally use assistance in launch in exchange for some module production capacity. In fact, with the current power of Umbrella, it doesn't matter if it eats alone. Just eat it. But Umbrella still behaved the same as before, and did not act arrogantly just because it pressed the old overlord. Even the space elevator was willing to cooperate and share. This kind of courage and generosity was really different from the petty de Mailong in the past. Even many of the de Mailong executives who made the decision at the time had the urge to slap themselves in the face. People were willing to share the space elevator, and they were just showing off their power. As a result, now they are showing off the White House alliance. Even ordinary tourists are willing to visit without affecting transportation. You can imagine Umbrella's pattern and confidence. Not worried about others learning technology, nor any terrorist attacks and sabotage. This is Umbrella's own confidence. With Umbrella's commitment to provide Nanchaman as a launch pad and issuing various parameters and drawings, several parties around the world who are preparing to launch unmanned probes to the asteroid have also begun to quickly make some modifications to their own designs. Are you kidding me? There is such a convenient thing as a space elevator. It is crazy to continue designing rockets to fly over there. Rocket technology will not be lost, just in case it is sealed. But some normal launches do need to consider the issue of space elevators. It can be said that with the space elevator, the original unmanned probe that had to be carefully calculated in terms of quality can be directly evolved into a large manned spacecraft. The original plan of the Earth-penetrating nuclear bomb has also been greatly improved and possible, as long as the components are transported to Nanchaman with the help of the space elevator, and then assembled in space. A large number of big guys can be easily sent out. Of course, the premise is that the major components must be modified according to the parameters and formats set by Umbrella. In fact, Umbrella also sent some parameters for the mass projector before, but that thing can only be done by Umbrella itself, and it is equivalent to not sending it. It is different now. Even ordinary people who have not been trained, or even elderly people like Fate, can easily go to space. So the demand for materials is undoubtedly greatly reduced. What needs to be noted is that modular division is carried out according to the space elevator and the format placed inside. At the same time, the base needs to be connected with the launch platform of Nanchaman. In addition, Umbrella also issued some restrictions on flammable and explosive items and nuclear warheads. All things launched must be reviewed and examined by Umbrella. Only after approval can they be transported to Penglai. If it were in the past, this move might cause some minor troubles. After all, it is related to sensitive things like nuclear bombs, and those that can be used in the aerospace field must be some cutting-edge technologies, and the advancement of technology and confidentiality must be considered. But now Umbrella has made such a request again, but no one has objected. What about confidentiality? For now, at least in the aerospace and nuclear fields, Umbrella is really too much. Relying on magic hegemony, it really does whatever it wants. Now think back to those 3 mechas. They can really make all kinds of veteran experts eat keyboards. In this case, Wangi can naturally get some corresponding benefits, no matter how many technical teams he has and how solid the technology is. It essentially relies on the convenience of magic and some enhancement of materials. Wangi actually attaches great importance to the technologies accumulated by various parties over the years. This can greatly enhance his own knowledge accumulation and even accelerate the next stage of self-transformation. All parties have sent relevant cooperation applications, and in addition to the original parties, South Korea, Japan and many small countries have also applied to conduct some space research projects. Lin Shurqin summarized the recent integrated news, and Wangi said completely indifferently, arrange them in order. Just maintain the expansion efficiency of Nanchaman, and the rest doesn't matter. Since Nanchaman has come out, Tianting should also have one. Wangi flipped through a paper with relish, and then thought of something and said, How many immersive helmets are in closed beta? 3,000 units. The current mass production technology is still a bit slow, and we are trying to improve it. Considering the rich demon environment in the Abyss, it will be more efficient to build helmets there. Okay. You can talk to Enzo directly. 3,000 units are enough for the initial test. Send them out. Leave a few for Qin Xiang. And then send some to the World Company for friendly relations. Understood? When countries around the world began to seek space cooperation with Umbrella, and Umbrella also contracted out many non-core materials for the expansion of Nanshanmen, the closed beta test quota of Abyss World has finally been determined. The first batch of closed beta test quotas. 3,000 people. First of all, 1024 of them are members of the Starry Sky Cup group stage. And then some senior players in Starry Sky World also received test invitations. Then some small broken stations, and some World System contracted game anchors of TT also got some quotas. In addition to the distribution of these quotas, the remaining 1,000 quotas are the OK lottery method. The game quota for this time can be traded freely. At the same time, all players need to purchase an immersive helmet separately to enter the game. The price of the immersive helmet is 10,000 credit points. However, for this closed beta quota, our company can give the helmet first in the form of 0 down payment and 0 interest installment. The cost can be repaid with the credit points of the daily rewards of Abyss World. With the announcements made by both Umbrella and World Company, it immediately attracted the attention of many players who have been paying attention to Abyss World. In fact, for some senior game enthusiasts, the attention to the game itself is even higher than some world events. Many people have been looking forward to it. I got the quota. I'm really looking forward to it. Brother, Umbrella is too black-hearted. The helmet of 10,000 credit points is so expensive. Otherwise, you give the helmet to me and let me bear this pain. Get lost. Starry Sky World is already super amazing, satisfying all my fantasies about virtual games. I must get Abyss World. Yes, I really can't think of anything more realistic than the current VR brain computer platform. It's immersive, and you can play it during sleep. That's probably why I personally don't like Starry Sky themes. I prefer fantasy ones. But before there was only Starry Sky World, so I couldn't do it. Now I can choose. This kind of game will put more pressure on fellow practitioners. But fortunately Abyss World can be played during sleep. The key is that there are credit point rewards. In fact, Starry Sky World now also rewards credit points for some achievements. But compared with Abyss World daily rewards, it's still too far behind. Various expectations for Abyss World began to appear. If there was no Starry Sky World before, I'm afraid most people would sneer and think it was a gimmick when suddenly announcing brain computer and immersive. But now there is such a perfect game as Starry Sky World, and various small games have appeared on the VR brain computer platform. At this time, the rapid popularization of VR brain computer platform is almost as fast as the two phenomenal products of smartphones and holographic bracelets. Therefore, there has always been a high expectation for the immersive game jointly created by Umbrella and World Company, which is said to be a groundbreaking game that can replace sleep. After Jiangbo signed the express delivery, he felt a little excited at this time. As the top alliance leader of Star World, and a game anchor himself, he naturally got a closed beta test quota. The game will start closed beta testing at 8 o'clock tonight. He has been worried about problems on the express delivery. Fortunately, he finally caught up. After receiving the package, Jiangbo turned on the live broadcast again and did a live unboxing. Brothers, my helmet has arrived. From the fact that Abyss World mailed a helmet separately, it can be seen that the technology used is different from the VR brain computer platform. And the helmet is very heavy. Much heavier than I thought. This thing should not be able to be played while sitting, but only lying down. Jiangbo first held the box and had a first impression. And there were all kinds of envious and jealous remarks in his barrage. Haha. Don't worry. Although this is an immersive game, it also has an external slot, which can be used for live broadcasting. I will show you different game styles when the time comes. Jiangbo laughed and began to unbox. The wooden box with exquisite packaging revealed the black gaming helmet inside after opening it. The charger, external socket, and instruction manual were all listed one by one. After checking the catalog list to make sure nothing was missing, Jiangbo picked up the instruction manual and put it in front of the live camera while reading it. Sure enough, the helmet can only be used when lying down to sleep. But there is a special memory material behind the helmet to act as a pillow. So there is no need to worry about stiff neck. In the future, we will launch a sleeping chamber that can last longer and automatically massage and relax. Damn! It satisfies all my fantasies about immersive games. Jiangbo also seemed a little excited about the instruction manual. The VR brain-computer platform is actually amazing enough, but it still relies on visual and auditory signals. And its strongest point is the response to brain signals. I am still awake. But the immersive game Abyss World is completely known as the second new world. Wow. This pillow feels super good. It feels like Umbrella can even sell this pillow. Before Ankangding came out, the main reason for my insomnia was the pillow. Jiangbo pressed the memory material on the back of the helmet and felt that it felt super good. Then he said to the instruction manual, "This game is not connected to the internet, but directly uses Umbrella's satellite communication network. All parts of the world can access it without the internet." Jiangbo found another highlight. In terms of network coverage, China is definitely the world's top level. While many places in other countries have no signal and will not connect to the internet because telecom service providers are profit-oriented, there are only some round metal patches. And now the connection system that comes with this helmet perfectly solves these problems. It is worthy of being a company of Nancham and Shangtian. But unfortunately, unlike the VR platform, there are no other minigames here. And you see, Jiangbo pointed the camera at the inside of the helmet. And there was no screen display inside. There are only some round metal patches. It is indeed immersive. Not like the VR platform. And it also explains that this product is best used with Ankangding. I free up my sleep time every day. Jiangbo has some ability. He found many details in the unpacking process alone and pointed them out one by one for some analysis and speculation. And most of them are quite in place. At the same time, many closed beta players who have received the helmets also chose to unpack and broadcast live. World Company and Umbrella did not mind the leakage of closed beta content, and even prepared some external interfaces to facilitate interaction and contact with the live broadcast platform. The clock kept flashing at 19:59, and Jiangbo also took Ankangding in advance to prepare. While lying on the bed and putting on the helmet, he spoke to the live broadcast equipment that had been connected. "It's completely different from VR. I don't want to be ahead of time for a minute. It's pitch black and there's no picture at all. I will have claustrophobia if I stay for a long time. And I can't see your barrage." Jiangbo put on the headgear, always feeling a sense of darkness and narrowness. And even if he took Ankangding, he didn't feel sleepy. Hey, it will be troublesome if I can't fall asleep immediately. But just when Jiangbo said this, 2000 hours arrived. Then the helmet seemed to start working. Under a special wavelength. Jiangbo felt his eyelids heavy before he finished speaking and fell into a deep sleep. However, the next moment, whether it was Jiangbo himself or the fans who had been watching the live broadcast, they saw the sudden change in the picture in front of them. The opening scene seemed to be in a laboratory, and a person who many people had seen appeared in it. The culprit of the New York invasion. Dr. Chiao-sun. Finally. It's finally done. Dr. Chiao-sun laughed at the summoning array in front of him. And then the gate of the Abyss was opened. And the Lord of the Abyss, Enzo, led the Abyss army to continue to destroy New York. The perspective of the screen also began to change automatically. And at the same time, Jiangbo's extremely surprised voice came. "Brothers, it's amazing. A great feeling. I feel like I have become a soul and can travel freely." Jiangbo's words were a little incoherent. This was an experience he had never had before. After entering the screen, he was able to interact and connect with the live broadcast equipment outside again, and could see the barrage. Great. Oh. Damn. As a result, the next moment, Jiangbo seemed to be attracted by a huge force, and was quickly pulled into the perspective of an ordinary citizen in the Abyss invasion incident, and gained his own body. Oh. Touch. Perfect tactile display. Is this the background of the opening introduction of Abyss World? I'm really looking forward to it. After turning into an ordinary citizen, Jiangbo began to pinch his body unconsciously, and really felt a very real touch, as if he had always been here. Then a pain adjustment system appeared in front of him, which can be adjusted between 1% and 70%, and gave a reminder that the helmet has a protection mechanism. If the player has an abnormality, the connection will be interrupted protectively. So don't do it too much. This made Jiangbo choose 70% without hesitation. But just after making the choice, a hideous monster the size of an elephant rushed out from the corner of the chaotic street in front, and began to kill people in the crowd. And Jiangbo also heard many people cursing in Chinese next to him. Shit. How come I encounter this kind of thing as soon as I come in? The death penalty is very heavy. Run! Run! Will it end with a nuclear bomb? From these voices, we can know that the people gathered here are all players. But it is obvious that a group of ordinary people have no resistance to the monster rushing out of the abyss. Just like many pictures circulating on the internet. They are bitten, swallowed, and killed one by one. Some guys who have increased the pain are howling over there. And then, they are lowered back under the automatic correction of the system. Jiangbo was finally stepped to death, and turned into a mosaic of meat paste. Then he turned into a sole perspective again, and began to look at this scene that almost reproduced the invasion of New York. Fortunately, I was quick-witted and adjusted the pain back in advance. It's really naughty. But this technology is awesome, Jiangbo said excitedly. Then he continued to tease. It was Umbrella who showed off her power and beat Depyaliang to the ground. Otherwise the opening content designed by World Company would probably be protested by Depyaliang. A group of silly fans were also discussing excitedly. For Umbrella, most people in China have a good impression, because the two sides have always been very harmonious. In fact, it is a character that does not fight for hegemony, does not interfere with others, and just develops itself. In the past, it wanted to develop peacefully, and others would not let it. Now, many people actually have a very high yearning. Because even if the emergence of robots leads to overcapacity, at least there is Abyss World to cover it. Coupled with a surge in artificially synthesized food and a large number of commodity production capacity, it is easy to achieve a relatively good quality of life. Now they are all in a happy discussion. This should be the opening. If there is no death penalty, it will probably end with a nuclear bomb. Yes, even if you are lucky enough to escape this disaster, it should be useless. However, the game type and content of Abyss World have been kept secret. Only some monster illustrations have been continuously updated, and illustration materials have been collected. I don't know what type it is. Yeah. Isn't it modern at the beginning? Shouldn't it be magic? But at this moment, suddenly a huge void projection appeared over New York, and a gorgeous palace appeared in the sky. When Jiangbo looked up at the palace, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my God!" A voice just appeared directly in my heart. It said that this palace is the Hall of Valor created by Gaia to protect the earth. But then Jiangbo thought again. Now his body is still in sleep and rest. Umbrella's technology. It seems normal to directly transmit information. But the netizens outside were amazed by this. Hall of Valor? Oh! It should be considered a design model of a parallel universe. Yes. So this time it's the end of Hall of Valor. And then enter the magical world? Very likely. It's really exciting. I don't know how Hall of Valor will be handled. The next moment, a large number of figures appeared in the Hall of Valor in the sky, with all kinds of images. Because this is just the opening. A truly fictional world. Wang Yi also released the images of many scheduled heroes. That's Altria, Hack, King of Daimao. Do you have the copyright? Neon, thank you for your kindness. That black dragon robe is so cool. So handsome. Hack. Terracotta warriors. It's Ying Zheng. The king's treasure is Jin Shanshan. Guan Yu. Zhang Fei. Lu Bu. As some iconic features were recognized, the identities of those heroes were also identified one by one. In that gorgeous magical scene, the heroes of the Hall of Heroes defeated the Abyss army and finally surrounded Enzo. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can your planet be protected by so many heroes? Enzo screamed in despair. Then a perfect-looking figure, who could not be distinguished between men and women, wearing sackcloth and surrounded by thorns, slowly fell from the sky. In the name of the King of Heroes. As he raised his hand, countless thorns pierced out from the phantom of the Hall of Heroes in the sky, completely binding Enzo. Enzo kept struggling, but it was useless. The thorns became more and more compact, and all pierced into his body, as if they were still extracting his magic power. In the end, they were tied together and dragged into the phantom in the sky. The New York invasion ended. Then the picture in front of the players, who were killed by the Abyss army and turned into souls, gradually turned black again. The picture appeared again, which was a desolate asteroid, with lava flowing on the asteroid, accompanied by some narration. The Hall of Heroes was born, as the souls that unfortunately died in the invasion of the Abyss. The Hall of Heroes gave you a chance to be reborn. Go. Head to the Abyss and expand the territory for Blue Star. Swish. A huge portal appeared on the asteroid. And then the bound Enzo began to order his men to build a silver fortress and started fast forward, waiting for the completion of the silver fortress. The shadow of the Hall of Valor appeared on the fortress. At the same time, some introductory narration was also given. Gaia believes that it is not possible to passively wait for invasion, but should actively defend. So it is necessary to reversely attack the Abyss to seize resources. However, due to the distance between the Abyss and the Blue Planet, there is an obstacle to the gathering of faith. So only 3 heroes can temporarily guard Enzo's territory. The King of Heroes, King Arthur, and the Champion. The new heroes need players to pray to the Hall of Valor themselves, and will be unlocked after the requirements are met. Now the first batch of 3,000 warriors have begun the initial exploration and learning of magic knowledge. The first phase of the map is open. Enzo's territory. Chapter 500, Uploading Consciousness? Synchronized magic knowledge. As various backgrounds, explanations, and opening credits appeared, the players who had been focusing on the closed beta of Abyss World gave it high praise, with the brain-computer VR platform of Star World as the foundation. Although Abyss World showed a full immersive horror, the acceptance capacity was much stronger. Umbrella, as always, never brags. But those experts who really study these aspects are completely numb. Can you do whatever you want with magic power? How can you maintain a clear consciousness and let your brain rest? Soul? The gap is too big. No wonder it is said that this will be the only immersive game in the next 10 years. The principle of the VR brain-computer platform is actually quite clear, and many laboratories are also studying brain-computer equipment. They can understand the technology of the VR brain-computer game jointly launched by Umbrella and World Company in principle. But now, I really can't understand it. How terrifying. If it is really possible to respond to the soul alone, then theoretically, as long as the brain is not dead, the soul can be uploaded to the server for backup. Now we don't know how long the soul's lifespan is, and whether it can always leave the body. Since Umbrella has launched it in the form of a game, the impact is limited. Otherwise even they can't handle so many people. And it is likely that the time spent playing during deep sleep will not consume the soul lifespan. Many people are deeply shocked. As soon as this Abyss World was launched, a large number of researchers who paid attention to it expressed various exclamations. At present, Umbrella is quite active in academic exchanges with scholars. Many of them will give direct answers. And they are also slowly teaching simple basic magic knowledge with mastery. It's just because this is a brand new theory, and magic is almost difficult to capture. So the digestion speed is still relatively slow at present. Generally speaking, if you encounter a question from Umbrella, just ask directly. Be nice, and don't use moral blackmail. Dear Umbrella, does the immersive technology used in Abyss World involve the soul? Does your company have any tests on the lifespan of the soul? Will it be possible to abandon the body and enter the virtual world in the future? The first to ask the question was the Depyalyong Research Institute. Compared with the previous harsh voices, this time the attitude was really as low as possible, and it was as humble as it could be. All kinds of honorifics were used. The sudden appearance of such a question originally made the spectators quite curious, and Umbrella's response made many spectators burst out laughing on the spot. Oh, you can talk properly, but it's a bit unaccustomed. Please recover. With this sentence, a large number of netizens around the world, regardless of whether they were at home or abroad, went to the official website of the Depyalyong Research Institute to join the neat queue of OK, and please recover. But in the face of such humiliating and mocking words, Depyalyong also endured it, and had no intention of recovering at all, and still smiled with a licking face. Are you kidding me? This may involve immortality. Even on the internet, there are many popular science bloggers who have done some explanation work, which shocked many netizens. Soul? Backup? Immortality? How can a game suddenly come up with such a high-sounding topic? It can be said that this hot topic has also erupted. In response, Umbrella also admitted openly. You have said before that we have obtained the technology of extraterritorial civilizations. We have revealed our cards. It is true. The already stable Umbrella has much less to worry about. Originally, they did not need any evidence before. After the invasion of the Abyss, they had already put this hat on their minds. Now it is better to say it openly. In fact, even if Wang Yi directly announced that Umbrella is actually his company, there would be no problem. Well, it is just that there will definitely be various small troubles for him. It is impossible to do so. Now it is just right. In the past, Depyalyong would have put pressure on them and hit them with all kinds of big sticks. But now the residual power of the previous mecha is still there. even if there is greed and reluctance in their hearts. At least, they are quite submissive on the surface. And Umbrella also started a simple explanation directly. In fact, we have been slowly popularizing the knowledge of magic. But it is a new system. It is still so difficult to capture magic. Most laboratories are progressing slowly. For the study of the soul, we also use primates to conduct some related tests. Then, there are a lot of research reports and various data. No animal protection organization came out to touch this mine, let alone animals. Even if Umbrella directly uses humans for experiments. What? Now everyone is waiting for some explanations that ordinary people can understand. The final conclusion is, it is certain that if the body is lost for a long time, the soul will gradually lose emotion. However, you can also see the weight of our helmets. We are also very protective of this kind. As long as you make sure to get up and move around during the 3 meals, you can completely solve this problem. At present, there is no problem staying in the virtual world for up to half a month without interruption. However, because of the sensory stimulation given by the death of the game character, the penalty for the death of the game character has a 24-hour disconnection protection period. At the same time, the helmet will monitor the whole process and will be offline in advance when encountering danger. First, explain the safety of the immersive helmet. Then, it is the so-called consciousness upload. According to our research, in theory, if the protection of the helmet and the server is strengthened, it is possible to abandon the body and upload it completely to the server. This business may be opened in the future. However, you also know that the difficulty is here, and the soul itself has a lifespan of wear and tear. Although it is longer than the body, it is estimated to be 105 to 200 years under normal circumstances. This statement can be said to be shocking to the world. That is to say, once Umbrella overcomes this technology, even if the body is aging and dying, it can choose to upload the soul to continue living. 150 to 200 years old. What a terrifying age. With the current appearance of the Abyss world, even if you live inside the Abyss world, it will be fine. This even caused old Morgan, who was also paying attention, to waver briefly. But he soon snorted coldly. 150 to 200? I can get real immortality by serving the Lord of the Abyss. He himself is already over 80 years old. If he hadn't had the opportunity of the Lord of the Abyss that time, he would definitely start to find a way to qualify. But after having real immortality, what does this kind of upload without the body count for? And once you choose to upload, all life and death will be in the hands of Umbrella. If there is no choice, then there is no way. But if there are other choices, he would rather be in the hands of the not-so-smart Lord Enzo. However, as an old man, he clearly knows the strong temptation, and the organization and the authorities that have just been twisted together may fall apart because of this. Then he chose to hold a meeting without hesitation. It's time to let you know about our background. Behind us is the Abyss, a legendary Lord of the Abyss. If you really find an opportunity, you can try to kill Umbrella with one blow. Abyss invasion appeared in Ponglai. Can you withstand it? Can the nuclear bomb withstand it? We still have a trump card. Boss, how many more did Enzo receive? Hee. It's really interesting to see how loyal they are. The rotten flesh will be cut off eventually. We are just taking it slow to prevent them from jumping off the wall. Wang Yi played with the helmet in his hand, with a nonchalant look on his face. He is now truly as old as the heaven and earth. So taking more prudent measures is naturally the best choice. It took the Pyongyang several generations to destroy the old bear without bloodshed. Just learn it directly. There is a ready-made template. I have seen the titles of those reports so far. Umbrella has created a miracle again. The future of mankind depends on Umbrella. Even magic knowledge is being taught for free. This is technology. Fortunately, technology is in the hands of civilization. It is actually quite interesting. And here, with the heavy news of Umbrella, the popularity of Abyss World has become popular again. Some people who originally did not like games are also paying close attention to it. Are you kidding? When Umbrella's technology breaks through, it is very likely that you will live in it if you have problems with your body in the future. As for those people in the organization who are worried about their lives being controlled, ordinary people don't care at all. What kind of green onion am I that deserves Umbrella's attention? Just like the surveillance cameras on the streets and in the community, they give people a sense of security, as long as they are not installed in the toilet. Who can't accept that they appear under the surveillance? The popularity of Abyss World has soared again. At this time, Jiang Bo and the first batch of closed beta players have also been resurrected in the Abyss territory. and resurrected to fight for Blue Star under the call of the Hall of Heroes. Climbing out of a pit. Jiangbo is constantly touching this new body at this time. And some panels and tutorials pop up in front of him. His hands look similar to those of normal people, but the surface is covered with various cracks, as if they were made of clay. Great. It turns out that the player is a heroic spirit who died in battle and was resurrected. That's great. Some cloud players left envious messages. Killed in battle? Don't flatter me. I was just an unlucky guy who was accidentally stepped on and resurrected with the help of the Hall of Heroes, rather than a heroic spirit. It's better to say it's a ghost. Haha. I'm dying of laughter. This crack looks like a reincarnation. Neon is a dog now. It's useless to use it. It turns out that the ghost is me. Accompanied by cheerful comments, Jiangbo also followed the tutorial to complete some basic operations, running and jumping, and felt a strength that exceeded his original body. Wow. This body is awesome. According to the instructions, this body should be the physique of a normal adult. But I feel it is much stronger than my original useless body. If it is a normal adult, then those top athletes will not be able to adapt. It seems that as the voice fell, a ghost puppet in front of him fell flat on the ground, and various English greetings came out of his mouth, but it was automatically translated. Haha. This should be an athlete. The player who fell also saw Jiangbo at this time, and his face with ceramic cracks showed a stiff and embarrassed expression. I'm so sorry. It's a bit rude. It's okay. You should be an athlete. I feel that this body is much stronger than my original self. With the initial 5 free attribute points, you should be able to balance it a little. Jiangbo is also a player with a keen sense of smell, and has figured out some ways. Oh, I haven't read the tutorial yet. Thank you. My brain is not very good. Haha. The unknown athlete also laughed, and seemed to not care about others saying that he was stupid, and humbly began to ask for advice. In fact, you can know it by following the tutorial. But Jiangbo still told him, took him to a strengthening platform in the room, and asked him to put his hand on it to add points. Adding points cannot be washed. You still have to be cautious. Look at the recommended career direction in the tutorial. In addition to adding points here, if you want to change your appearance, you can also pay credit points to improve it, which is equivalent to skin. Jiangbo reminded the other party. Oh, thank you. Let me see. There is also a direction for gunners? Isn't this a magical world? The athlete said with some surprise. Abyss World does not have fixed levels, professions, etc. It just depends on attribute points and skill points. In theory, one person can learn all directions. However, it is obvious that at least in the early stage, mastering everything means being sparse in everything. The main attributes are strength, perception, and reflexes. There are only 3. There is also a hidden attribute of spirit, but spirit cannot be added. The level of spirit represents whether it can become a magic profession. Oh, shit. How come I only have 6 points of spirit, and I am compensated with a little initial point? Damn. This is discrimination. This is unfair. The athlete also found some problems after looking at the profession at this time, and couldn't help but complain directly. Jiangbo also checked while patiently saying it is said in the description that spirit involves individuals. There is no way. And the mage root direction requires a good mathematical foundation, preferably a magic number foundation. Otherwise it is far inferior to the physical profession. Jiangbo looked at his 12 points of spirit, and he seemed very happy after barely reaching the entry threshold of the mage. The next main points to add were perception and reflexes. Because of the attribute point correction, his initial free attribute points also dropped a little. But Jiangbo didn't care at all. If he had the opportunity to become a mage, he would choose it no matter how difficult it was. Attribute points can be added later. But spirit is not good. Mathematics? Oh, I think the physical profession is pretty good. After all, you can use guns. By the way, this is Gaia's counterattack against the Abyss using the Hall of Valor. So it seems normal to have a gate connected to the real world to transport weapons. The athlete brother seemed to have reflected something, and began to nod continuously. The reason why he could react by himself was that he saw some instructions in the description of the gunner's direction. For the fairness of the game, because of the difficulty of transmission in the early stage, the types of modern weapons are limited. Most of them are homemade guns, and the price is relatively expensive, and they will not fire guns. Anyway, you can click on the attributes and skills by yourself. Click in that direction, and you will be a gunner if you get a gun. The main function of the gunner is perception and reflexes. And the slightly higher strength requirement is to remind some big guys in the future. This made the athlete a little embarrassed again. Then I'd better go for strength. Warriors are actually very good. If you contract with abyssal creatures, you can become a knight. And weapons can be used as long as they can be used, without any occupational restrictions. It's no problem for a mage to hit people with a staff. If you point strength and reflex, you can also use bows and arrows. There are obviously more options. Hee. The weak strength of the mage will not be able to use a large number of weapons and armor in the future. Even the staff and robes. And you have to learn mathematics. I don't care at all. The athlete smiled and decisively added points to strength. 5 points to strength. And 1 point of correction attribute point to reflex. As the magic power injected by the conductor in his hand was strengthened. The athlete also showed an amazed look. This, after adding points, I feel that my body is stronger than my reality. Awesome. Then he jumped on the spot and easily reached the Olympic standard. Haha. I really didn't make the wrong choice. What points did you choose? Brother? Can you use a gun? You should only have 5 free attribute points. Right? The athlete said to Jiangbo happily. Jiangbo also smiled awkwardly. I'm going to choose a mage. I only have 4 points after correction. Then Jiangbo saw the other party's lemon-like expression that was obviously about to kill someone. Haha. A mage? It's just SOSO. It also requires something as inconvenient as mathematics. It's better not to choose it, haha. Well said. You actually have to learn mathematics. I know mathematics. But mathematics doesn't know me. Damn. Isn't this discrimination? You can't add points to mental attributes because Umbrella can't increase your IQ. Haha, because many of the first batch of players are selected game experts and anchors. There are also quite a lot of people broadcasting live. Many of the cloud players, who can't get a place, and are scratching their heads will look around and start summarizing some materials. According to the comprehensive analysis of several anchors, the attribute correction has been roughly determined. At present, 9 points of spirit are the basis for using spells. Although according to the description, you cannot become an orthodox mage. You can learn some practical buffs. So there will be some free attribute correction below 8 points of spirit. 12 points of spirit is the basic threshold for mages. But so many anchors have achieved it. I didn't expect that the pineapple could actually meet the standard. I didn't expect it. I saw that one person met the standard. But because he had a headache with mathematics, he gave up this route and chose to increase strength and reflexes. It seems that he is ready to go for magic and martial arts dual cultivation, although it is a bit unfair. The ability itself is indeed one's own, which is very good. Besides, almost all people with less than 8 spirit power seem to like those reckless professions. Who said that mages are not reckless? Just max out the lighting spell. In the game, Jiangbo also began the subsequent exploration at this time, reaching out to touch this and that, and was curious about everything. You can use credit points to pinch your face at the transmission platform where you had points. The specific degree depends on the changes after pinching your face. But he didn't waste time here. Otherwise he felt that one day would not be enough. After leaving the resurgence room with the guidance, he also came to the Silver Fortress Hall outside. The magnificent, ancient, and vast atmosphere came to his face. And Jiangbo couldn't help but sigh. The clarity of the VR platform is already difficult to distinguish between true and false. And I can't distinguish between reality and virtuality in Abyss World. Then he squatted down and picked up some debris on the ground. This physics engine is also extremely realistic. The light processing is also perfect. And the actual touch is exactly the same as the real thing. Then, there was a barrage reminding Jiangbo to say, "Look, the red-skinned person over there should be an NPC. And there are already many people around. Go and see the situation." After being reminded, Jiangbo also went over to see the power of this so-called fully intelligent NPC. When he got closer, he heard an old voice telling a story. Our Zaya civilization was destroyed by Lord Enzo. But your Hall of Heroes brought us new life. Let's start. Explore the Silver Castle, and take a photo with the Hall of Heroes in the sky. This will be your first step. Task log updated. Chapter 1, Resurrected Heroes. Task objective. Explore the map of the Silver Castle, and take a photo with the Hall of Heroes in the sky at the door. Reward 100 attribute experience points, and 100 skill experience points. Not bad. The task rewards a total of 200 experience points. According to the description, the death penalty of this game is very high. Not to mention the 24-hour cooling time after death. the attribute value and skill level will be reduced by 10%. And even the loss of skills may occur. The attribute can be reduced to 1 point at most. But the experience points consumed to restore the attribute below the initial attribute are only 10 points. And each attribute above the initial attribute consumes 100 experience points. And 200 points above 15 points. Jiang Bo briefly explained the situation. Which probably meant that for him. These 100 attribute experiences were equivalent to 1 attribute point. Good fellow. Now it seems that the initial attribute improvement is not very difficult. But there is a vague upper limit. And it will become more and more difficult as time goes on. Yes. But it is still very realistic. I guess it is also related to our control. Otherwise, once you get used to this powerful body, you will feel uncomfortable when you come back. Umbrella has safety instructions. And will try to eliminate this discomfort and some sensory reactions such as fear and stimulation of the human body to avoid damage. But if you like excitement, you can adjust it yourself. There are several red-skinned NPCs in the hall. Jiang Bo looked at them one by one, and found that most of them were issuing the initial tasks. Then he began to explore the novice village map of the Silver Castle. The simple painting style and rough touch texture are completely in line with the style of the Abyss. After walking around the hall of the Silver Fortress and leaving the gate, Jiang Bo was shocked again by the wild land covered with lava rivers and the bright starry sky and other asteroids floating in the sky. This visual impact is too strong. The real Abyss is probably just like this. Look! There are a group of people over there. Is that Saber? Really? I said there were only 3 heroes in the early stage. Artoria should be the one guarding the Silver Fortress. Right? Go. Go. And see how the model is. It's just a photo shoot. It doesn't matter where you take it. As Jiang Bo approached, he found that he couldn't squeeze in. The little trash with 10 initial strength points didn't add any points. So he could only jump in the back. It made the live broadcast room laugh to death. However, some people also took screenshots to see the picture of King Daimao. At this time, Artoria, wearing a battle skirt and holding Avalon in her hand, was standing in front of a stone step in a heroic manner, and an area around her naturally vacated. Later, fans who had heard the news from other live broadcasts also left a message saying okay, the closest group can't get any closer, as they are blocked by the heroic force field. And Altria shouldn't be the NPC that issues tasks at this stage. Take pictures first. Take pictures? The Hall of Valor in the sky is awesome. After Jiang Bo couldn't squeeze in, he also started the last item of the task, taking a photo with the Hall of Valor in the sky. As he turned on the screenshot function, the Hall of Valor seemed to flicker and solidify again. And a ray of light landed on him. 100 attribute experience points and 100 skill experience points have been obtained. And the point adding operation can also be completed below the Hall of Valor. After clicking on the perception, Jiang Bo suddenly heard the surrounded Daimao Wang speak. I didn't expect so many heroes to be revived this time. But because of the strength of your souls, you are still very weak. Please work hard to improve yourself. The next journey of Blue Star to the Abyss depends on you. After saying this, Daimao Wang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The master asked him to be a little dumber and not too flexible. This is really a slightly challenging difficulty. However, the number of people is almost enough. So I can explain the new background. As King Daimao raised his hand, the Hall of Heroes in the sky became more obvious again. And then Enzo's roar was heard. Enzo, who seemed to be hidden, appeared below the Hall of Heroes with all kinds of thorns and vines on his body. At present, we have captured this Abyss Lord and are trying to assimilate him. But there are still a large number of Abyss monsters that have escaped from his family. Retame or kill these monsters and clean up Enzo territory. After that, many players present receive the main task of the second ring. Kill or capture an Abyss monster, regardless of type. At the same time, the size reminder of the initial map was also carried out. Because of limited computing power, the initial map only operates in Enzo territory. And the total area is about the same as that of Kangaroo Country. However, at this time, Umbrella once again issued a shocking announcement. Considering the problem of magic laziness on Earth, they set the virtual world as a rich magic environment, and also integrated all the magic-related rules that have been mastered into it. In theory, it is possible to learn magic-related knowledge in the game, especially for mages.